Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support the show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and welcome to episode 228 of Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast. Today, as always, we're joined by Lord Cognito, but also it seems, as always, we're joined by another honorary Duke, Gene Park. How are you doing today, good sir? Is your shirt related to you at all? Or is that just
it's Wu-Tang.
It's the Wu-Tang.
Oh, okay.
It's Killer Hill right there. That's the Killer Hill right there.
I just saw Park and my brain blanked out from there.
Oh, well, it's why I bought it. You know,
you meant to be a Wu-Tang fan. Like you meant, like what? That's fire, G. That's fire.
Right on. G, it's great to have you here, my friend. How are you doing?
Good. You know, just getting off of the Doom: The Dark Ages coverage, which launches, I guess, tonight, right?
Yeah, as we record this.
But today, by the time this episode comes out, too.
Yeah.
So good times, and that's why I'm here in the realm of the Dukes to talk about Xbox. I already talked a lot about Doom on Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast, where I don't talk about Nintendo games. It's a little slow right now, so you know,
it'll pick up.
All we're doing is talking about Expedition 33 and Doom. So
yeah.
You know, and hopefully Doom: The Dark Ages comes out on Switch too. You know, why not? You know, it's gotta
easy money. If Eternal could be there, I think Dark Ages has a home on Switch too. So that's a no-doubter. It's a no-doubter. Cog, it's been a week, man. Missed you. How are you doing? Thank you for holding it down. We'll talk a little bit with our Health is Wealth write-ins on what I was up to, but how have you been? How was holding down the fort for a week?
It was interesting, bro. I forgot how to host. It took me a minute. I'm like, yo, okay, this is how we do it. So I had my man Brad with me. I'm getting the crash course of certain things because things have changed a lot.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, I forgot now. Timestamps. I was like, okay, it's a little behind the scene things on the LSM side that you're like, okay, I haven't done in a while. And then obviously the week that it happened to be the busiest week, but I had to hold you down.
Yeah, I apologize. I definitely threw you for a loop there with Gears and GTA. You guys had a ton to talk about.
Bro, it was so much to talk about. And then that was the week. It was ILP 400. And first of all, shout out to both of you for contributing videos.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It was so cool.
Iron Lords, man.
Oh, love. You know, I trust all of y'all because I didn't vet nothing, so we just let it rock. We just put them up.
Oh,
right?
really?
Yeah, we added very minimal editing, like in case it was like dead space. Then he edited that. So a lot of times I was getting the raw reactions of you guys. That's awesome. So Maddie's like, "Yo, it's 2 a.m. Then I'm watching Gene. I was like, "Oh, this is dope," because I know it was last minute. You know, again, apologies on us because we had so much.
No, it was
going
on
on.
me. I've accidentally cleared notifications on so many people this week. I had a friend who reached out to me. He was like, "How'd your pitching go, dude?" And I was just like, I haven't got back to him in like a few days. I was like, "Oh shit!" So that was my bad. But when I saw it, I'm glad you texted my phone because that when I get a text from you, I'm just like, "Oh God, what happened?" I'm like, "What did I miss?"
I was like, I know me. As you get older, Gene, what you realize is like when you get in your feelings. Because at first I was in my feelings. I was like, I ain't here for my boy. I was like, what's up?
No, I see. That's what I'm saying. That's why I jumped on it. I was like, I know Cogsy. I know you well enough where you're like, oh, he's getting Hollywood up.
I know it was legit. I know he's in the eye of the storm doing what he's doing, right? So I was like, he probably missed it. There's a lot of things going on. Whatever. I make sure he don't miss it. So then I could go to sleep at night and say, okay, I know I said to my boy, it's good. You know what I'm saying? So then when I see them come through in the clutch, I'm like, yes, there we go. So it was a love situation. You know what I'm saying? So no, you worry about it because I already knew the channel I had to go to.
I appreciate it. And my camera already dying early in the show here. It's funny. Dustin plucked out a photo from Summon Sign, this freeze frame. And he was like, I promise I won't use this when your camera dies next. And I'm a little afraid of what this is going to end up like. So normally I'd be like, we'll pause, we'll fix it. But I'll give everyone this, whatever Dustin picks for the video version, for the Health is Wealth section. And then we'll get me back on camera here. But yeah, I appreciate you and Brad holding it down.
Brad did fantastic.
I try not to miss any defining Duke. I try to keep it in my schedule each and every week. So it's like, I always say, if I miss an episode, it's because something pretty significant is happening. So
absolutely, bro. It's only right.
It.
You're welcome. And then you've held me down so many times, so many situations I've had, and you've held the fort down. And shout out to Brad. I was calling him the Swiss Army knife of LSM. The man could be in any podcast. It doesn't matter platform, and he's just hit the ground running. It was cool. Actually, that was our first time doing a one-on-one pod, so that was kind of cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, Brad's awesome. He's a hero. He saved us with the pickup the week before.
That's what I'm saying. And I feel guilty. He was like, "Nah, let's go." I was like, "Oh my man."
Brad's always ready to go, and that's why we love him. Very helpful. Same with Gene. Like we got everyone here is ready to pitch in at any moment, and it makes making these shows more fun and easier. So
LSM fan, baby,
we love it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Last Stand Media. If you want early ad-free access, you can sign up over on patreon.com/laststandmedia, where our show goes live over there on Thursdays. Otherwise, we hit free feeds like YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Google Podcasts on Sunday. So we'll see you where we see you. We appreciate your support no matter where you are. As always, I like to open up the show with a little health is wealth conversation. We got 2 write-ins that were geared toward me, and I appreciate people checking in on me. There was some concerns because I wasn't available, and while I understand and appreciate it, I'm doing okay. JP and John Hank have the write-ins. JP writes, "Howdy Dukes, I just wanted to check in on Maddie and see how everything went at PAX East. What was the experience like shopping your game around? Excited to hear anything that you're ready to share. Thanks for all the great content." And John, who I did meet while I was chopping it up with the mayor, Ben Smith, over at the indie.io booth. He said, "Hey, Maddie, really appreciate you taking the time to snap a photo at PAX. I'm sure it was an incredibly busy week for you. It was great meeting you and your wife, even if only briefly. Definitely enjoyable way to kick off my New England vacation. Completely forgot to ask at the time, but are any throat coat references hidden in the game? Hope the pitch went well and that you're getting a chance to recharge a bit now. Thanks, John." Well, John, I'll leave that for you to discover. I will say we do want to pack some inside jokes into our game, no doubt, for the audience that I think will be kind of kickstarting the game. Not literally like Kickstarter, but like, I think many of you will be first men and women in. So I'll make sure to take good care of you guys on that front, so don't you worry. But I wanted to talk a bit about that experience. I can't get into like strong details because a lot of NDAs were obviously signed because I want to make sure like it's more to protect my game. Like I want to make sure like nothing leaks about on our end of things, because I've just kind of emphasized over and over, I think our best element right now is like the surprise factor of like, anyone we've put this game in front of, it's been a really positive response. So it's just like I want to have that moment of like, wow, for our audiences. And I think it's just really important. So I can't talk about like the who's and what's, but basically the kind of way things went was a bit of a strength exercise. Like we made a pitch deck in like the final hour. We had one prepared. I knew it needed to be overhauled. I vastly underestimated how much needed to be overhauled on the visual front. And so my wife, myself, and one of our artists were up till 6:30 in the morning. Wow. Powering through and fixing that the day before we were leaving for PAX. So I was on fumes already going in. But we were lightly rehearsed because we wanted to leave room for like open conversation. But it was like really fun in that part because you spend so much time making a thing and it's so many different things. And then now this is where it gets an identity. Like, what is your unique point of your game? Like, what does make you stand out from your competition? Like, you have to answer these questions, right? Because at the end of the day, you're selling a product. Like it's passion from top to bottom for us, but like I have to be a businessman here and be like, okay, like if you're investing in us, why is it beneficial to you? Mm-hmm. And so you have to really form a true, legitimate, authentic identity around your game. Because I mean, you could lie your fucking brains out there, but like that's not going to do you any good down the road. And you have to, in my opinion, lie in like what's there in front of them. Not like, we have planned features that like one of them is really cool that we're adding next month, but like I tried not to lean into that too much. So shopping around was great because it was really good to strength exercise our game. Like, do we think the things that we think are good, and we know where our weaknesses are right now, but like, do we think what we have that's strong right now, is that enough? And the vibe was yes. Like, we got really good feedback overall. So that was a good feeling. The team was feeling good about what we put together. Again, we knew like there's some crashing, there's some kind of like pacing, some things that we want to tune up, but we know that kind of comes with the process. But overall, we're like, okay, we're happy with this. Like this is the prototype. This is the slice that we can build the whole game with now. So does it stand up to what people are looking at? And so far the answer feels like yes. So, you know, we're not like fielding offers in particular, but that was our strength exercise, and we're prepping our next sprint for Gamescom, where that's a more pitch friendly environment. Like PAX East, I was lucky to get a handful of companies who were just willing to sit down, because, you know, especially this year, PAX is fucking dead, bro. So
really,
oh, dude, you and the Iron Lords would have been nothing to cover. Like,
really,
no exaggeration. Yeah, it was really like empty. Like, dude, when I knew something was really off, when I stepped in I love Magic the Gathering, but the first thing I saw was the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy promotion as like the front and center.
As the front thing when you come down the escalator.
Yeah,
and all that?
yeah. You know that spooky vibe when you're going down the escalators and you're looking around and you see like Intel is like one of the major booths, and you're like,
you start seeing the computer companies.
You're like, what's the hardware?
The controller guys.
Yeah,
with that energy.
Yeah, and so there were some like staples that, like, you know, some retro game resellers were there that are normally there, you know, but like even the indie booths were just like all packed together, and there was a lot of floor space. It wasn't crowded, but yeah, it just felt dead this year. Gotcha. So I'm glad that Laylee and I managed to squeeze this all into one day. Like, I did something I've never done for PAX, which is like I drove out that morning.
Oh, you did drive
We hit all our meetings, went out to eat, and drove home.
Let me guess, you did seafood?
No, actually, we didn't. We did.
Yeah,
this is a hilarious story. So we've been on this dim sum grind, right?
Oh, right.
That's kind of been our go-to takeout. Like, we were in the city. There's this place called Kung Fu Steam Buns and Ramen, I think is what it's called. It's in Hell's Kitchen. It is absolutely incredible. They have like Michelin grade food, but it is so good. So anytime we've gotten like Asian food, it's been this it's been this dim sums kind of thing, where it's like smaller size foods, but, you know, they give you like a lot of plates. And so we went to this place that we thought was dim sum, and we're sitting at this small table, and we put our order in, and it ends up being like, I think $80-$90 of food. And we're like, okay, this is like pretty standard stuff. Now the people who are serving us come over, they're like, yo, we're gonna want you to move over to this table here. And they put us at a bigger table, but it's just us two. I'm like, oh, they're expecting like, you know, they're gonna move our table to like accommodate other people. Bro, they pull up. We ordered like 9 dinners. We ordered because we thought it was dim sum, but it was just a Chinese restaurant. And so we just ordered a ton of dinners. And we're looking at the food come in. We're like, yo, this is bad. This is really bad.
So like just too big portion, like the portion just wild big, like family style or something?
Yeah. And so like we got like lo mein, we got sesame chicken, like we got all these foods. We're like, yeah, I could go for that. Like, oh, they got, you know, soup dumplings. Like, bro, they're coming out with mad food. I'm like, and dude, as we're sitting there eating, people are walking by looking at our table. The servers,
gluttonous American.
Yeah, they're like, these fucking fat ass Americans just like sitting here eating all this. Of course, you guys want all this food. Health is wealth, am I right? And I'm just, me and Layla are like, so full, and we like barely scraped by any of our food. We're like, oh my God, this was such a mistake. We had to have her mom come over and pick up some of the food afterwards.
Wow.
Yeah, but so we didn't do the seafood because I made the grand sacrifice because it's my wife's birthday week, and I know she loves Asian food. So I was like, all right, I know she doesn't like seafood. We do seafood every time we're out there. So I was like, all right, we do what you want this year, no problem, because PAX is usually in March. But yeah, that was the day. Like, it was a 1-day shot there, which I've never done for PAX, but there was nothing for me to really stay for. I visited the limited run games booth, got a few things there. But I appreciate people cheering us on. You know, we haven't shown anything yet, so it's got to be earned in my opinion. But it's, you know, a lot of the team was like screenshotting comments like my video or defining Duke and whatnot, and just kind of like people ready to kind of get behind us already. And that's really exciting because like I think there's something worth being excited about. It's one thing to like say it. So I'm not going to get too carried away. I think y'all need to see it to believe it, but I feel really happy with what we have, and it seems like people who would want to put money into it are interested at least, and so that was cool. But I'm also just learning a lot about sort of that side of the fence and like how many ways you can really approach the funding of a game, and also how risk averse these companies really are. I mean, I had one that was like basically telling me that like if we eliminate all of our development fees, they'll take us on. I'm like, yeah, I too would like a free product to put into our publishing business. Like, you know, shit, dude. So, I was, that one was a little interesting. I saw some bad sides of publishers as well. Less prepared, less professional. I was like, okay, you're seeing the scale of the business from top to bottom. So it was really informative, but it was a good trip. And overall, the people that I wanted to impress, I felt walked away impressed. And so that was kind of the important thing for me. More than anything, this was like a strength exercise to my original point of just where are we at? How do we feel? Do we continue pitching? And the answer is yes. And what's our next sprint? And it's Gamescom. So we're kind of, we had a big team-wide meeting yesterday, kind of went up and down what's going on there. And then kind of planned out basically Q2, like what are we going to hit? And so we have like our target areas and what everyone's got to do, and strong game plan moving forward. Feeling good.
Love to hear it, man. That's dope. Love to hear this process.
Very, very good time. So I appreciate everyone running in, just checking how the pitch went, and I'll obviously be more transparent as I can over time with like things that I can open up about. I just don't want to overstep any boundaries, but very thankful, by the way, I talked about this on Summon Sign, the development community, just really collaborative, really helpful with like I'll just say some indie teams I talked to that kind of helped us out with forging our pitch, or like when you're asking for a budget, like what kind of cushion do you give yourself? Because nothing goes according to plan in game development, like these sort of things that you just don't want to learn on the fly. A lot of developers who have gone through those sorts of hurdles really helped us out and kind of just gave us this, strong information, tangible information, and lived experience to kind of work off of and be like, here's what we would do if we were in your spot for the first time and we knew all that we know now. So just a lot of people looking out for us, helping us out. And honestly, a lot of it was because of like the content we produce, and they're like, we just want to help because of that. So that was really nice. So it's just shout out to the Realm of the Dukes, even some Realm of the Duke members potentially going to be working on the game soon.
Let's get it.
So we appreciate anyone who's reaching out. I continue to shoot up the signal flare. If you have game development experience, reach out to my business email.
There you go. Hit the boy up, doing something special.
Continuing the health is wealth, though. Let's check in on everyone else. Elon Chan's got the right. And what's up, wealthy healthers? Do you guys consume caffeine? I've got up to drinking 2 to 3 energy drinks a night when working graves and have weaned off nearly a year later. I notice now when I have any caffeine, it significantly spikes my anxiety. What are your thoughts? Dick's out for Harambe. Okay.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. I talked to Mile a minute there, so I'll give it a rest. I have a lot of thoughts on caffeine, but Gene, are you a caffeine guy, coffee guy, anything like that?
Not really.
Raw energy from Gene.
Don't drink a lot of coffee, and you always know when I'm lying on a date when I say, "Oh yeah, I'm totally down for coffee," because I'm really not. I go on so many coffee dates because girls love coffee, right?
Oh yeah.
They Korean girls love coffee. Korean women love coffee.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
You
take notes, gentlemen. Take notes.
The song Gangnam Style, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And there was a line in that song about, like expensive coffee, because like in Korea, I don't know if this is the case right now, but like, in Korea, if you buy like a $20 cup of coffee, like that's like a hot item. Like you're like, oh shit, she's looking hot tonight because she's got that expensive coffee in her hand, And it's like coffee is so overpriced in Korea because it's like a fashion, like it's like a luxury fashion item to like have or whatever. But even beyond that, like, women love coffee. Women be drinking coffee here in the States too. So that's the only time I really drink coffee is whenever I'm basically forced to and pretend that I like coffee.
It smells great. I love the smell of coffee.
I love the smell. Yeah, and it can taste okay, but like cocaine, coffee makes me tired. like when I first tried cocaine, I was like, I'm kind of sleepy actually. Like an hour later, I was like, I'm actually ready to take a nap. I don't know what's going on, right? But at that point, I already, like when I did cocaine, I was like, but I already tried drinking coffee, and that makes me tired too. Like this stuff does not work on me. Red Bull does not work on me at all.
Okay.
Adderall, I guess it's what the kids used to stay up and study. But back in the day, like I kind of missed that whole. Like it's probably like Maddie's age, really, where kids were taking Adderall.
Yeah,
did you hear about that, Maddie?
Yeah, in like high school, college. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
That or five. I mean, this is not like any surprise, but like 5 Hour Energy. I dated a girl who, like, we were in like senior year of high school, but she down 5 hour energy like it was no fucking problem, and because she'd just be doing like, she was like really top of the line student, not especially me in high school. That was the opposite of me, so that was a hilarious combination. But she was like I think like a filmmaker or something like that, and she would like stay up all night doing like stop motion and shit, and she ended up like going to the hospital with heart issues because of all the 5 hour energy drink. And I was bro, I was never an energy drink consumer, but I know like during my time that was like a very popular thing, and I that was an experience that just told me, I was like, I'm not going near this shit. Like I also hate the taste of it. Like I was always pro soda. Like I always compared soda and energy drinks. So like when like someone put a Monster in front of me, I was like, ugh, give me a Mountain Dew, please. You know, as if I'm making like a way better choice for my body. But just, I hate the taste of energy drinks, man. They're awful.
I hate it too. It tastes like
gasoline,
beer, you know, and beer already doesn't taste like amazing sometimes, you know, like anyone who never drinks liquor and they have their first taste of beer. That was people love this. You know, I love beer. Don't get me wrong. You know, I miss beer very much, and I know that beer is very tasty. But when you get your first drink of beer, you're just like, ugh. And that's kind of like how energy drinks taste all the time. You know, like it doesn't stop tasting like that. Probably because you're getting drunk. That's what helps with beer, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I never got into energy drinks, even Mountain Dew. Like I would try Mountain Dew to try to like stay charged, and it did not work. The only caffeine drink that works on me, that keeps me like level and like okay, is Coke or Diet Coke. I quit Diet Coke now because of like, you know, my cancer treatments, and you know, they got that aspartame or whatever that
aspartame.
Yep.
Yeah, so I just drink regular ass Coke now, or 7-Up, or Sprite. You know,
none of the sweetness stuff. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So that's pretty much like the only caffeine I get. So I really don't operate on caffeine or uppers at all. You know, that stuff just doesn't work on me. Now I did, when I was applying for the Washington Post, that was, you know, and I've talked about this before, that was a rigorous process where I had to go through like 15, 16 interviews.
Wow.
And also I had to like write a whole essay, like a whole like project plan, and talk about like myself, but also like talk about like what I would do in certain situations, and like I'll be writing these essays. During that time, I actually drank a lot of coffee, and that worked actually. So I kind of get it actually, like, and I got the job, you know, so it worked. Right? Like everything about it worked. But I did not drink coffee on the day of those 15, 16 interviews, because I knew I would crash out, like not like just crash
out mid-interview.
Not crash out, but just like I start shooting a dick on camera and everything. I start wanting to fight them and everything. No. I knew I was gonna crash. I knew I was gonna like get sleepy, and like if I want my energy up, I need to avoid coffee. You know,
Gotcha.
And that worked too, you know, because the Washington Post, like several years later, I finally got feedback about how I did on the interviews versus the other guy. Who I still don't know who the other person was. It was like me versus one other person. And then they told me, you know, a large part of the reason why we chose you was because like you were passionate the whole way through talking. Like you didn't stop. Like by the end of the second day, you were still like passionate and talking like you had so much energy. And the other guy just kind of like faded out and just like started to just kind of like, you know, not really present himself well, you know. So that's why it's like, you know, like there's all these like discourse about like, oh, college courses, like I didn't get into Harvard because I did all these courses and everything like that, and like I did all these extracurricular activities, and now I can't be a founder of a top Forbes 500 company or whatever like that. And it's like being book smart only gets you so far. Yeah, you actually do need the quote unquote riz. You need charisma. You need to show passion. You need to show energy. And I think, you know, as both of you guys know, you know, you guys are creators, you know, and you understand that having charisma, being well spoken, being entertaining, and having the energy up is important. You know, I watch the part of the reason why I watch Iron Lords is because, you know, Cog brings the energy.
Masters of charisma.
It's like a wrestling event every single time he starts the show. And then when I watch Maddie's, you know, he's passionate when he's like getting fired about stuff.
Hell yeah,
that's awesome too. You know, so I think.
Thank you, Gene.
if there's a lesson to be learned out of all three of us, is that like I think passion and energy really shows, and sometimes you don't need caffeine for that.
Yeah, I don't think you. Yeah, I think creating that codependency. I also saw like my mom couldn't function without coffee, and that just put me off like completely. I was like, because I actually, when I was growing up, my dad would like, we'd stop at like the gas station before we went to GameStop or something like that, and we'd get like coffee, and I always joked that we turned it into sugar milk. Like you just loaded a creamer, 18 bags of sugar, and it tastes so good. But I drank most of my coffee when I was like below the age of 10 probably.
Oh wow.
But when I saw my mom like was like just had like codependency on it, and she just drinks like black coffee just straight up.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, crazy. But when she was all on that wave, I was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do this. I just seen coffee destroy people. I'm also with Elon Chan in that like it does when I get caffeine, it spikes my anxiety, like for sure. Like I'm just way more wired and like way more susceptible to that shit. So it's almost like a self-defense mechanism, but I'm lucky I don't need it. I find my energy comes pretty naturally. I don't know if it's like just diet or exercise or what, but I've never felt the need, like even on those, like I talked about staying up till 6:30 in the morning, like we just push through. Like, I don't know. I feel like willpower is a thing that's lost on many people. It's like you just need to have the guts and the glory at the end of the day.
What it was to be young. Look, I hear y'all. I wish I could say the opposite, but
are you a coffee drinker?
Well, here's the thing. I never liked coffee, right? I honestly, I never liked coffee specifically. When I first started, coffee was literally the first job, which is kind of a funny story that the Irelands, actually, we all worked together at the same job. We worked at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, Mesolve and King at one point in our life all together. And that shift was 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., which means I had to get up at like 5 or 4 a.m. just to get over there at a wild part of the Bronx. So that job introduced me to coffee. Because I'm like, man, I am not an early bird, right? Yeah. And just getting up that early, so I'm like, all right, I'm seeing what the guys are doing. I'm hurting. And I'm like, all right. But the problem with coffee, bro, is that, that joint got a negative effect on me. That joint is straight laxative to me. So literally, I could be chilling, and then you get the rumble, gotta go. And and it was just this routine. I'm like, man, it works, but I just hate this effect on me. So I ditched it for a while, and like you, for most of my 20s, most in the early 30s, I was like, all right, I don't need it. Like, I'm good, whatever. But when the boy get older, and then on the podcasting and the consistent and the energy, so for me, then there comes the other thing, which is what you said, which is 90% of the energy drinks I don't like. I was just like, they taste nasty. It don't taste natural. And I'm like, So I got to shut up my man E. It was Iban just put me on. And I see them working with Advance, and I'm not trying to plug them here like that, but it's the truth. Like, he was like, yo, I'm working with it. It's the best tasting. And E is finicky. E's a chef. Like, E don't like nothing.
Chef
so
E.
If E like it, I'm like, it's official how he's like, bro, natural. It's green tea. Check it out. They got the ingredients fully up, full display for the FDA. All right. And I tried. I was like, oh, no, this is the truth. So I've been rocking. That's the
Advanced GG.
Yeah, bro, that's the only, everything else tastes disgusting. This actually tastes good. And then obviously, but to illustrate, you got obviously it's moderation, right? You don't want to be, rocking it. Use the prescribed use. So the most I'll do is like a 2 scoop or whatever on a day I'm potting, and nothing more than a 4 in a day. And for the most part, it's just that, or I use energy, which is a little lighter as a pre-workout kind of thing.
So are you cranked up right now on Advanced
right
GG?
Now we got the Advanced. We rocking. We rocking. Bro, I'm telling you right now. Like,
this explains so much, bro. I look at you, I'm just like, how does he have so much energy every show? And you're fucking jumping off the walls because of energy drinks.
I'm telling you, that natural green tea, it saves me, bro. Now, in fairness, obviously you don't try to do this every day. You don't try to, you have to be in moderation. I think with I think it was you that said that, I remember back in the day, I was in that 5-hour energy. You got to be careful with those, right? And stuff like that. And then Gene, we're fellow spirit connoisseur. We love spirits. So, what you got to be careful is do, Red Bull vodka all the time. And this, that.
I never did Red Bull vodka.
I was in that bad pocket, bro. So I had to cut all that stuff out. And then
vodka Sprite a lot.
Ooh, vodka Sprite is fine. Okay. I see what Taylor tell you. So those are the adjustments you got to make. So for me, it's mostly like a podcast day, or the only time where, like, say for example, I know I didn't get good sleep and I got like a long distance drive. drive, that's what I do. Because my fear is the head nod. Like I can't have it. So that's my thing. But if you know that head nod, well, yeah, see, I'm talking to G.
I've definitely driven up and down California, and I'm just like I actually got pulled over because I was like about to sleep on the road, and I was like. And the cop pulled me over. It's like, "Are you drunk?" I was like, "No, I'm actually just really sleepy." I guess I should check into this fucking Best Western for the night and just like crash out. You know, again,
another crash out.
Just crash and sleep. Yeah, the head nod is so dangerous.
It's dangerous, bro. Yeah. Last thing I say is when that has happened, that's when I just pull myself over to the car. You know, in the car and just say nope. And in New York, you got to turn the engine off. You got to turn. They will get you. They will tap on the glass and get engine on. That's still technically you not right.
Yeah. You're operating the vehicle.
Yep. So whatever I did, I'm like, boom, engine off, windows down, or whatever. But those days are over, so I'm good.
Yeah. Damn, bro. I did not know this. You guys got me scared for my 40s.
Bro,
turning 30 in a month, man. Stop.
Because you know what it is, bro? Like your bounce back. When you get to my age, your bounce back is not good. Like you can have a bad day. You do a Blaze, I call it the Blaze session all night. You playing, expedition. You doing all this 12 hour, and then the next day, when you're younger, you could bounce back, and then you go get your sleep later. Bro, you try your recovery skills is the worst when you get to that 4 something. Trust me, you don't fall on anything. It's all maintenance mode. It's downhill, brother.
Maintenance mode. Yeah,
it's bad. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's your health is wealth. We got a couple of other write-ins here. Not health is wealth is done. The first one comes from Claire is Obscure Sexpedition 69.
Hey now.
Hey there. Hey Dukes, just wanted an update from Matty about the GTA 6 news since he was out last week. I know Matty isn't a huge GTA guy, but wonder if the new trailer got him more hype for the release. Thank you guys for such a lovely podcast and have another year of we got this before GTA 6 kind of day. Yeah, so I appreciate, again, people following up and just wanting some quick takes from me. I think when it comes to GTA 6, I'm like the weirdo who I'll get excited the month of. Like, that's just where I'm at. Like, because I don't even think it's coming out in May, to be clear. I do think it's going to get delayed to the holiday. I'm like, why would Take-Two skip out on that holiday cash? Why? Like, it's just there's so much more money to be made out at launch, and this game's already going to make a boatload of it. I don't believe the May release date. So what I saw, I mean, you got to remember, a lot of it was like cutscenes in the world, and it looks beautiful. Like, it looks incredible. But there's no like gameplay in the terms of like what's the shooting and the missions going to be like. What's the kind of gimmick? Like, you had like bank robberies and GTA 5, like the heists. Like, what's that going to be like? We don't really have that, and it's 2 trailers deep now. So not that it's not ready to show, but they're being cagey for a reason. And they all, Jason Schreier reported like no one believed the 2025 release window. So I don't know if, from our point of view, it's a year from now, but really from Rockstar's point of view, you're probably talking like 6 months. Is that really going to make a big difference? That's why I'm not like there yet. It's a very sexy trailer, man. My Lord.
Oh
my God.
A lot of animations and technological steps.
Lots of movements and physics. Crazy, dude. Physics. Putting JRPGs to shame. But I do like the approach that they're taking to romance a little bit, because I think video game romance is kind of ass, as I've talked about a lot. And I think because it's, as I've also mentioned many times, like the way it's done is in a way that's just not believable. It's the fade to black shit. And like this game is clearly going to get into the dirty areas, no doubt. But I also think that the, making a love story in a game is a pretty ambitious thing to do. And I say that is my favorite game of all time is mostly a love story. So I'm curious to see what they do with that, because I think it's not often visited territory for video game stories, and it feels different. So I'm interested to learn more. But I'm also, like I said, not a huge GTA expert. Like, we'll talk about GTA a little bit more with the 4 remaster, but I've played San Andreas.
Okay.
And I played 5. I played a little bit of 4, but didn't like it when I played it. So this remaster might be a good opportunity for me. But I don't have a ton of GTA experience under the belt, because when I went to like Rockstar games, like when I played Bully, I was like, this is amazing. Or Red Dead was awesome. So GTA never grabbed me the way it did other people growing up. So for me, 6 is like, I'm excited. I'll be there, no doubt. There's a lot of GTA games I'm going to play before then. I have it on the docket for Retro Rebound, like Vice City and 4, of course. Like, there's a lot of them. But 6 is like when I'm that month off and I'm like, we're gonna get it. There's no way they delay now. Then I'll get excited. But Rockstar's just too dodgy for me. Where it's just like, they have every right to delay it. We'll see you when you see you. But like, I was like, this looks good. Looks great, I should say. But just definitely one of those moments where it's like, okay, it's just more for other people than me at the moment because this is like their game for the next like 10 years. Next item we got here comes from Michael Welter. Hey, Duke, just a very simple question. Why was Gears randomly announced on Twitter instead of waiting just a few weeks for the Xbox Showcase or Summer Games Fest? Wouldn't that have been a bigger pop? Also, I'm going to be real fucking upset if we don't get Gears 2, 3, and Judgment coming later. But are they ready soon? Will they roll them out over the next 10 years? Are they even currently being worked on other than Gears 2? Have a keeping those Lancers revved around the corner kind of day. I also didn't get to talk about this much, but we can also get Gene's thoughts on it. I haven't listened back to the episode yet, so Cog, I don't know your thoughts on it. I just know it was the dogs and cats sleeping together approach, right? But when it comes to Gears and its announcement, I think because it's just Gears 1, they did the right thing here. If we're talking 2 and 3 and Judgment, then that's a situation where I'm like, yeah, it's an Xbox Showcase moment because that is exciting for Xbox fans too. But if we're talking Gears 1 again, like that's not. It's what I said in my video. Like it's not for the Xbox audience. Like unfortunately, this is a very clear. It's like a very clear indication of like where Xbox's attention is right now. It's like everyone beyond the core base, and I think it's at a good price point. I think they did right by Xbox fans. Like it's on Game Pass. Here's the free upgrade if you did buy it. It's $40 if you choose to buy it. Good price point to me for what is a great game with all of the features that it launched with, just looking much better. So I think Xbox did all they could. I think what they could have done more here is 2 and 3 and Judgment, but it's clear now that this is an indication that they're going to sell 2 separately and 3 separately and Judgment separately and probably 4 and 5. And there is no Marcus Phoenix collection. And when you look down the pipe at Halo and how they're remaking 1, it's like, well, are they now going to, I mean, God bless them, dude. I mean, you want to put Halo Studios, formerly 343, in the line of fire, have them remake Halo 2 and 3. Let's see how that goes. Have them remake those 2 and gradually release those to the PlayStation audience. They'll make money, but dude, I'm just saying when you tamper, those are 2 games that I don't think you can tamper with. Like there is like a very fine line. And I think Halo 1, you can get away with it because while I adore Halo 1, it does have its problems. It does have its places. It can be better. But bro, Halo 2, Halo 3. So I feel like that's what they're going to do, though. It looks like they're not going to do Marcus Phoenix collection or porting over the Halo collection. They're like, we're going to just bring over these one by one, and you're going to buy every single one of them. And if you're a business, this makes a whole lot of sense. So I don't think if it's just Gears 1, they needed to wait for the showcase. It actually probably had a bigger pop just being a random announcement on like a weekday. Just like, hey, here's an August game for you. And, outside of, because Lost Soul Aside got delayed to PlayStation. I think I spoke incorrectly on Summon Sign when I was on. I said nothing's happening for PlayStation August because I kept thinking that was still May, but that got delayed to August. But there's a lot of games coming out in August, but I think a lot of PlayStation fans will make time for this because Gears is a quick campaign. It's a good price point, and people have heard the buzz for years. And Chris brought up a good point on Summon Sign that like I do share a similar concern. Is like Gears 1 is very good, but it's also like not where Gears really took off for a lot of people. It was really 2 and 3. They took it to that next level. So I just hope that people don't tune out of Gears because of the first one and get to experience 2 and 3.
Interesting.
So that's my only thoughts on it. But do you guys have any additional thoughts on the announcement randomly on Twitter? Should they have waited for the Summer Games Fest or Xbox Showcase? I think they did the right thing here because it would have gotten drowned out otherwise.
What Gene's thoughts? Because I went last week and I'm curious to see where he's at with it.
Yeah, I think it was fine to announce it on Twitter. I didn't really think that was that big of a deal. And, I didn't even think about it, but Matt perfectly put to words why I didn't think it was a big deal. Because it's just Gears 1, You're absolutely right that the Xbox audience, including myself, I bought the Xbox 360 for Gears of War and Oblivion, but it was Gears of War that pushed it. I was like, wow, that is a game that to buy a console for. Gears of War 1, with a new Unreal Engine. It looked like Doom, but in third person. It looked like Resident Evil 4 and Doom mixed together. I was like, that is a dream game right there, baby. Please sign me up. I need that console. I need this game. it's so embedded in the Xbox identity that it doesn't make sense to really like quote unquote celebrate re-releasing Gears of War 1 again. You know, obviously my biggest disappointment is that not only just the whole trilogy coming around, but at least like port the original 360 versions on Steam, man. You know,
Oh, wow.
it's crazy. They'd be such perfect Steam Deck games, especially, you know, or Raw Gala games or whatever like that, you know, and it's just crazy that it's only Gears 5 on Steam, you know. That makes no sense whatsoever, you know, like what are you doing, Microsoft? You know, you don't even care about the story enough for people to catch up. Like you need the entire trilogy and part 4 to be able to play 5, but you're just going to release 5 on Steam, and then what? E-Day is coming next on Steam. You know?
Yeah, it's so funny.
It makes no sense.
5 is a cliffhanger too, so it's just like there's no sense to it at all.
Yeah, and look. Gears fans know that, like, just like Maddie said, you know, like eloquently said about Halo 2 and Halo 3, they're like, you haven't touched it for this long, and they've aged so well. Like, we know this now that, like, touching it would just be like, ugh, you know, it's like kind of like Chrono Trigger. Like, maybe you don't need to touch it. Don't fiddle with it too much, right? That's what Gears of War 2 and 3 is, man. You don't need to fucking do anything to those games at all, man. Just they run beautifully on backwards compatible on Xbox, 60 frames per second. I love playing the trilogy on Game Pass. For me, it's the number one reason to have Game Pass is just to have that trilogy. I should just buy the games, honestly, digitally to make sure that I have them. So I don't have to subscribe to Game Pass anymore. But I have subscribed to Game Pass recently. Again, resubscribed again because it's Xbox is cooking these days. You know,
dude, there's a lot of shit to play.
There's a lot of shit to play. I'm still catching up now. So shout out to Game Pass for that. But but Gears 2 and 3, like Gears fans and Xbox fans know that those two are the real like winners of the trilogy. You know,
it's a little controversy. I'm gonna spark with y'all right now.
Well, it's like 1 is like the classic, right? But like Gears 2 and 3, like really stepped it up in terms of like the scenarios, like the set pieces, you know, storytelling. Although I think I actually really like the story, like the very simple story of 1 better. You know?
I also like the horror vibes of 1.
Yes,
it's very appealing.
That's what people say that they went away from. They say 2 and 3 may be the better games, but they feel like Gears 1, a lot of the hardcore Gears fans feel has the horror of the game. Like when you saw the Berserker for the first time, when you deal with the Krill, you go from the dark space and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Because people feel like
they couldn't hear, right? The Berserker, right?
You couldn't kill it. You couldn't kill it. The only way you had to take it outside, you had to get the hammer door. So people are like, yo, we want the horror joint. And they say like the game, I will agree with Ray Gunn and you guys that the gameplay evolved and got way better. And then 2 and 3 actually gave me Horde, which is like one of my favorite things of all time. Like when I remember when I was like, I was like, what is this? 5 PvE players? Like this is crazy.
Such a game changer.
I get what you're saying. I think people, the 1 purists love the tone of 1 is what it is.
I totally get that. I also love the tone of 2 and 3 where you're like 2 and 3 were so amazing because like they made you feel like you're like in a battle.
Yes.
The way the backgrounds were on, the way when you were on the tanks and you can shoot below. You know,
Fire.
and I thought a lot about Gears 2 and 3 when I was playing Doom: The Dark Ages, and we could talk about that a little bit more later. But you know, I had a lot of parallels, both negative and positive, when it came to comparing that to Gears.
Yeah,
but it's just I don't understand why 2 and 3 are just being held as 360.
It's strange because I think my first thought was like, okay, Gears 1 is probably most parallel to E-Day, which E-Day is no doubt going to eventually be multi-plat. But now a lot of people are like, oh, well, they're going to do 2 Reloaded and 3 Reloaded to like, you know, ramp up to E-Day. And I'm like, if based on the rumors we've heard, E-Day is closer than we expect, I don't think you're going to get like 2 Reloaded in December and 3 Reloaded like right before E-Day. Like, I think this is just like, here's what we think is closest to Gears, E-Day. Here you go, buy it.
With you. Yeah.
And then E-Day is going to come out multi-plat, and that will be for everyone, and it'll be most familiar with what I guess Gears E-Day is going to build into.
I guess, yeah, it's
No?
it's a Yakuza 0 of Gears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do. You know?
Yeah.
Good point.
I think it sucks that 2 and 3 aren't getting that update. Xbox does have like a little bit of spotty support in that with a lot of their franchises. Like again, go back to Halo. Like Halo 5 isn't on Steam. And I know Halo 5 we all just like but like Halo 5's not on Steam, man.
I would
like
love Halo 5 on Steam.
Yeah.
I fucking hate that game, but I would still love it on Steam though. I will still buy it and play it again on Steam.
Halo 5 has aura. Like I'll be the one to say like Halo 5 has aura when you look at the cover art and you fire the campaign. Like there is aura to that game. It's just not realized. But like when you're like first stepping into those opening, like the first 3 missions of the campaign, you're like, yeah, how about that? And then like it just, goes downhill from there.
The cutscenes are very like Marvel quality, which is exciting, but also kind of weird for Halo. And it's also like you can't do any of that stuff in the game. Like the way they're sloping sliding.
Never forgive them for lying in the marketing.
Yeah. The marketing
lying. I was there, bro. I was there. I remember the commercial like it was yesterday. And it was a Locke standing over Master Chief and like over fire. It's like, look, the conquering hero. And they had this whole thing like, what's the truth? What's the lie? None of that was in the game.
Fake shit.
I was like, bro, really? And then the fight was like a hot 5 minutes. And I was like,
you chipped his helmet. Fight, that's all that happened. I was like, oh, it's happening finally. I was like, climbing the PC. I was like, yes, it's happening. And then like, Master Chief just fucks off or whatever, or Locke just fucks off. I forget who gives a shit, right? And which is disappointing because Locke looks awesome. Locke has awesome armor. He's a black dude. Like he was a cool
Mike Coulter. They had Coulter from who's Luke Cage. Remember from back in the day? They had Coulter playing him. Yeah. So that's one of his early roles. Like he got in the game. But I would just interrupt you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They had a cool potential thing, and it just I'll never forget. That was the first time I truly was disgusted that marketing lied to me. I was like, what you presented was not what I got. And
it wasn't like a meta thing like Kojima, or it wasn't like, like even like Neil Druckmann like lying about The Last of Us Part 2 is like, okay, well, I can kind of understand that or whatever. But that was also a fucking lie too, like straight up. Like,
yes, it was a lie.
Like Kojima is the only one that's like, oh, it's actually part of the meta and it's actually part of the meaning of the story and everything like that. I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. But it's like nobody else has gotten away with it. And I think Halo was actually way worse than Last of Us, even though The Last of Us was pretty much almost as bad,
Absolutely. So
Halo 5
should Xbox have held the Gears announcement? I think not.
Oh, you think that? I'll say, I'll let you. I was going to get one last point. The only thing that surprised me is that because it was Gears, you guys are right from the single game standpoint, right? You're like, okay, it's not a trilogy. You get it out there. I guess I was surprised, though. I guess for me, it was just like, this is an iconic franchise for y'all. This was like a random, kind of Wednesday kind of thing.
I think it's a level of calling attention to it, right? Like, I just don't think they want to do that. Like, I think the most out loud they will get about it is on the Xbox Showcase. Kind of what we saw at Developer Direct. Like, here's your PlayStation logo. Go ahead. Like,
I mean, to your point, they gave PlayStation, the PlayStation account tweeted it. Which was very interesting to me. So it was just something I observed.
It's like, I just think that's the business side of them. Like, if I'm honest, like, what's going to create a big pop? Xbox tweeting out, like, yeah, Gears of War is back again. It's like, what the fuck? We already played this. Or PlayStation fans get ready to play Gears for the first time.
Yeah.
It's like, give them the if you're just trying to make money, again, this is there's no more of that loyalty, I think, from Xbox in the like, how are we gonna do right by them? It's like, they gave us money twice over now in this game. Like, let's go get it a third time with Gears, which is crazy, by the way. Gears 1 is not good enough to be doing that. Like, I'm keeping my Last of Us 2 energy. Like, I'm not playing Reloaded. It's like I already played that shit multiple times, bro.
Yeah, it's not for the
PlayStation, for the base, the Steam base, like, is all you. Have fun. You should try it out. But if you have not tried it out, if you have tried it out, then you're good. You don't need to do this anymore. All right, we got some more fun news here. Fallout Season 2. Crazy update here. It's dropping this December. Also, Season 3 got greenlit before the launch of Season 2, so pretty big step there. It wasn't until after Season 1 launched that they greenlit Season 2. And boy, did they finish this thing fast. We also learned through Aaron Moten and some of the showrunners that it looks like Fallout's going to be a 5 to 6 season show. That's still what they're rocking with. They talked about this previously, but they're firming that idea up a little bit. And this lines up pretty well because Bethesda started doing the Fallout Day streams on the Great War Day, October 23rd. And I think that's when we'll probably get our first trailer for Fallout Season 2. We already got a little teaser shot of Lucy and the ghoul walking to New Vegas. So you can check that out on like their official social media channels. But the filming finished up May 8th, I think they announced. And so, yeah, Season 2 drops this December. And I'm like a bundle of excitement and anxiety because I'm like, dude, this is so fast. Like are we going to deliver like we did with Season 1? Especially because I talked about this a lot in the videos that I make on it, but like my big existential crisis with this is Todd and the showrunners are all like, well, we're not going to pick a canon ending for New Vegas. And I'm like, how do you go to New Vegas and it's destroyed and you're not going to talk about who's responsible for this and what the fuck happened? I'm like, I don't know how you do it. I said, the only way in my head that you can make this show go into New Vegas is you have to provide some sort of like clarity of like, this is what's next. And I think the idea is Bethesda's like, well, we're going to do it ourselves with the game. But I'm like, dude, that's like 2033. You can't do it. You can't wait that fucking long and to make it like this unanswered thing in the second season of the show. I think that's either going to be super underwhelming or it's going to just cause a lot of problems. So that's like the one thing I'm very apprehensive about. But knowing it's this December, I mean, what a great Christmas gift. I don't know when in December it's happening, but again, I'm predicting we see it for the first time during the Fallout Day stream. Gentlemen, did this surprise you as much as it surprised me? I don't pay close attention to like TV production timelines, but we got our first season of Fallout April, and they said they were pedal to the metal, like producing as fast as they could. To get the next season, like what, a year and 8 months later, I found that to be pretty shocking. So I was very happy about that. But Gene, how about you? How are you feeling about some of the Fallout Season 2 information that was dropping?
Yeah, I haven't really been tapped into this because I'll just watch the show when it comes out. Sure. A good friend of mine is absolutely obsessed with the production of the show because she is super horny over Walton Goggins.
As we all are.
Understandably so. You know, every time I see a picture of him in a Speedo, I'm just like, Jesus, dude. You don't need to be the final boss of heterosexuality.
His hairline needs to be studied because like he's the only dude who can rock like your hair being in like the middle of your head and still just look great, man.
Yeah,
like
it looks fantastic, right? So I totally get that. I haven't been getting tapped in because I'm just like, I like the show a lot, and like as I'm thinking about it more, I was like, yeah, I'm actually super excited to see more of that, right? But like it didn't really end on a cliffhanger that I felt like, oh, I can't wait or whatever like that. It's not like Severance or Squid Game or anything like that, Sure. So I'm pretty chill on the show continuing on, and I'm happy to hear about it. It's crazy that it's going to take that long, and it's crazy that they're just not going to address New Vegas. Like, this is why I don't really love multiple choice ending games when you don't commit to them. When you don't respect the player's choice, and you just go on ahead and like, well, actually, this is a canon ending. Like it. Like,
do you think that's a bad thing? I always took it as like that's the best thing that you can do is like this is like you still don't, I don't think, rob people of the choice of the headcanon. It's still like this is like the what if then, like where it's going to end up, but this is the what if.
For me, it's more about like if it's in the game, right? Like the show, I can totally understand like, oh, this is an alternate timeline, or I can like I can remove myself from that attachment, right? But like that's why the Fallout games are always in different places, because so you don't have to like mess around too much with the consequences of the past game or whatever. But it's kind of why like I kind of don't really love the whole I was going to talk about spoilers, but you
Whoa, he caught himself.
Caught himself.
Yeah, caught myself. But it's just I'm just not that enamored with that with the player choice thing anymore. Like everyone always talks about, oh, The Last of Us should have given us choice. That's not a spoiler because The Last of Us does not give you a choice ever, right? And it's like I don't understand people who get to The Last of Us and be like, oh, I wish I had a choice in that decision or whatever. It's like what like. That's not the
I was
game.
saying that when it came out, but I think it was the right choice to not put a choice there.
Yeah, but it's also that's not the game you're playing,
Yeah, it's that, and it's part of the story.
It's part of the story,
Yeah.
So I kind of respect that. Like this is why I don't like in-game romances. I hate in-game romances because they're never written well. You want to be able to write an actual romance. That's the only way you can actually write like a proper romance of two characters, like what we talked about GTA 6. Imagine if GTA 6 you could just pick whatever bitch you want, in GTA 6, like how stupid that would be,
Yeah.
It's like, no, but like Rockstar is going to focus on the love story between, what's his face and Lucia. I don't care what his name is. Jason, right? Jason and Lucia. So like, imagine, like, I am very excited about hearing about what kind of love story and romance they cook up. But that's a whole rant for another day that I just made right now. So.
Your thoughts on season 2 Fallout this December? Season 3 greenlit. Got a lot of Fallout on the way. It seems. How are we feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I really loved that first season. So pleasantly surprised. I came into that whole thing worried. You know what? Another video game series, probably not going to get the proper treatment. And boy, did that thing exceed my expectations.
It was fun. It was fun and funny. Yeah.
Funny. And then her whole attitude and happy-go-lucky to see her transformation. And shout out to my man.
Goosey McLean.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Goosey. You know what I'm saying? And then,
that was a great character arc. Really well done show. Like, it's not like my favorite show of all time, but like, man, I had a good time watching it.
I had a great time. And I can only feel like, I was like to myself, like, I know you go hard for Fallout, Maddie. So it's like, I can only see how you must feel when it's something you love and it's your dream thing and it's getting done well in real time.
Yeah.
Bro, it's magical. You're like, you're like a little kid. You're like,
I stood up at the final shot of the season. That was like, I literally stood up. I don't do that for TV ever. But I stood up and I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, no fucking way.
And it looked cool. The armor and all stuff. And the final thing I would say is just like, we were talking about Walter Goggins and stuff. That's my man from The Shield. My man Shane from The Shield. I used to watch him when this show go to see. He was such a shiesty character in that. And I loved him, but I was like, oh, he's perfect as the ghoul. So yeah, in the cutback. This is great. So I, to your point, we got to see how they handle the quote unquote controversies of the ending situation or not talking about the ending because we know they're going to New Vegas. But I'm excited.
And House was in the show too, right?
So, House is in the show, and they're giving him a lot of like pre-war appearances, which is leading into the choices that happen to result in the end of the world. So I'm like, they're already like 1 foot in the door. I'm like, you're already kind of like playing with some ideas. So I feel like the only way I feel they can get through exploring New Vegas is just like talking about what New Vegas is as a place. And like, this was the Lucky 38. People used to gamble here all the time. And that's it. Like, there's not like, Mr. House used to be here. And they were looking for this thing called the Platinum Chip. And like, I think they just avoid all of that straight up.
Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah, they just talk about like, there's a war that was like, for the Platinum Chip and it destroyed this place. Or like, after the war was over, this is what happened. Like they're gonna I think it's literally gonna come down to like how like you guys may remember this. There was that whole controversy around the chalkboard and they had like shady sand.
They were like,
I think it's literally gonna come down to that level of detail. Like it's gonna be one line of dialogue and they're gonna say one thing and it's gonna either go one way or the other. And it's gonna be the approval way and there's gonna be the I didn't like that way. And I think it's literally gonna come down to that.
I ain't gonna front, the lore goons. I know the Fallout lore. I know y'all had goons like that.
People were going crazy. Yeah, people
they
were wrong too.
They had me shook. I was like, "Are they right? Did they mess this up?"
No, I love the Fallout community, but they do have the biggest lore goons of all time. That is the best term because I remember when
lore goons,
when Nuka World came out and they used like a T-51B power armor model or something like that. Like this from the fucking original Fallout. It's like they got it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like no one cares, dude. Like I don't care. But also I had that personal bias because I used to get fucking bullied by these people all the time. When I was like 16, 17, I was just talking as a fan. They're like, actually, I was like, okay. So I humbled myself. I did my studies. Now I'm a lore goon, but I'm not a pain in the fucking ass where I'm like harassing people over it.
Yeah. You're not Fallout Theory out here. Or anything.
Bro, it's great. My last request is that, like I said, be good. Maintain the success of the first one, the theme of the first one. But what I want them to do, learn from the gaming side, which is you better have that Fallout 3 remastered or something ready to go.
You need something ready to go.
You have to take advantage. Sony does a great job at this. Take advantage. Even if it's a 6th remaster of whatever, they're ready to go. And we know this thing is going to work because 76 got a shot in the arm. So have something ready to go. And that's what I'm hoping with the Fallout 3 remaster.
Yeah, you're right. They that's the big difference is they seem to be caught flat-footed because they didn't know how Fallout would resonate. Now they know. They've already greenlit season 3. So the 3 remasters on the docket. Some people are like, oh, are they going to tease it with the show? I'm like, no, I don't think that's going to happen. I think if the show, like if season 1, you see New Vegas, I think season 2, if you see like the Capital Wasteland, then when their moment's going to be. Because then that would be sick. But I mean, some people are like, what if they do the New Vegas remaster for this year and then like Fallout 3 remaster? I'm like, I wish Bethesda was like so on top of what we would love that this would be a thing that happens, but it's not. Yes. It's not going to happen. But definitely, I think compared to last year's Fallout Day stream, this will be one to watch because I think they have a lot of opportunities to reveal stuff. And I'm hoping that they do expanded material. Just on a side note.
Yeah.
Books, comics, for the love of God, feed me, man. Why does Halo get books galore? All these series like Star Wars Legends, like I love the Star Wars Legends books. Like let's do Fallout Legends. Like let's just fucking make a book series, man. Like I just think it's money on the table. It's fun stuff. So that's all I got for y'all. All right, let's stick with Bethesda a little bit here. Doom: The Dark Ages. A little bit of a physical game copy debacle here, which has led to the Twitter account Does It Play kind of rallying against the game. Highlighting a number of canceled pre-orders from individuals. Now, they use the term huge number of canceled pre-orders, but we don't have an official number, but they're bringing to light an issue that I personally have, which is Physical Game Bros. We are down bad. Doom: The Dark Ages. id Software gave us a disc that has just 83 megabytes on it, and the rest of the game you get to download. Now, we're no stranger to product keys, but usually like the disc kind of offloads a little bit of that download process. Not here. This is literally you buy a product key and you download the other like 80, 90, however big this game is, gigabytes online. So people are canceling their pre-orders. It's brought about that conversation on Xbox physical games. They did a similar thing. PlayStation fans are starting to become aware of it. We've talked about it numerous times here in Defining Duke, but PlayStation fans are becoming aware of it because of like Indiana Jones came out and they're like, yo, only 20 gigs is on disc. And they've been trained with like Spider-Man 2. When that released, they were like, hey, we got everything on disc. And this is the version number that's going to be on disc. That's really important to you guys. So we did it. Xbox has not behaved like that for like half a decade, but people are starting to catch up on it now because their games are going everywhere. They're more marketable than ever. So I just wanted to bring this to people's attention and see. I mean, my thoughts are very obvious. It's like, it sucks, but also like, what can you do at this point when they're not going to like reprint the disc with like all the data on them? But a lot of people are just like not having it. So gentlemen, where do you stand on it as digital bros? Where do you stand on Doom: The Dark Ages shipping physical copies with 83 megabytes? I just find it to be a profound waste. Like that's where I kind of draw my line. I'm like, it's like, it's just a waste. Like it's a waste to buy it. It's a waste to produce it. Like don't even bother. Just put it on digital store shelves. Don't even bother. But we'll start with you, Cog. Where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I didn't realize. Thanks for bringing this to my attention as far as the whole debacle and the pushback. And I think you said it beautifully. I think what it is on the Xbox community, we're so accustomed to this behavior by Microsoft for the fact that the Series S is a digital only system. They've been pushing this whole agenda, which is pretty much anti-physical. And now that their games are going everywhere, now I think people are getting a light shined on it more. Like, yo, there's nothing on this. This is a glorified access code. This is a glorified, there's nothing on this. So look, for me, this is old hat, but I am curious if there is enough uproar from the PlayStation and Switch communities where we know the games are going to go to, if anything will happen. And my gut just tells me like, they ain't changing nothing. Like my gut just says they are sadly committed to this strategy. But to me, when you're the Game Pass machine and you're the Series S digital only ecosystem, you've already ingrained that you're not really trying to move from that. And we've already talked about it nauseum, like Starfield Collector's Edition, all these Collector's Edition we have, they're just glorified access codes to, it's a portal to get something else. Now I feel for my physical bros because it's like, yo, bro, it's like you want to have ownership. You want in the event that, the servers go down, whatever, you can play this game. And just sadly, the only thing that hurts the physical bros is the data suggests more people are buying
way more people.
Digital
it's not
and
close.
physical. It's not close anymore. So now they looking at us like we the antiques, like we the old men throwing rocks at the cloud. Like they're like, yeah,
100%.
Yeah, they're like, you can play it in, but this is what y'all doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's tough. And I don't want to be, non-empathetic because I come from physical. I come from like, yo, you got that disc, bro. If anything happens, you can play it, that kind of thing. So I understand the frustration. I don't want to be.
I tell I made a video on Retro Rebound that I don't know when we're going to post it, but I recorded it and I was talking a bit about just like where you can look to still support sort of practices you'd like, even if they're kind of becoming more antiquated in this industry. Like I think GOG has like a great game preservation platform. Like they do really good work on that. And like they patch games very often, not just stability, but like feature additions and that sort of stuff. Like they have like 160 plus games in their preservation program. And some are like smaller efforts compared to others. But I mean, they're getting some like really remarkable games up on that platform. And it is DRM free. Like it's yours. Once you buy it and install it, that is your game. Yeah. And like that is still a thing happening, and it is a business model, and it does separate them, and it makes me buy games over there, like classic games in particular. So it's cool to see that sort of investment. Captain Blood is a game that came back, that was like an early 2000s game that canceled, and they brought it back and released it. And it's not very good, but it's just cool that it's happening. And I like directed people to that. I was like, look, there are like still cool things happening that aren't as boutique. It's like this is like business models for some companies, and I think it'll always be that way. Like limited run will always be around because like there's enough people like us to sustain a business like theirs. But on the level of like a Doom, the Dark Ages, like 90% of the people who are going to buy it, if you want to do that split, it'd be like 90-10 digital physical. Like it's just not close anymore. There's not that offset anymore where it's close enough now where you can bully physical people like me into doing digital. And that's what I've been doing. I've been playing on my PC a lot. Like I'm a digital bro in a lot of ways, man.
No, it sucks though. I mean, I will say it before I give it to Jade is that that's why I know they're going through a transition right now, but I kind of respect Nintendo in the sense that they're like almost like the last of the Mohicans for the most part. You get the majority of their games, on that cartridge, and they really don't go down in value, kind of thing. So that's the system that if you really do cherish that, it's one of the last that really still kind of maintain that mindset. But what do you think, Gene?
Yeah, Nintendo is like that because Japanese people still buy physical games. Japanese people, as a culture, value ownership of physical things. There was that's why Marie Kondo was a necessary person because if you guys don't know, Marie Kondo was the woman who became viral and became a global celebrity for teaching people how to organize their shit in the home and like learning how to throw stuff out, shit that you don't need, so you don't become a hoarder. That's ingrained in the culture. Ownership is real value. Ownership. There's a spirit in the product that you put in there. And Nintendo is the most Japanese company. For Nintendo, it's important to be famous in Japan. It's important to cater to Japanese people. Sony, that's kind of why Sony it has been quote unquote slower in adapting that. It's just Americans. It's just Americans and their PCs. And to be fair, I've been kind of slowly adjusting to myself to the all digital world, especially with Steam and Steam Deck. Just having like a Steam console has made me feel a little better in terms of
when you can hold something, right? It's a huge difference.
I'm holding it. This is my game machine. The Steam Deck is my physical product, right? Yeah, that's where I'm kind of starting to think about now. So I'm starting to understand that now. PCs come and go, but I'm starting to kind of like get used to it. But at the same time, though, like what Manny said, this is such a waste of money. Like, why are you printing all that paper? Look, I work at a newspaper. Printing paper is expensive. That is millions and millions of dollars that you're actually spending to produce these things. Yeah. So I'm not sure why Dark Ages did that. I got the premium collector's bundle. I got a big old statue for it.
Oh, nice.
And then the steelbook only has a little red key that has nothing on it. So it's just a little toy.
Such a bummer.
So yeah, it's a bummer, man. Like, and especially for Doom, the Doom has been physical for a lot, but they didn't make Doom Eternal physical for the Switch. That was the limited run game's only thing too.
Really?
Yeah. Doom was physical for the Switch, but Doom Eternal was a limited run only physical. So I actually kind of wanted to.
Run gets those like big money deals now, don't they? They
exactly,
get some, like,
yeah.
really high profile. They did Persona 3 and 4 physically. I'm like, that's huge, dude.
Yeah. So they're landing those deals, and like Doom Eternal was one of the first big ones, especially for the Switch. And I didn't buy it because I was like, I don't need it. But then now I'm like in a Doom beast mode, so I'm like, oh, I should have bought it for the Switch. And I go look it up, and it's like over $100. I'm like, I don't know if I can. I don't know if it's really worth that.
Yeah.
I have it on the Xbox One. I have Doom on the Xbox One as well, but not the Dark Ages, sadly. So I have the physical disc, and I tweeted about it, and then I'm not going to open it because, I mean, who cares? I can't even trade it into GameStop.
Yeah, straight up, it's just plastic.
It's just plastic waste. So yeah, total bummer. And then you see the Bethesda support Twitter account. All they're saying is internet connection and sufficient storage space is required.
Yep.
To play Doom: The Dark Ages.
That's all you got.
And I got locked out of Doom: The Dark Ages last night because of Denuvo, because I'm trying to play it on Steam Deck, and I'm trying to mess around with the Proton settings for it to try to make it run better. And doing that made it a whole different, like, I reached the threshold of activation. So Denuvo just straight up blocked me from playing the game for a while, and I was like, okay, well, fuck everything, like, fuck.
I'm gonna play something else, right? Jesus. That's not what they want. So.
Yeah, I just went back to playing Expedition 30. I was like, fuck it, I'll play a game that works offline and is complete and has everything there.
Yep.
Thankfully, Denuvo was removed from Doom Eternal, which is nice. And I feel like Dark Ages will probably get that too. And Dark Ages doesn't even have any fucking multiplayer, so I don't even know what we're doing here.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Weird. Next up on the list, final bit of Bethesda news. Oblivion Remastered is experiencing some continuous issues, really on the performance and stability end. What we're seeing, thanks to a review by Digital Foundry, is that the console is not doing too well. It doesn't matter where you're playing, Series X, PS5, PS5 Pro even. The game can dip below 30 FPS no matter where you're at. If you're reloading old saves constantly, it is crashing. This is a pretty big problem that was evident at the launch of Oblivion Remastered, but I think a lot of the excitement is wearing out and reality is setting in a bit that this game was not fully ready for launch. Even if you're playing on PC, the open world hitching and performance isn't fantastic. But more than anything, I've experienced just crashing in my time, but it's clear Bethesda needs a patch for this. But this has kind of been I kind of raised this issue in a separate video, but this has been a problem with Bethesda for a little bit now. Where they kind of drop things and then they give the vibe that they've moved along really quickly. They did it with the next gen update for Fallout 4 last year. They dropped it, broke the fucking game, and really haven't done much with it since. Like, they've just moved on from it. It works great on consoles, but on PC, it's worse than ever. And there's one of the most popular mods for Fallout 4 now is the mod that lets you roll back to the older version of it. Hilarious, bro. You just can't have that. Starfield, right? Like, you drop the expansion and you go dark. Like, they like to go dark because I think they give people time to forgive, move on, and then surprise them. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm excited again. But when you do it kind of like 3 times in the last year where you're dropping stuff and then you kind of disappear for a little bit. In Oblivion's case, I'm giving it grace. Like, it's only been a few weeks. And they need time to account for the feedback, create the patch, that sort of thing. But this is something I've just noticed as a mounting issue across Bethesda Game Studios releases. And it's like, if Oblivion needed a couple more months, like, I don't think that would have hurt too much if you held the shadow drop till like the Xbox showcase. And as I've said before, my only prediction is they pushed the Oblivion remaster out in April for Xbox financials, or because they had something ready to go at the June showcase, or something they wanted Bethesda Game Studios fans to focus on next after Oblivion. Like, hey, here's something for Fallout 76, or here's an Elder Scrolls 6 trailer, or here's your Starfield expansion. Like, they have to have something else in the tubes ready to go. I don't know, but nonetheless, I feel like Bethesda has gotten into this rhythm a bit where they're ready to release and then walk away, and they need to afford themselves clearly more time and resources to polish. Not too much though. We saw what happened with Starfield, a little too polished in my opinion. But enough where you're not having like crashing and stability and performance issues like you're seeing here with Oblivion Remaster. So I don't know if you guys have played more and you have additional thoughts on your experience of Oblivion Remaster, if this lines up for you, but I thought it was a great review by Digital Foundry that I wanted to highlight. So Cog, have you experienced any of these problems?
Actually, no, not for the reason that it doesn't exist. It's the reason that I was playing something else. I made a business decision based on my shirt. And, when they both came out at the same time, Logic was like, all right, look, I started because obviously, which came out early in the week. Oblivion came out early in the week, maybe the Tuesday, and then came out. Expedition came out maybe later that Thursday or what have you. So I gave a day or two. I just wanted to see Oblivion rock out, but I knew I was going to spend a lot of my time with Expedition, and this is unfortunate. And it's just, look, we can't sugarcoat it. This is the problem right now. Unfortunately, that Bethesda continues to get this reputation, and as the kids say, Bugfesda and all this stuff. Like, this is where these things happen. It's just like, look, we get it. Open world games are going to have problems. Some games are going to have some bugs you just can't see, especially this level of vastness of it. But I will give you credit, Manny, in the sense that I don't like the pattern of like, we'll get to it or go dark kind of thing, and then you wait a while. Because I think even with what is it? Not Shattered Space, but before the one where we launched the buggy in Starfield, right?
Oh yeah,
and
that was like the month before or two.
Really crushed console. I can't speak to PC, but I know on Series X. I remember when I was doing hops and lifts. Oh boy, that frame was tank. And right, so this is unfortunate, and obviously it looks like it's all platforms, right? I mean, all console platforms seems to be the majority of this, and I hope they get that fixed. It definitely is something that I don't know what's. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't know what's going on with the QA, if they are underfunded or there's not enough representation, because it just seems like the window to get things resolved for them does take a while post-launch. And I just hope they clear it out, because the game is excellent. Obviously people are still playing it, trudging through. We see the numbers are crazy, but I can't excuse that you're now, you've developed this reputation, you know what I'm saying? And, I would like that, clean up, because it's clear as day that people love their games to the point where that Elder Scrolls name just drops and we saw what happened. Mm-hmm. Now I need the quality to match and the QA to match that level of excellence, and we get more cleaner and to their credit, we even said it, like Starfield was one of their cleaner launches, right? We were like, yo, nothing's wrong. Like, that's the inside joke. We're like, wow. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have any game breaking, for the most part, crazy situation.
Yeah, and Phil was talking about how they threw like 3,000 bodies at it or whatever.
They said they threw their whole QA department at it.
Yeah.
They went. It was all hands on deck for Starfield, but they can't do that for every game, and it's obviously very clear because look at it now.
Yep.
And it's an old game.
It's an old game. And to my final point, is which I've always been on the record with Maddie said, is that, my curiosity with that launch date has always been, I wonder if financials played a role. You know what I'm saying? It looks nice to get that in right before the quarter. You've got all these Bethesda games now going to PlayStation. You got Xbox Game Studio games going to This looks like an amazing quarter for Xbox. And I think that may be the thought process here. And I hope in Bethesda's defense or Virtual's, if they were pressured to have this out by Xbox proper. So we'll see. But what you think, Jim?
Yeah, I have not played Oblivion that much more because I have it on Xbox. I got it on Game Pass. Again, I resubscribed on Game Pass because there's a lot going on. I definitely want to check out South of Midnight. That's installed on my Xbox, and I'm ready to go for that when I get time. That's probably next week or the week after. But
you'll finish it in like a day or two. It's really short.
Yeah. But I popped in Oblivion, and I was like, oh, this looks so great, right? And then I played for like 20 more minutes. I'm like, what is up with all these stutters, man? It's like it's crazy. The worst part is that, Oblivion does work on Steam Deck, and it looks fugly as hell, right? That's fine. All low settings. I don't care about that, right? What I do care about is the Steam Cloud Save doesn't work.
Oh,
straight up doesn't work.
Oh no!
The only way support you get is Bethesda support saying we're investigating an issue where people are unable to sync their cloud saves. If you're experiencing this, it could be due to your documents folder on your PC being moved. Try restoring your documents folder to the default location on the C drive, then try syncing your save data. If you're using OneDrive, like fuck OneDrive, man. What the fuck is all this shit, man? Like why the fuck do I have to hear all this shit just to make Steam Cloud Save work? You know.
I mean, he ain't lying.
I don't read anymore, man. As soon as they hit the word OneDrive, that
OneDrive's a trigger term for sure, bro.
OneDrive is a deep trigger, man. So, what the fuck is all this shit, man? Why can't I just like play on my PC and then play on my Steam Deck? You know, it's crazy,
bro. No, I'm with you. Like that is a game changer. Like especially like I always give Xbox Play Anywhere their credit, but Steam Save is one of the greatest things going. Like I understand why people do not leave the platform. It is so seamless, especially when I'm using like an Ally or anything. And it's like I go from offline mode to online mode, then boom, sync up, got all my data. That's an amazing feature. So that for that to not work in that game,
if in Oblivion.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's Steam Deck verified, so I just dropped Oblivion altogether completely. I'm like, fuck this. Like it's actually, it sucks that I had to do the Bethesda thing where it's like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking come back when it's better, because that's Bethesda being Bethesda again. Like, and it's disappointing to see this again after Starfield launched so well. But then again, Shattered Space did not launch well.
That is correct.
I even like as soon as I went into Shattered Space, I had people blinking in and out of existence like right in front of me. This is not even like a texture draw like system thing going on. It's just like the game is not working. The textures are fucking going crazy right now. So it's like I just dropped Shattered Space. Who knows when I'm gonna play that again? I don't know. Especially after Danny says how much it sucks.
You will never play it on my watch.
You're good, man. She's getting ready for the next one.
and the story sucked too. I was just like, oh my god, I'm another chosen one on this whole other planet that no one's been to. But sure enough, the Starborn is the one. Though it's like, oh my god. So I'm like, fuck this story, fuck this fucking Bethesda shit. So it's like, it's like, when am I gonna play Shattered Space again?
Never, bro. I'm straight up telling you now, you never played it.
I probably will never play it again, which sucks because it's like I really enjoyed Starfield and I really wanted a good reason to go back to it. And now I gotta wait for.
Like, I know we're talking Oblivion, but do you think we hear about like Starfield DLC in June? Like, do you think like they said earlier this year, they're like, yeah, we know we've been quiet, a lot of plans for this year, and you gotta imagine like a lot of support for Starfield's been pulled now, and they're really in on Elder Scrolls 6. But they did say year 2 expansion's happening. We've got nothing. You gotta imagine a PS5 port's part of the plans. Like, there's stuff coming. It's got to be in the second half of the year. But do you think we get that kind of reveal in June?
I don't know, man. This is why I hate whenever game companies say, oh, we're going to have so many years of support, like Destiny is the only one that's done it and they're barely doing it, Halo is kind of doing it, but it's like, it took them 2 years to figure that out, This is why when I hear Marathon saying, "Oh, we'll have seasonal support, story support," I'm just like, "Oh, fuck, dude!" Like this is
every company has convinced themselves like we're not going to get caught in the same trap everyone else does. We've got it figured out.
Stop.
It's like like you don't like no one does. Like game development just does not work like that.
Why do you think you're different? You think you're different than Rocksteady? They couldn't even support fucking Suicide Squad for like more than like a month, Like, Suicide Squad got dropped so early, dude. Like, Anthem 2.0 never came out. I was actually kind of
Anthem 2.0 is specifically so annoying to me because I was so anti Anthem 2.0, and when I got Veilguard, which is like one of the worst RPGs I've ever played, I'm like, I kind of want Anthem 2.0 now. I'm like, I just like fuck it, throw it at the wall, bro. Let's see what happens. Like this is like clearly not what you guys are good at anymore. So like fuck it, like give me Anthem 2.0.
Yeah,
a little too late now.
Yeah, as a Destiny fan, I felt Anthem deserved to live. They deserve to get a second chance.
You've always been on that wave, Cog.
Yeah, because more competition. Yeah, the idea of it was cool. You know what I'm saying? It's just the execution. But they did some things in the space with detonators and primers in the looter space. They had some cool ideas, flying like your Iron Man, Interceptor, different dope classes. Like
still the best flying mechanics. Feels good to just power through it. And then I love the balance of going through water or cooling off your jets.
Cooling off the jets and all that.
I forgot they did that.
Yeah, they had that step out moment when you go leave Fort Tarsus and you jump out.
Oh man, I kind of want to play the game again now.
Bro, I remember playing the demo,
and I was great in that game.
Bro, I was like, yo, they may have something.
I'm about to install Anthem again on the Xbox, man. Jesus.
It was a feel, man. I was
really doing a fucking like all-time Ash tour between Shattered Space and Anthem.
Remember that day, bro?
Okay, yeah. Shattered Space and
himself
Anthem,
after like a great year of games here.
I know.
Like, the games have been too good. So
yeah.
All right. Well, that's all that's going on with Bethesda this week. We turn our attention to the green team for a moment here. It might be a little returning to back compat support if you want to read deeply into a job listing found on Microsoft's website for a principal software engineer. I'll read the overview for everyone, and then we'll discuss a little bit what it could mean. They say, come help build the next evolution in Xbox game compatibility. Join the Xbox platform team to leverage your system and security engineer experience to secure the future of game preservation. Your work will help identify and outline the specific requirements and security boundaries to protecting game content, build scalable emulation solutions, and ensure a safe and fun gameplay experience for all players. Our technology solutions are a critical part of enabling the Xbox goal of allowing players to experience their games on any device. As a principal software engineer in Xbox, you will coordinate across teams to define and implement the Xbox backward compatibility game security system to protect game assets while improving the experience for our customers. You will work with other experienced emulation engineers to deliver high-quality solutions that not only protect game content, but also improve the experience of installing compatible games. You will be a key contributor to the technology solutions developed to emulate legacy games on modern platforms. This will allow you an opportunity for a broad impact across the Xbox and Windows gaming ecosystem. This role is flexible in that you will be able to partner with your manager to define the way that you'd like to work, whether that's in office or from home. And then another little standout responsibility here is that you will design and build solutions that enable system-level emulation across the catalog of Xbox content. So what does this read like to you, gentlemen? Is this a pie in the sky, like 360 emulation on the way, or is this, because I mean, we see what PlayStation's doing, like buying basically emulations of these old games on PS2 and PSP, or is this more of like what we saw like Sarabon talking about, like game preservation also means the future of Xbox and making sure your Xbox One, your Series X library, that carries over, because they, I think the trauma of the losing the worst platform ever to lose with the all digital transformation in gaming really sticks with Xbox, where they never want to be left behind on that. So it doesn't have to deal more with that camp cog. What's your read on this job listing here?
It's interesting because initially my gut was like, this is just future compatibility stuff. Mm-hmm. And, obviously with their initiative to be, this is an Xbox Play Anywhere, and then being on multiple platforms, they have to ensure, that all the data and all your stuff gets emulated and stuff like that and transferred over. Also in a world where if they do switch hardware components, they need to be able to, with their next generation better hardware, be able to, emulate what's going on with the hardware of the Series XS in past systems. There is enough, though, that you've highlighted here, that's been highlighted here, to suggest that it is still more than that it is still backward compatibility. And I think what I'm hoping for, if you're hiring a principal software engineer, the hope is that the workload is that intense, especially since in a post-ABK world. Because one of the biggest frustrations a lot of Xbox fans have is that, hey, bro, like, where are these games? Like, you just, acquired Activision. We've yet to hear a peep out of a lot of stuff. Like, yes, we got Tony Hawk now, and yes, a couple of Call of Duties have come, no question. But there is a plethora in that catalog, and, that still have not come by. So this gives me a little hope that it could be just more than that. And this is the role has expanded, because before all I used to really hear about it was future proofing and future, compatibility kind of thing. But I do see enough here to say that there could be some hope.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about how Xbox is leaving a lot of, I don't know if it's like game changing money, but I think what PlayStation's doing by leaning into that old catalog of games and being like, here, you can play them. Here's like a very basic emulation tool set. You can rewind, save your state, you get trophy support, and like that's it. And like it's not everything, but it's plenty for people like me who love to go back to these games. And like I platinum shitty ass Secret Agent Clank, and it was fun. Like I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Fuck it. And they put them in their PS Plus library. It just adds a lot of value where I'm still a subscriber of that because I love just going back and playing old games. And like I said, it won't be for everybody, but I think it's important. And Xbox really defined back compat, I think, for many of us. So for them to get lapped in that regard, I'm like, why aren't you guys putting achievements on OG Xbox games?
Yeah.
Obviously, we talk about the expanding of the library, but there's ways to just expand, like how PlayStation did, like just the feature set of what your back compat can offer that I think would breathe new life into all these old games. Mm-hmm. So I hope it does mean that they're going to bring that emulation. Like I'm sure it's something to do with what they talked about, like the cloud and AI initiative, but I'm sure they're going to bring some level of like 360 emulation to PC. I feel like there's just a huge library there that, again, like we're seeing old is the new. We're in that like wave in the next few years, like old is the new. And so people are liking older games, not only in pricing schemes, but in like design. And I think if you're one of these platform holders, like, hey, we're Nintendo, we're going to give you GameCube games. You know, we're going to put this in our subscription service, or PlayStation, like we're going to sell you these games that you already own, but they're going to be like a little bit sharper and have a couple emulation features. That's it. And I feel like Xbox, you know, I respect that they don't resell you those things. Like they bowed out of like the KOTOR port because they already had KOTOR back compat. But I'm not advocating for like selling us everything, but like, you know, for expanding features on your back compat would be great. So I hope they do bring like 360 games in mass to like PC. And just, you know, because there's been a real war against like emulation and ROMs and all that stuff I get from all these platform holders. And I feel like that's fine if you just give me the option to buy it. Like I don't care if Nintendo takes down Dolphin and all, and like takes down all these ROMs. I get why people would, but if Nintendo gives me the option to buy these games outside of their subscription service, I don't care, because that's where I would primarily play them anyway if they made them available. So as long as Xbox kind of prioritizes that sort of preservation, I will be a happy camper. So hopefully that's what's happening here. But Gene, what are your thoughts on this job listing? Did you take anything away from it that was different from us?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I have no insight into this, or, you know, obviously my hope is that it is a revival of backwards compatible. I think it is the strongest you know, thing that attracts me to the Xbox platform. The fact that, you know, we were just talking about Steam Cloud saves, you know, and how magical that is, you know. I think it's just as magical, if not more so, to just log into my old Fallout New Vegas save from 2009 or whatever and just pick it right back up, you know, just like
Crazy
that.
Feeling.
It's a beautiful feeling to go into like my binary domain save, and it's like, oh cool, mission select, it's all there, you know. Everything is all complete, and it's beautiful. And if Xbox ever comes out with that handheld and it has cloud save and Xbox back compat, and it can play almost every Xbox game, I'm in that device like day one. Yeah. Absolutely, that would be an incredible device. You know, Phil does say that, you know, that we lost the digital library, his famous quote, to Kind of Funny, I think it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did lose, but while you were losing, I was building up a pretty damn good Xbox library, you know. Like, Xbox One, Xbox 360, you know, and you guys and Xbox did a great job in keeping a lot. We just talked about Gears 1 and 2. Dude, that'd be a way for you to finally get fucking portable Gears 2 and 3, you know?
Yeah.
We'll probably get on the Xbox handheld before they ever release it on Steam at this point, you know? But it's like, I'm there day one. I can play Advent Rising, you know?
Look at these obscure picks, yeah.
Like that.
Ninja Gaiden Black, Otogi, you know, Bionic Commando.
Wow, you take it back.
Xbox library, like, if Xbox just literally stopped making new games and just remade the entire OG Xbox library, I would not complain at all, because there's so much crazy shit. Like you get Blinks, Death Row. Again, I always say Death Row. And today, have you guys ever played Death Row?
I never played it.
It is. So. I feel like Gene, I don't know why, I get a feeling like Gene has at least seen this game, because it's just that kind of like raunchy ass shit where.
Oh, dude. Oh, this game. Yes, I played this game. Yes, Death Row.
Yeah, like
oh my god, I totally
nowadays would do so well. So I'm just like, if I'm Xbox, I'm just like, what if we just went back to this like weird library of games and just brought them back and just like remade some of them?
Shit, Maddie, I totally forgot about this game. I fucking love this game on the original Xbox.
It's so good. It's back on 360, but it's not on Xbox One or Series X, which sucks. But Death Row is like one of my favorite games ever. I think that
was such a good game.
Yeah,
it's funny that you bring up Death Row because I was actually going to bring up the first person melee game Breakdown. Do you guys remember that game?
Yeah. I'm familiar. I feel like
it was like a first person punching game, you know.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of like when I was playing Dark Ages. I was like, oh yeah, this is like Breakdown. If it was like really good, you know.
Voodoo Vince, man.
You know.
I'm just saying that like Xbox has a whole gold mine sitting there that if they brought back, I mean, especially with like Game Pass, like the exposure of it all, I don't know how much dollars and cents it would result in, but I do think there's something to be said about just optical W's and like where Xbox is just really aggressive in this sort of camp of like, you know, just abandoning their base to many people. It's like, you know, if you can push some positive PR your way, this is a good way to do it. Especially because, you look at Gene right now having this immediate nostalgia attack over Death Row. Like
you opened up a whole door in the basement that I didn't know existed, man. And it's like it was my love for Death Row. Holy shit!
The synapses are firing. I love it.
Whoa!
Yeah, Death Row, dude. That is like a pure early 2000s game. Like the raunchy language, the music, the characters, the fighting, the sports, arcadey approach to it. I love that game. That game is probably like, there's a lot of reasons why I curse a lot. I would blame that game most. I would blame that game most. I played that as a kid and I loved how much they cursed. It was like, that was like the one thing that I couldn't do as a kid that when I became like a young adult, just like pulled the fucking lid off. I was like, I have been waiting for this moment. Fuck yeah. So, like,
unleashed.
Yeah, this game was definitely like the powder keg for me. I was like, listen how much they dropped the F-bomb. They're flipping people off. I'm like, this is fucking great. That game is gold. If anyone's listening, Death Row, if you got a 360 around, try it out. Man. It's an original Xbox game, but it's aged well. It really has. I think if it had modern camera controls, it'd be even better. But I think even PlayStation lets you do that. Like they let you like remap controls to some extent for these emulated games you buy. So yeah, I just think Xbox is sitting on a lot of money, and I hope their back compat program's coming back in a meaningful way. Because I always remember that pop when they did it for the Xbox One.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That to this day, I've probably been to almost, for the last 5-6 years, almost every Xbox showcase. To this day, that is probably ranks as one of the loudest pops at an Xbox showcase next to them announcing studios. Because I remember the back compat, I think it was Mikey Barra, them came out, and then Bill Stillwell was there. They announced, and they was playing Mass Effect. We all wanted, and people were like, what? Like, how are you guys doing this? And there's no, we're from the era, G, where you needed the old hardware incorporated inside the new system to be able to play the old system. And this was like, no, they're doing it through virtualization. We were like, what? And then they were like, free. And we were like, what?
That's crazy. Yeah, that was
bro. Crazy. Then again, shout out to Jason and the team. And then you got FPS boost.
Jason Rawls,
So it was like the Bill Stillwells, the Mike Bars, and then, Jason, they ran with that. But that was huge, bro. That was like the IFT Grown. That was almost grown man TS with people. They were like, yo, we can play these games right now. That's crazy. You could have charged us. We would have played. It was that kind of energy at an Xbox.
I always remember the like wallpaper they did for it, and you just saw the rows of 360 games like crossing each other, and like you'd see like every memory.
That was when I bought Xbox One. It was Red Dead Redemption 2. I wanted to play Red Dead 2 in 4K, but also like I was like, yo, Xbox One is like a powerful, awesome system with all that back compat. That's great.
One X. Oh yeah.
Also, Death Row, going back to Death Row, I'm of the era, we're the same age. I'm in the era where we play Road Rash and like violent sports video games, and all that stuff.
Hell yeah. I love, if they brought Road Rash back.
Yeah, Road Rash was like vulgar and violent, and it's like extreme sports, so that's why like Death Row like spoke to me. As soon as I saw that cover in the box, I was like, this is Mortal Kombat / football. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Yeah,
I gotta try it. It's
crazy because I feel like I would not play a game like Death Row today.
Today, right? But at that time,
Yeah, but that time when I was 21, 22, Death Row
Hell
was
yeah.
like speaking to me. You were way too young, Manny, to fucking play that game.
Yeah, man. He's an old soul. I guess I love Manny. He be in the cut. He be having some deep cuts. He be like, what you know about that? How you know about that? Like, that's dope.
Yeah, Manny's going to be the guy that when we get into the content on the Expedition 33 and we're like, why does he look old? What the fuck? He's like, dude, I'm not even 33 yet, dude. I'm turning 30 next month. Come on, guys.
Yeah. He ain't get gomage yet.
Yeah, I'm gomaging soon, everyone.
Yeah. But he's like, oh, he didn't gomage yet. It's like, what?
I live 1,000 lifetimes.
Yes.
All right, next up here, fun one. GTA 4 Remaster seems to be inbound, according to Tez2, who is a tipster and leaker, particularly of Rockstar fame. He wrote something interesting on the GTA forums. He said, someone at Rockstar hinted at GTA 4 port, and by now it should have gone up a year in development. We may end up seeing it drop later this year, and it's one more reason, in addition to existing reasons, the LCPP mod was taken down. If they still follow their plan laid out from the pandemic days, they'll do a Max Payne 3 port after 4. So that's an opportunity to do a bundle or a definitive edition, and then Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes and a Max Payne 3 port. So long and short here is Max Payne 3 is going to get its fucking redemption arc. Thank God. That's the bigger news story here. But what you also get here is Rockstar doing a potential GTA 4 remaster and annual releases from them, which is just really exciting. But I've never finished GTA 4. I remember playing it and being bored to tears, but I was in middle school. Sean Mason has a write-in. He says, hey, Dukes, I'm really excited about the rumor of a possible GTA 4 port to modern consoles. It was the first GTA game I ever played, and I can't wait to return to Liberty City. Since you both grew up in NYC, do you think Liberty City captures the essence of the city well? Best Sean M. I can't really answer that, because I think even when I played it, I hadn't been to New York City yet at that point in my life. I can't really remember, but so I can't speak to that at all. But Cog, have you played a little GTA 4 in your life?
Hell yeah. This is for me. They did that because not only was the city, they had the fictional days like Bronx was Bohan or something like that. And, what's funny is Queens was called Dukes or something like that. They called it. It's like, and what's crazy is like, gee, you appreciate it because I know you probably played it, but like the music selection on the hip hop side was lit. Like, bro, they had like DJs doing cuts. Shout out to my man Nas from Dukes. And he had like a new cut that was for the game. I still work out to that joint. It was cool. The name of the track is called War is Necessary. That song goes
I remember that. The beat 102.7, baby.
It's the beat.
Yeah.
War brings pain, but war is necessary.
Kanye was on it. Flashing Lights.
Flashing Lights was on that, bro. Let me tell you, it was lit, man. That soundtrack was lit. I would love.
Papoose was on it. Yeah.
Facts, bro. I would love to go back. It's New York. It's New York to the core.
I feel like I'd appreciate it more nowadays.
I think you would appreciate it a lot more now.
Because I know the beginning is slow.
Yes,
I remember that being
very slow. Yeah,
very slow.
I totally get what you're getting bored. Yeah.
Yeah, for 8th grade me, give me a break, guys. Come on,
You get a pass. You get a pass on that.
Attention span's not developed. I'm not there to appreciate it, even though I had like a best friend recommending it to me, and I was playing Fallout 3 at that time. But I digress. I had to grow up and be ready for this. But I'm excited about this. I was actually thinking about playing it this year, and so seeing this, I'm like, oh hell yeah, this is absolutely on my docket. It'll no doubt release in like the middle of the holiday where a bunch of other shit's coming out, but I would like to play it. This is an exciting one. So very pumped about this. When do you guys think it drops?
Well, I saw an update from Tez saying that it's less of a remaster and it might just be a port.
I would still be okay with that, but
I would love it. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I mean, do you think they're being safe? Because since it was so broken at launch, the definitive edition of the GTA trilogy, do you think this is a response to that?
Maybe. Yeah. So yeah, Tez is saying now, or people are thinking that it's going to be more like the Red Dead 1 port, which is like a street port, which, clean it up, up-res, that's fine,
It doesn't really seem like it needed much. I could be wrong, but
it would have to be a whole top-down Oblivion remake style type of deal, I think, at that point, I think it still holds up, it was one of the, I think it was the first time I seen Dick in a video game. in the Battle of the Gay Tony DLC. One character just
forgot about
and he wasn't even the gay guy, you know.
I forgot about that DLC.
And I was like, yo, I think this is the first time I've seen like 3D dick like in a video game. And I forgot that actually like Manhunt had that before too. I think that was still Rockstar.
That was the first time I saw dick in the game, bro. It had to be Cyberpunk. I feel like that comes to mind. Like they went all out, man,
bro.
And everything. Like you could like be fucking crazy with your dick in that game, man.
Very glizzy.
Yeah.
They was doing that.
Yeah. And that was someone's job. And I remember critiquing the shit out of that before the game came out. And it was somewhat vindicated, even though I loved it at launch. I remember saying like, yo, you guys like had a team dedicated to cock and balls. Like there's something to be said about that and like where you could have put your time instead so it wasn't as broken at launch.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Like didn't matter in the end of the day. Now it kind of works.
No,
now it's like
it did matter. The game would have launched better, you know?
Yeah.
And then we wouldn't have people saying, oh, Cyberpunk sucks. And it's like, dude.
The Baldur's Gate ran with it from there.
Yeah.
You're operating a 5-year-old information, but like people are still saying that out there, you know? So,
hilarious.
Yeah, GTA 4. I love GTA 4. GTA 4 was like I love the radio stations. You know, the hip hop station, but also like Fusion FM. Like, dude, GTA 4 came out when I was like doing the most drugs, right?
Oh, nice.
And then when Battle of the Gay Tony came out, and they came out with like the club track list or whatever like that, I just like burned that whole track list into my CD, and I just like played the Grand Theft Auto like club radio station like in my car. You know?
Facts. I was bumping that.
And then, like, whenever like people would just come and like pile into my car, I was like, "Hey, we're going to the next spot," and then like I'll play the GTA 4 soundtrack, and it would just get people hyped up. They're like, "Yeah," they're not even thinking about like, "Oh, this is a video game soundtrack." Yeah, it's not, because it's
real
curated by Rockstar music, you know. And Rockstar definitely has like the best.
They go so hard.
The best taste in music in the music industry. Like they're the only like I kind of want to like do like as a club goer, like I want to do like a rankings of like the best clubs like in video games, and Rockstar, Grand Theft Auto 5 and Grand Theft Auto 4, like they absolutely like nailed the experience of actually going to the club.
For me,
still bump that jam. That War Was Necessary was crazy.
War Was Necessary.
What brings peace? Hard.
Yeah. One of my favorite clubs in gaming was what was it called? The Mass Effect 2.
Yes. Why am I forgetting the name?
I can't
remember. Damn it.
What was it called? Let me look.
What's it called?
It was a great name.
Yeah,
was it called like the Neon? No, Neon was Starfield.
Afterlife Club. Yes, Afterlife. Yes, you're right, Maddie. Afterlife Club was a classic joint, and I always wanted to like. I wanted to be a club owner too at one point, right? I was gonna call it a vibrant thing, you know.
Vibrant, like Q-Tip, your Q-Tip,
exactly, right? It was gonna be a Q-Tip tribute, but then I wanted to have like shadow dancers, like as like the lights or whatever like that. As you walk into the club, you see all these girls, like alien girls, like dancing or whatever. I really wanted to make it feel like.
Did you plan to hire a paid actor to dance like Shepard does? You know,
exactly.
Shepard Bounce. Shepard Bounce was ill.
GTA 4 was a moment in time, man.
Yes,
I loved it
for sure.
I'm excited to experience that for the first time. So
it's a hell of a story. It's a great story, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Is in it.
I heard that like it actually, not that 5 didn't. I thought I liked 5's story, but like I heard that 4's story is like really good compared to the whole series. Is that like correct information?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. You know, I think conventionally it's like, Red Dead 2, right? Obviously, and then Red Dead 1 maybe, but then GTA 4 is the next one on that list or whatever.
That's a great company to be in. Red Dead's fucking amazing. So,
and that's why, like, when Red Dead 1 came out, we're like, oh, they're on that GTA 4 tip now. You know, they're actually taking their story seriously, and they're actually talking about like, oh, this is a main character. This is a character with depth, and it's gonna have a arc, and there's gonna be a lot of fucked up shit that happens, and it's gonna be emotionally moving. And that it really started with GTA 4, where they really locked in and say, okay, let's try to really tell a serious story. And they did a great job. It's still better than 5. So,
right on. Okay, so here we go. 4 sometime this year, apparently. Let's stick with crime-based video games. Mafia: The Old Country during PAX East got a lot of brand new information. It's $50. It's dropping on August 8th. They've confirmed that it is linear / narratively driven. It is not an open world game. They have not given us an hour count yet, but I imagine it's somewhere in the 10-hour range based on like, other Mafia games like your Mafia 2, Mafia 1. But a lot of people were very happy about this. At the same time, I'm a little torn because I think like based on every Mafia game I've played, there's never been a good Mafia open world in the terms of its content and what you'd find within it. 3 was the closest, but 3's open world content all filtered into the main story. Like you had to do it to complete the main story. So it wasn't side content. 2 had no side content. 1 had no side content really, very little. And so I was excited when I saw Old Country. I'm like, yo, like the idea of just going around Sicily in this time period and having that be an open world is so unique. But again, it goes back to like they've never dove into like basically the design of most open world games that you'd expect Mafia to do. They've always gone away from it. So they've decided to instead make this more linear, narratively driven. And it's been a bit of a discussion, but I think because of the price tag and everything, I'm for it. I mean, this has been the year of $50 games. And as it's interesting, I mean, Mafia: The Old Country, it looked like a $80 game to me, $70 game to me. It's from Take-Two, who was the first to really make that jump with 70 with NBA 2K. So I was a little surprised by this price point in multiple ways. So what's the reaction to the newest trailer, the gameplay we saw, and the framing of this game? Gene, I'm curious how you're feeling about it.
I'm going to be real. I've never really gotten into the Mafia series.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I try to play every single one, and I am kind of like not really interested in like the Italian Mafia, so like storyline. They're cool, and what I played were pretty cool. So I have no judgment on this. So like I have like zero hype for this game. It's interesting that it's $50, so it's probably going to be even shorter than the previous games. But like,
it's possible.
Yeah. I just never got into them. Like Mafia 3 was interesting, and then I just dropped it, because it's like they're very linear, they're very direct storytelling, and I don't like the stories. They're not that interesting to me.
Man, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's Mafia, like they have great presentation, and I think Mafia 3, through all the junk, has a really good story. Like if you remove the way you have to get to that main story,
the repetitiveness,
which is obviously a big component of critiquing it. But if like you just look at it on its own, it's like it's a great story.
Mafia 3 was probably the story that had the best chance of getting me hooked, and like it was the gameplay that failed me in that regard.
Repetitive, bro. So repetitive.
And what's funny is because I buy every single Mafia game. I bought every single one. I keep trying it because I'm like I should be into this, right? But it's like I'm just not like I played The Godfather 2 on the Wii, man. Like the Black Hand edition. That was peak for me. That's all I needed right there.
The Godfather games are sick. Yeah, I mean,
Godfather games are so good.
As I was very late to watching movies, I mean, you see how much this series, understandably so, but how much it really leans into like very popular mob movies. Your Goodfellas, your Godfathers, that sort of thing. Where I mean, very Godfather inspired here as well, with like Sicily and that sort of framing of the setting. So no different here, but I'm excited to see how like original the story will feel. Cog, from your angle, how are we feeling about $50 August 8th, linear, narratively driven, not open world Mafia game? And you and I have really shared a lot of love over how daring Mafia 3's open world was and how well they represented their time period, the ugly parts of it too. So how do you feel about this one going more narratively driven? Do you think they still get to capture all of that?
Yeah, it's going to be a interesting pivot for them. But, me and you are kind of on that pocket where it's like, not everything got to be open world, bro. Like, not everything, So to me, now I'm in this pocket where it's like, I like a nice little linear experience or a hub experience. And you're in that 15, 20 hour get in, get out, as long as you, tell a dope story. And then what I like, what I'm slowly seeing and I'm hoping is this course correction from the industry where it's like, hey, we're at this $50 price point here, and this can actually accelerate growth as opposed to saying that, oh no, we're in the 70 bracket. There's too many games. There's not enough time and resources to play all of them. So you have to make yourself stand out. And we're starting to see success with this $50 price point. So I'm curious about that. And then, look, Mafia, for me, it's, I love that. I let that goofball talk. So for me, this is, you know what I'm saying? Like I grew up, half my friends Italian. This is, you know, the Sicily, the old country, they speaking to me. I grew up with all this stuff. So yeah, you know what I mean? This to me. Now, they got to execute though, because to Gene's point, I feel like a lot of reason why people don't connect because they feel like either mechanically something's off or they just don't land the plane as a complete product.
It's like not like, not every game needs to be perfect, but yeah, you get what I'm saying though.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So like they always one thing off from making them the mainstream thing. I love the premise, but we'll see. You know, I will say this give me a lot of Uncharted for some reason. I don't know why.
It's got more of an Uncharted feel. I bet that's a good comparison for where it's at, like, and how it's framed. So
that's a good way for me to not be interested in the game.
You got a lost D. You got a lost D.
Don Nathan Drake, man.
You know the dog? You know the Consigliers?
Ellie or Joel or whatever.
Give him an offer he can't refuse.
I mean, for $50 though, maybe I'll have to check this out. Is this a prequel? I don't. Again, I'm not following the story. Like, are the stories like?
Yeah, this is before. I think
is the story like following like one family across the
No. Each Mafia game. Okay, so Mafia 1. There's like Easter eggs and connections between each of them. The definitive edition of Mafia 1 made a change that connected 1 and 2 with its ending a lot more. Mafia 2 has a mission involving some characters from 1 that otherwise you're none the wiser to.
Okay.
Mafia 3 has a character from Mafia 2 that's like a quest giver, but otherwise they're all very independent of themselves. So you can play any Mafia game independently, and Old Country seems to be more of that. I don't think it's gonna like, this is gonna be what leads into Mafia 1. Like the time period between these two is so huge. So it's, that's kind of how it is. It's one of those series, and I agree with you guys. It's a good descriptor of like, it's always like one choice away from being huge. Mafia 3 was the biggest it's ever been. Had a ton of hype behind it. Mafia 3 sold so well that Hangar 13 is a very unique developer. So I hope they kill it here. But to wait all this time since Mafia 3 and then get like a $50 smaller title, little strange choice.
Interesting.
I guess between here and now, we did also get the definitive edition, but they're clearly taking a more conservative approach with the franchise. Maybe they don't feel comfortable swinging as big with Mafia 3 like they did with Mafia 3. So we'll see. Sticking with some 2K studios here, Borderlands 4, Randy Pitchford shared some thoughts at PAX East about the price of the game. And I just always think this is a good conversation to see where everyone's head's at. He said, quote, "We're going to have a price set soon. It might be the new price that Nintendo and Microsoft have led with. It might be that we stay back. It's going to be the people at the publishing house that decide that. We'll know soon. I think it's going to be fine. Whatever the price is, it's worth it," end quote. Now, this is from Pure Xbox, so I want to read this next paragraph they wrote here because they say, Pitchford seemed confident in the next Borderlands title, whatever the upfront cost is, with Gearbox Head also mentioning that Borderlands 4 had more than twice the development budget of 2019's Borderlands 3. Pitchford also elaborated on some of the other factors impacting the game's prices right now. Quote, "It's an interesting time. On one level, we've got a competitive marketplace where people who make pricing choices want to sell as many units as possible, and they want to be careful about people that are price sensitive. So there are some folks who don't want to see prices go up, even the ones deciding what the prices are. There are folks accepting that reality that game budgets are increasing and there are tariffs for the retail packaging. It's getting gnarly out there," end quote. So will Borderlands 4 end up at $80 with Take-Two? That is the question. Cog, your thoughts?
Ooh, it's interesting that he's flirting like this. He out there
walking the line, Randy. Walking the line.
We could be 80. We could be 50. Okay,
I mean, worth it no matter what.
I mean, worth it. Look, he's feeling.
We heard those words before.
He's feeling himself. I mean, look, we got to give him this. What we saw did look good.
It looks good.
Oh yeah.
The
gameplay was very convincing. You said someone was like writing it about me. What did they say?
Come on, they was coming for you. They was like, remember, because we was like, we said he could not be being completely transparent with the moving up of the release date.
I was incorrect on that.
And I was incorrect too, right? So I was wrong.
My L in my video, by the way, which got way more views than this podcast will get. So I don't want to hear that I'm not bending the knee out there. All right.
Yeah. Also, I never take no L's. I never admit anything either. So I'm with you. Yeah. So look, is obviously he was right about that part as far as, because I was under the impression that he knew where GTA was because 2K is the bigger house and maybe they kind of had some inside baseball and they was going to give themselves more room, right, to breathe. But that clearly doesn't seem to be the case, and they just moved it up. I'll give flowers for right now. It looks fantastic. There's a lot of pressure on this game, though. They still have to execute. A lot of the last Borderlands have left bad taste in people's mouth. People feel they've lost the sauce. The jokes is corny. Like, people are not on Borderlands time right now. So to have that good reaction and movie, good call out. Yeah. So like, they've got to.
Totally forgot that existed.
I forgot about that. It was such a stain. I forgot about that. So it's like, this is the time to build the trust back. I like the confidence. We'll see that. As far as the price point, I mean, I think because it's them and what they're coming off of, probably not the strongest sign to come out with the 80. That's just me. No. You need to earn the trust back. You need to say, hey guys, we're 60, 70-ish. And if you want to do, super deluxe extra cheese edition, okay, fine. But like, I think look, I understand video game development is expensive. I'm not trying to poo-poo that. These games cost a lot. I get it. And, everyone else is, especially now that Nintendo, which was not on anybody's bingo card, to set off 80, everybody's like, oh, really? Well, see, what I'm worried about is this, and I said this with Brad last week. There's going to be a couple of dudes with their $80 chests out that ain't $80 dudes. And they're going to get a rude awakening at the sales when the MP, Sakanas come out, and they're not built from that cloth, because what we talked about last week, you got to have a certain name cachet.
Not Mario Kart.
Yeah, you not Mario Kart. You not Elders. Look, I understand you were a legend at one point, but you've been sticking up the room the last couple of So you got to earn that, fam.
Tina, right?
You know what I'm saying? You said it, right? So it's like, and then you came off that horrible movie. Like, it's really, I'm pulling for you guys because it looks great.
Yeah.
But me personally, I don't know if 80 is the look for you on your rebuilding your image flow right now. So that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe dudes, they see the 80, they see a good Borderlands, and they say, "Cog, shut up, we're getting it." I'm just telling you what I'm feeling. I'm
with you, because especially the concerning part is how Randy responded to the movie. He was out on Twitter like hyping it up, defending it, getting into like wars with people. It's just not a good look, because it was just like, I'm not saying he has to go out there and be like, yeah, you're right, this shit sucked. Like, I get it. Like, it's a big moment for their team to like see it on the big screen. And so I'm sympathetic to that part of it all, but you got to know. You got to know when to just be like, hey, it's out. You can check it out. And just leave it at that, bro.
It's out.
Yeah, like, it's out. That movie was like viral for all the wrong reasons. And when your response was like to defend it and be like, no, it's actually great. Have you seen it? And your defense was like, well, no one's seeing it. I'm like, I wonder why. Like, it's really a bad movie. I saw it, so I can talk. It's terrible. But I say all of this because I don't know if that team has registered how bad of a spot Borderlands is in for many people. Like, I don't even call this a make or break, but like for me, dude, I thought Borderlands 3 was fun to play, but Borderlands 3's writing was awful. And a big part of Borderlands 3 narrowly missed that sort of like cancel culture, anti-bad writing wave that like started to really hit games like Gotham Knights, for example, where it was just like, Jesus Christ, what is this shit, man? Games, of course, like Veilguard got hit with it as well. But yeah, I think Borderlands 4 needs to tighten up on the writing. Tiny Tina Wonderlands just went way worse in that direction, like way more. Like, they ruined the Tiny Tina character as far as I'm concerned. She's great in the side character role, but Borderlands doesn't know how to not blow up their own spot. Like, they don't understand the strengths of their series, I think, in a really tangible way, where it's like, yeah, we like Tiny Tina. Making Tiny Tina the main character is a bad idea. She is not interesting enough to be a main character.
Idea.
They
did that.
And so they did that. And I get it. On paper, it sounds great. Like, it sounds like a marketer's wet dream. They're like, yeah, this is like this meme character. It's this crazy shit. people are gonna love her. And then like a whole game of like smash, 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 blow up this. So it's like, yeah, I like my skin is cringing off my body. You know? Like, so I thought I'd outgrown Borderlands. I watched the 4 state of play and I'm like, damn, this looks really good. I hope they stick with 70, and I hope they're wise enough to do that, because I think they have an opportunity here if they're paying attention to Bungie enough, which I'm curious if they are or are not, because that Bungie community is ready to jump ship. They are so ready to go. It's not even fun.
Hands and feet.
Yeah.
We upset.
And there isn't a prominent... Am I bugging? Is there a prominent looter shooter right now that... Like, I know there's prominent looter games, but looter shooter.
Yeah,
like,
no, Borderlands is the OG.
Yeah.
Like, as a Destiny fan, I have to respect them in this space.
Anything else popping off that is first-person shooter, looter-based? Because if there's not, like, that's a huge... Like, the opportunity's presented itself where 70 is still going to make them a lot of money, you have to imagine, even if it's double the budget, where they could sell a ton of copies. So I hope they stick with 70. It doesn't look like an $80 game. Frankly, I don't know a fucking $80 game right now. I have not seen a game that looks 80. But 70, I'd be fine with. And 70 for Borderlands 4 in this style, where like we're grounded, we're returning to our roots, at least on paper. I'm happy to be able to sit here and be like, I'm interested, because I was totally not. They redesigned the main characters, like all the Vault Hunters, and they look great now.
They look good.
So, you know, there's a lot to be interested in with this game. I hope they pick the right price point and don't price themselves out and make a controversy where, like, dude, like, again, if I'm Take-Two and I'm sitting there as the price setters, let's be real frank for a second. No Randy Pitchford. This man will go on his social platforms if it's $80 and be like, what, you don't think it's worth it? Get the fuck out. And like, you know, that's what's going to happen, all due respect. So why put yourself in that line of fire, right? Why put him in a spot where if you put this man in a spot to defend his team and his product, he will do it.
He gonna ride. He
will ride. That is his thing. That is always going to be Randy Pitchford. So now you can't stop the whole production of a movie, maybe, but if you can, like, hey, $10, put in that comfortable price range where we make good guap on it. You know, I feel like that's the best route they can take, in my personal opinion.
I hear you. I just want to, before G goes, all I want to say is I just worry it's 2K in conjunction with the fact that, you know, it's always, in my opinion, G, you can jump on this if you want. I always feel it's harder to control a legend who's had success at some point. When you know, when Borderlands came out, we have to get, like, that was the game. He was the guy at one point, right? So, and you've had this tremendous section. Now, you know, you're coming off a couple of, you know, non-playoff wins. You ain't make the playoffs in a while. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? Like you're not the guy. So it's like, but it's hard when someone has had that type of success for leadership to be like, all right, yo, you need to tone that down. You know what I'm saying? Because he's one of our, and it seems like 2K enables a lot. Like, even, correct me if I'm wrong, is it Levine over there? Who over there that's making it? Somebody's over there.
Levine's doing Judas, yeah, and he's still Take-Two.
See how much bro, they're rewarded time,
perhaps
and
too much time,
resource. Like, if you work at 2K, like, shout out to the job security over there. Like, it is lit to me. Like, you're allowed to just,
if you work for Ken Levine, I guess you got real good job security.
So take your time. You come out when you come out. Right. It's that type of energy over there. So I'm just curious, you know, that their legends are enabled because of past success, and it's hard to kind of reel them in. But what you guys think? I'm just rambling.
Yeah, no, I just hope ultimately that they recognize the spot they're in, that Borderlands is still a prominent enough IP to draw attention, but it's not popular enough to override criticism right now. It's just not, especially after the movie. It's just not there. So that's where I stand on it. Gene, I don't know if you have any additional thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been off the Borderlands trade since 2. You know, I thought everyone's like, oh my God, 2 was still good. I was like, no, the cringe writing started at 2. You guys don't, you guys are enchanted by Handsome Jack. Handsome Jack was a decent villain, right? That papered over all the other cringe that Borderlands 2 was. Borderlands 1 had a decent tone. It was I think it was still kind of cringe, but it was like
the tone of 1, dude.
Yeah, but I liked it enough, right? It was cool. It was cartoony, like it was fun. You know, I thought it struck a really good balance, and I'm hoping it's looking like 4 is going to be that, where it's like, you know, it needs to be exciting. It needs to be a proper post-apocalypse. There needs to be a proper adventure of finding treasure and everything. So I'm really excited for it. I totally agree with you guys that Borderlands is not the IP to hop on $80. You're not even 2K Sports, you know. You're not
Good
Mario Kart. You're not GTA 6. You're not Rockstar. Randy Pitchford. You did a good job with Borderlands 1, and you made Brothers to Arms. I actually love those series.
Oh wow, that's a throwback. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a really good tactical shooter, World War II shooter. So shout out to Randy for making those, but that's like 2 decades ago, man. Like you should not have the star power. You should not be quote unquote feeling yourself the way you do. You are the Jason Momoa character in the Minecraft movie. You are relying on your past success, and you are still talking about it. You're still acting like that shit still matters. But it doesn't. With your loud shirts and everything like that.
Yeah, his shirt game be crazy, bro.
Yeah,
I feel like every time I see Randy, this is not me judging his appearance. It's anytime I see him, I'm like, he looks like a totally different man. Like he has different hair,
looks all the time.
Greasy as fuck. Like he is from he is a Minecraft movie character. He is like the worst Minecraft movie character.
You feel well. Imagine he's the next protagonist for Minecraft 2.
He probably wants to, and he'll do a behind the scenes set where he's like, "Hey, look at me! I'm behind the scenes in a Minecraft movie."
All right, next up here, Marvel 1943: Rise of Hydra. Remember this one? It's been delayed.
Man,
it's supposed to come out this year. Skydance New Media wrote, "We have an important update. Marvel 1943: Rise of Hydra will be launching in early 2026." Taking this additional time will allow us to add more polish and make sure we give you the best possible experience and one that lives up to our vision. We have some exciting things in store. Look forward to sharing more. We really haven't seen shit on this game, so I mean, that one cutscene we got is kind of raw, but like that's all we got. And this is an Amy Hennig game. This is one of those, we call them a legacy studio, where it's just like, okay, you got a name that name was made back with like Uncharted, 1, 2, and 3. That was over a decade ago. So does she still got it? Because she was in that kind of Jade Raymond pocket. I remember Jade Raymond was like one of the big free agents in the games industry in like the late 2010s. And it's because like her work on the Ubisoft franchises like Assassin's Creed. I think PlayStation went after her. And not much has materialized from her as well, where I feel, I'm curious if Amy can find her way there. And she's landed on some interesting projects like that bring a lot of attention to the forefront, like they were doing that ragtag Star Wars game. I think she was a part of that. So I'm hoping this is great, but it has been a while since we got something on Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra. So indifferent to this delay, gentlemen, any thoughts on this?
G?
No, just it's been a while since we had an Amy Hennig game. I love her, I respect her, and I just wish that she could get a finished product out. And but yeah, I mean, I've said this before. I don't care about Marvel products anymore. I'm actually kind of tired of Marvel games, and I wish like Marvel games would get out of video games for a bit. And yeah, I just feel like that it's so restrictive to like creative IP and creative stories, and it's like it's always going to be beholden to the Marvel board and the Disney board and everything like that. So it's like for me, it's just like we're just making corporate stamped stories now, which sucks. Like we keep saying, oh, Expedition 33 would have never made it out of Ubisoft, and it's like, yeah, it would never make it out of Disney either. But we keep cheering one company over the other.
That's fair. Not too much to add. Just I'm the same boat as Gene from the standpoint of Amy. Like, I just want to see if the legend still got it. I want to know, like you say, if a product gets finished, what that looks like. Obviously, we know the history and what happened. As far as what represent Uncharted and stuff like that. And,
yeah. See, Amy is not a Minecraft character because she's not going out there and saying, "Look at what I do. Look at me. I'm Amy Hennig. Oh my god, look at me. I'm backstage. I'm fucking working on Star Wars or Marvel or whatever." She's not doing any of that. Yeah. She's just quietly working and hopefully
enjoying her peace and quiet while it lasts because you're making a Marvel product. So
I would just love to see like what that thing finish, what that looks like, her on her own. What is that? And I'm just curious about that. So look, delay, take as much time as you need, and let's hopefully see if they can land the plane.
Absolutely. All right, couple items to wrap us up here. Capcom doing extremely well here. Just a little headline. that they've reported 8 consecutive years of record profits. Monster Hunter Wild has sold 10.1 million copies already, which is absolutely insane. Reading this article here from gamesindustry.biz, they write that the series of Monster Hunter has now passed 100 million copies sold worldwide, and that the mobile title Monster Hunter now has passed 15 million. Catalog sales, that is sales of games released in the previous fiscal years, came in at 39.49 million units versus 36.29 million units last year. This is for this fucking year, bro. Total sales for Monster Hunter World now sit at 28.51 million units sold after selling an additional 3.19 million in fiscal year 25. That's their previous game that sold more than most games do when they release. That's crazy. Monster Hunter Rise sold a further 2.44 million units, taking its total to 17.18 million units. Expansions also drove big numbers, with 2.6 million additional sales of Monster Hunter World's Iceborne DLC, taking that to a total of 15.2 million sales, and a further 2.13 million sales for Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, which reached a total of 9.88 million sales. Resident Evil 4 Remake sits at 9.92 million units sold after selling a further 2.76 million units. Older Resident Evil entries continue to shift huge numbers for Capcom, with 2021's Resident Evil Village selling an additional 1.5 million copies, taking its total to 11.3. Resident Evil 2 Remake hit a new sales milestone of 15.4 million units after adding 1.43 million copies sold for this fiscal year. Likewise, Resident Evil 7 and 3 Remake have added 1.39 million and 1.13 million copies sold, respectively, taking their lifetime totals to 14.78 million and 9.9 million. It's a good time to remind you, Resident Evil 7 selling 14.78 million units is huge because Capcom was saying that underperformed for their expectations when it first launched. And I remember being Carrick covering that extensively on Ham Radio Podcast and saying they were out of their fucking mind for how well the game was doing, that it was underperforming. Other franchises saw significant catalog sales activity too. Street Fighter 6 sold an additional 1.37 million units, its new lifetime total being 4.67 million units sold, while Devil May Cry 5 moved another 1.23 million units and a new lifetime total of 9.13 million. Dragon's Dogma saw a bump of 1.078 million units to a lifetime total of 3.7 million units sold. And in total, Capcom reported $846 million in overall sales for its digital content business, up 4% 4.4% year on year. On the esports side, Capcom saw success with 2 of its Street Fighter 6 championship tournaments, reaching a total of 14,000 visitors and more than 10 million views online. Capcom's arcade operations business, which includes its merchandise retail operations in Japan, grew sales by 17.6% year on year. Its amusement equipment business, including its branded Patchy slot machines, grew sales by 73.1% year on year. And looking ahead for the next fiscal year, Capcom has projected net sales up 12%, $1.28 billion, and net income up 5.3%. The company included upcoming Capcom Fighting Collection 2, Onimusha 2 Remastered, and Switch 2 ports of games like Street Fighter 6 and Kinetzugami Path of the Goddess as highlights for fiscal year 26. And they anticipate catalog sales, that is, games released in the previous fiscal year, to make up a record 85.2% of their sales, driven by the continued success of Monster Hunter Wilds. It's a lot there, but the headline of this article, I said, is Capcom is doing better than we understand. We always say Capcom's on a roll, but holy shit, man. These sales numbers are fucking insane. So, Cog, what's the takeaway here with Capcom's numbers? Lots of millions all over the place here.
Bro, we continue to wax poetic with them, right? It's insane. It's so cool to see how they've really come full circle and just one of the more dominant forces now in the industry. It's just amazing. I just love the pocket they're in, whether it was the Monster Hunters, the Resident Evil series. Obviously, Dogma came out. Remember how big that was? And then, I'm always going to have love for them even funding a little title like, Kinetzugami Path of the Goddess. And Switch buyers, I need you guys to support. I need you guys to go out there and give that game some love. You know what I'm saying? I really think it's criminally underrated. And I would love to see a little bump on that. And I think Switch 2, hopefully, with that early, launch lineup, can get, some love there. But yeah, it's not much more to say. Like, they're just hitting on all cylinders, and it's super cool to see as a company that the history they've had, because they've had their highs and lows over the years, but this has just been leadership has been on fire as far as I'm concerned. They seem to be making all the right decisions, so that's all I got on them.
Anything from Eugene?
Well, I'm just distracted right now. I see my Twitter feed. Elder Scrolls Online just tweeted about you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They tweeted about your video, so that's cute.
Oh, I love that.
Live Manny reaction of Bethesda acknowledging Manny.
Oh, yeah?
So sweet of them.
They tweeted your video about Elder Scrolls Online, so that was dope.
Oh, hell yeah.
What can I say about Capcom, though, man? Capcom is a large part of why people are saying, wow, the Japanese gaming scene is back. You know, it's large. It's not Square Enix. You know,
yeah.
As much as we love Square Enix doesn't think it's Square Enix. That's a problem, right? But Capcom, like look at what Capcom is doing. They are nourishing their IP. You know, they're creating new versions of the games. They're re-releasing old ones. You know, they're doing the thing that the rest of the industry should be doing, you know. We got a new Onimusha on the way, Okami.
Yeah.
Like they are like going back to the beloved games that didn't sell all that well, but you know they're like, no, we can keep trying this. You know, there's more creativity and more stories to be pulled from here. You know, and of course, you know, the Resident Evil series, just my favorite video game series of all time. Period. You know, over Dark Souls and Zelda. And it's nice to see them just being the crown in Capcom, you know. But it's interesting to see Monster Hunter do so well too. Monster Hunter WoW is 10 million. That's so much in such a short amount of time. I looked it up. Monster Hunter Rise sold 6 million in 1 month, and that was alone on the Nintendo Switch 1.
You
know. So if Monster Hunter Wilds can come out on the Switch 2, you know,
oh boy, yeah.
Like that's gonna be a few more million right there too, for sure.
Yes,
you know? But yeah, I mean that also speaks to the strength of the multi-platform approach that Monster Hunter took with Wilds this time. You know, PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. And you know, I'm sure Rise would have sold a ton if it had a simultaneous release. But it was a Switch exclusive for a good year or so.
Oh yeah,
and it still sold gangbusters. You know, still sold way more than Final Fantasy. You know, on one platform. You know, so it's like. You know, like I know Square Enix got to be looking at those numbers and is like, how can we get that? What are we doing wrong?
It's funny because I saw on the side of because I have like websites up from what we've been covering, and I can't find it right now, but I saw Square Enix like made a partnership with TBS on an original IP, and I'm like, that's not the way to do it. I know TBS and video game development, that does not sound like a good mix. Square Enix, like
Square Enix and their ideas factory there is crazy. You know, like even going all the way back to like Final Fantasy VIII and like that car like giveaway that they had. Like, bro, like none of us are old enough to drive, bro. You know, like. Final Fantasy VIII, it's coming out when we're all like 13 or 14. You know, like what are you talking about? Or like Maddie was like fucking like 5 years old. You know, like what are you doing trying to give away a car for Final Fantasy VIII? You know, it's the marketing department in Square Enix is crazy. You know, they had a whole a car activation for Rebirth. You know,
you didn't think the name Octopath Traveler, you know. That like gave it away that their marketing department's just lost triangle strategy. Yeah,
man. Like you got to come up with better names.
I love both those games, but just those names are terrible.
Yeah, like see, like it says right there on Cog's shirt, Clair Obscur, right? They knew that Clair Obscur is not enough to sell. Expedition 33 is for us English speakers to understand. You know, E33, you know, is a nice number. Clair Obscur is probably the brand, but Expedition 33 is the brand for the game, and look at how well it did. You know, you can't. Yeah, you gotta, and also, you know, and Colin's talked about this many times before, but it's like, you know, Square just like releasing like 10 games that like all have the same audience in like 2 months, like that's crazy, you know. Capcom staggers it a lot, and you know, and they have a variety of different audiences. You know, the Monster Hunter base isn't the Devil May Cry base, but there's a lot of crossover. You know, Devil May Cry fans are huge Monster Hunter fans, and vice versa.
Yeah,
but
they have like a really interesting overlap compared to other companies out there.
They really do, cool. Yeah. Resident Evil too, you know, Street Fighter as well, you know.
Actually, let's talk a little bit more about Square Enix. I found on gamesindustry.biz, they have a rundown here of Square Enix's latest financial results, so we can just keep talking about them here.
Yeah.
I'll just read the whole article. Square Enix has released its financial results for the year ending March 31st, 2025, with a drop in net sales attributed to the lack of comparable releases to games like last year's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Nonetheless, the company saw an increase in operating income and profit. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake has also performed better than expected. The company is continuing its 3-year plan as revealed this time last year to optimize its development operations and put quality over quantity for its future game releases, as well as prioritizing multi-platform development.
It's so funny that it took them this long to figure that out. That's the thing. Capcom figured it out like way back, 10 years ago.
It's crazy. The numbers, they're down 8.9% year on year with $2.22 billion in the pocket. Their digital entertainment sales are at 16.8% down year over year, with $1.42 billion accounting for that. Their operating income is up to 24.6% year over year at $278.1 million. And their profit attributable to owners of parent, that is up 63.7% or $167.3 million. The highlights: HD Games, a subsect of Square Enix's business that includes its main console and PC releases, dropped in net sales this year, but turned profitable due to lower development costs, amortization, advertising expenses, content valuation losses compared with the same period of the previous year. And this probably explains why there was I think Romance Saga or something like that. They did a shadow drop of some sort of like remake of a Square Enix IP, like a niche one. And so this explains why they're cutting a lot of their marketing expenses out to save money. As noted too, the latest Dragon Quest release also contributed to the positive result. Other new HD games released in the past year include Life is Strange, Double Exposure, and Visions of Mana. The launch of Final Fantasy XIV's Dawn Trail expansion increased net sales and operating income in the company's MMO game subsegment. Net sales and operating income declined for the company's games for smart devices / PC browser subsegment, though, which Square Enix attributed to weakness in existing titles and recognition of royalty revenue of the previous fiscal year. Today, the company announced the cancellation of the mobile title Kingdom Hearts Missing Link on Twitter, which, by the way, they spent 3 years making. HD Games collectively made 33.8 million yen in operating income, up 33% from the previous year. Looking into the future, Square Enix also provided an update on its 3-year medium-term business plan. In fiscal year 2025, we fundamentally revamped our development organization structure for domestic studios, the report read. Based on the concept of integrated studio operations, we reviewed the entire process of title development progress management and changed to a system in which management and studios manage the development progress of all large-scale investment titles, promoting optimization of the development portfolio and schedule, as well as talent mobility and development cost optimization among in-house development personnel. The revised process has led to significant changes behind the scenes. Under the new management structure, we reviewed all projects as our domestic studios, including HDG and smart device titles, and decided to discontinue development of some titles and invest additional funds in titles that require refinement, thereby steadily implementing a strategy of selecting and concentrating development resources. We will continue to control the scale development investment in a disciplined manner, the company added. The report underlined the approach of going into fiscal year 27 and beyond by putting multiple games on multiple platforms and releasing major titles on a consistent basis. The company also called out the PC market as a highlight of the year when it came to catalog sales and a result of the new multi-platform strategy. PC sales were responsible for more than a third of the digital entertainment sales in fiscal year 25, a double-digit percentage increase on fiscal year 24. Square Enix released Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on PC in January 25, following its 24 PC release, and also brought Kingdom Hearts franchise to Steam for the first time in June of 24. For fiscal year 26, Square Enix forecasts sales declining again up to 280 billion yen, with operating income steady at 41 billion yen. Upcoming releases include Bravely Default, Flying Fairy Remaster on Switch 2, and Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD Remake. Sorry, gents, that was a mouthful, but what we've got here is a pretty good indicator of where Square Enix is at financially. Cog, I'll kick it to you again. What are our thoughts on this?
To me, I'll just summarize. The consistent thing seems to be reprioritizing our multi-platform strategy to be everywhere. That seems to be a theme that I'm seeing regardless. And whether or not they have, high expectation for their IPs, overly high expectation for IPs are one thing. It's clear that there's a lot of course correction and quality improvement. And, they're not exactly happy with everything and they're looking to course correct. So, like we said before, like G said, with Capcom and stuff like that, making what you're seeing developers, publishers are doing right now is really going away from, the exclusive lockdown kind of mentality because you miss that zeitgeist of launching, especially with PC, the rise of PC, right? And then we see a Nintendo Switch and obviously Xbox still is out there. There's still, people to buy games on these other platforms that you're isolating on. And I think, like we talked about, Maddie, like we're signaling the end of Mercenary Square is the vibe I still get. There's going to be some deals here and there, but I think ultimately they're pushing in that direction. So yeah, that's kind of where I got out of it. I saw it 3 times. The prioritization of the strategy and multi-platform, moving to the approach of putting multiple games on multiple platforms. I see this throughout this report. So that's just what I take out of it. I don't know what you guys take out of it.
Yeah, it seems like multi-plats to play. I don't think I have much add beyond what you just said. The multi-plats to play for them, that's something that they really need to focus in on. I hope they continue to do their HD 2D games because I love them. I think they're fantastic. And I'm glad to see something like Dragon Quest is doing well because I know Octopath Traveler, we got stat updates in the end of December last year that like the whole series has sold the combined 5 million units, which means that Octopath 2 actually might have picked up to like closer to 2 million units sold because the first one passed 3. So I hope that they continue to stick with those games on top of pushing for these like bigger budget games like your, Final Fantasy Part 3, or honestly, I'm surprised they are not trying to accelerate Kingdom Hearts 4 as much as they can. I think part of that is shutting down Missing Link. I think Kingdom Hearts has just fucked around for way too long. For the amount of sales that game series can generate, they have fucked around with it for so long. Like the fact that after 3 sold, like I think upwards of like, I have to double check the numbers. I think 9 million comes to mind though. But the fact that the game sold so well and they just have not sprinted 6.7 million units as of September 2021. But anyway, just the fact that they didn't try to sprint 4 after this is crazy to me, especially because 3 had so many problems and it still sold this well. And Disney's more popular than ever. It'll sell even better than 3. There's so much money here. Like, why are you trying to waste your time with like Missing Link? So I hate to say it, I'm kind of glad they canceled it. And I think there's some obvious decisions Square Enix still needs to make, but they're doing better than they once were as the Mercenaries. So, Gene, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I didn't know what Missing Link was. I'm seeing the Kingdom Hearts community like throw a shit fit over it, and I'm like,
they're hungry. Yeah,
that's the problem with Square is that like, dude, Square, you have millions, you have tens of millions of fans, right? Mm-hmm. But you're not Rockstar, and you've kind of splintered your tens of millions of fan base, Like we just talked about how Capcom, there's a lot of crossover between Monster Hunter fans and Devil May Cry fans and Street Fighter fans and even Resident Evil fans, Of course, Resident Evil and Devil May Cry are basically the same franchise, kind of, At least they came from the same idea shop, and it's like, Square Enix is just too splintered, and then to have the Final Fantasy base is already splintered. You have fans of 8 versus 7 versus 12 versus 16 versus 15, and it's like, what are you doing, bro? It's like, I guess kind of like LSM, where it's like like maybe there will be no crossover between Divine Duke and Sacred listeners, right? But we know that's not the case, but it's like if we even made it even more so, where we're just like fuck Colin, or whatever.
We're on the network. We don't rock with him.
Yeah. We're on the network, but whatever. Like we want a whole different audience here, a whole different flavor. And it's weird. That's all I have to say. We already talked about Square Enix enough. So
sure.
Fair enough.
Just want to make sure you get your bars off. All right, last bit of financials. This is a really quick one. Warner Bros. Games revenue has dropped 48% in Q1 2025, obviously attributed to Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League failing to meet expectations. Warner Bros. Did mention, though, that Hogwarts Legacy and Mortal Kombat 1 are still making money. And also, the Minecraft movie was a huge success, grossing $900 million in the global box office
It
sales.
didn't hit $1 billion yet. That's crazy.
Yeah. Still doing really well, though. But revenue overall for Q1 2025 totaled $9 billion, which is a 9% decrease year on year, which honestly, I thought that number would be way lower. So I guess it could be worse in a lot of ways for a disastrous stretch for Warner Bros. Games. But unsurprisingly, they're down. Anything we want to add here, gentlemen? I've said my piece on Warner Bros. Games so many times, I'll be a broken record.
Yeah, same there.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just surprised that Minecraft movie hasn't hit $1 billion yet. So that's less than a Mario movie.
Honestly, I'm surprised it's coming close to $1 billion. I thought that shit was going to be ass and no one was going to check it out. But
I thought it was going to be $1 billion easy. So
really? You know better than me in that regard. So
there,
yeah.
So.
And hopefully,
I mean, the movie is ass, but you know.
The fans love it, though.
Ass sells.
Fans love it.
This is why I don't get the argument of like, oh, it didn't sell that well, so it has to be bad. It's like fucking shitty things sell all the time. Like it sell really, really well.
Name brand recognition is very much a prevalent thing in our society, and I think
look around you. You know.
Yeah. All right. Well, time for the fun stuff. What we are playing. I feel like there's only one game we can open this thing up with. It's the reason Gene wanted to join on. We want to talk about Doom, the Dark Ages. Mr. Scott, if you're nasty, has the right in to tee us up here. He says, "Dear Dukes of the North, East, I'm frantically trying to finish all the content from Expedition 33 before Doom, the Dark Ages releases. I'm assuming you both have played this early. What do the Dukes think about the next big release of the year? Have a rip and tear kind of day." Now, I've talked pretty extensively on Summon Sign about this, so I'd like to just go second. Gene, I'd like for you to open up and sort of the conversation about Doom, the Dark Ages, how you enjoyed it, what you scored it, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I scored it 3.5 out of 4 stars. I thought it's an excellent game. I thought it's a great Doom game. I had a lot of fun with it, and I'm still playing it now, actually. It's still clearing out all those secrets. And it's not a spoiler, everyone. There's secrets in a Doom game.
Fuck. How could you?
What?
I know. But not a spoiler. You go to hell in a Doom game. That happens too. Watch out.
I thought it was to heaven, Gene.
I know. I'm just dropping spoilers right here in this podcast right now. So, but I really enjoyed it. I do think it is. I'm only going to call it one. I really do think it's one of the best games of the year, and it probably should be nominated. Won't win, I think. I think Expedition 33 has that fairly on lock very, very early on, and I agree with that too. But I always want to give Doom some love because like I feel like action games don't get one thing I'm bitter about Expedition 33 is that it is deliberately awards bait. They made this so they can win the Oscars. They want to win they want to win narrative game of the year. They want to win game of the year.
It's just a great game, right? I mean, isn't that like the whole?
But I am tired of the games industry trying to elevate these games as the only games that can win game of the year.
Okay,
that's why I was glad Astrobot won last year.
I feel where you going.
And Balatro could have won the last year too, and I would have been happy too with that, right? But it's like I don't want The Last of Us to be the only flavor of game that wins game of the year. You know
who said that? Who aligns with it? Sorry to interrupt you. Is Chris Reagan had that exact point. He said that's his only concern, not disrespecting Last of Us, but that it has been deemed as this style of game is the only style of game that can win a game of the year or be nominated.
It's stupid. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't want God of War to win game of the year just because it has lines like "What is grief? Is not love persevering." Like fuck that shit. How about avoid the Slayer? How about that for a fucking good game rating? I'm tired of this is a platform where I like ranting and raved about Hellblade, another game that is just trying to be awards bait. Oh my god, this person is crying, they're acting, they're crying. It's game of the year right here. I don't like that shit. I want I honestly I love Expedition 33. I want it to be game of the year, but if Doom won, I'd be like fuck yes. Yes. Fucking Doom, even though I think it's a way worse game, just based on principle,
I know where you're going.
It's a message. It's about the mission.
It's the spirit. I like the spirit of what he said.
Principle and the mission. I think games should be games, and good as games should win game of the year. That's why
that's different genres too. I like that.
Yeah, and different genres too. And Doom is an action game through and through. I think it is an excellent action game. I love the shield. I love the speed of it too. I think that, people who are saying the game is slower, and the game is slower. Like I was telling Maddie earlier, because part of the reason why I got on the podcast is because I thought I might bring a little bit of flavor to Maddie's opinions, because Maddie loved the game too. If you watch his review on Mr. Maddie Plays, I watched it and he gave it a great review. Thank you. He just clearly likes Eternal better, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And
I think a lot of the Summon Sign crew thought the commenters I read were like, wow, he really didn't like it. I'm like, well, the first question you all asked me was, how does it stack up to Eternal? I'm like, it doesn't, in my opinion, but it's a great game. Yeah. But that was on me. Like, I think I could have worded it a little better. Sorry.
Yeah. But I'm like, Dark Ages isn't that slow. So I went back to play Doom Eternal. That game is fucking fast. That game is fast. And the thing is that like when I was playing, and I've likened the modern Doom games or even the old Doom games as like being on cocaine, and I've already talked about cocaine earlier. It's
the name of the show. That's our hashtag.
Cocaine.
It's like your mind is just everywhere. Your eyes are just kind of going everywhere, and your mind can't even focus on like one thing because like it was like that demon over there, that demon over there. I got to parry this and do that. Yeah. So I felt that vibe in Dark Ages, right? I was like, oh, this is a proper Doom game because I am sweating. I feel like I'm high. I feel like I'm on drugs playing this game.
Hell yeah.
And then I popped in Eternal and I was like, oh, this is a harder drug though.
Yeah.
This is a harder drug. And I know that I've like criticized Doom Eternal for like being like a little too rigid in the combat loop where you have to do the flame belch to get the armor, right? The armor ammo.
Yeah, you're correct. Yep.
The armor, right?
Yep.
I think you're allowed to do chainsaw to getting ammo. And the what I like about Dark Age is that frees that up for a little bit more player expression, because when you want ammo, you gotta punch them, you gotta melee them, and you're always meleeing in Dark Ages. And they balance that in that you can only do 3 hits, you can only charge up 3 hits before you can kind of rebuild that back up again with parries and other actions. But I really like that loop and how much that allowed for more player expression. Versus Eternal, where you have to be switching weapons, probably, especially the later level. Because I went right to the later levels in Eternal and Ancient Gods, like part 2, right? Where like it gets, I don't want to be reintroduced to Eternal. I want to fucking dive right back into like the crazy shit, right?
Yeah.
So like the final levels, right before the final bosses and everything like that, the lead up to like even like in the middle when you're on Mars core and everything like that, like
so good. Yeah.
Shit gets crazy. And then like there's one level where you have to like and there's no spoilers, but you have to like activate 2 turrets to rescue somebody.
Yeah.
And it's like I was playing that level and I got to the first turret and they're like, oh, now you have to do the second turret. I was like, yo, I'm only halfway through the level. Like that the fight I just went through felt like the final fight of all time. Like I am really tired as hell. That's probably why Eternal kind of rubs me the wrong way. Is that it is exhausting. So I totally feel you. If you have that energy for it, and if you have the vibe for it, which I can be because I love Eternal. But like after a while, I was like, I am tired. I'm having a great time. This is a beautiful, brilliant game, and I love the system. And it makes me so tired.
Yeah, that makes
Dark
sense.
Ages is a lot more relaxed, where it's like, okay, I'm still bobbing and weaving, and I'm still worried about ammo, but it's like I don't have to switch to the next weapon. Charlie Moore's Critical actually just finished it last night, and I watched the stream. He loved the game, but he also definitely liked Eternal more. And part of that was because he wasn't switching guns as often.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, I like that.
Yeah,
I like the fact
weapon in this game.
Yeah, you don't really switch a lot of weapons in this game. I really stuck with the super shotgun, and the super shotgun in this game is probably the strongest it's ever fucking been, like ever. Yeah. And I love that. I love that I can just main a weapon and choose one and then just flail on enemies because the melee combat is strong enough. Also, like I was like, I don't know about stand and fight as like the philosophy, because like I feel like I'm not standing and fighting really, because it's like, like the reason why I thought like people saying the game is slow, it's like why is it slow? And the reason why, because I'm playing Dark Ages again, is that because I'm shield charging all the time. Yeah. I've described Doom the Dark Ages as the real first person Devil May Cry. And they've alluded, and Hugo Martin and everything else have alluded to that before too. Where it's like, oh, we saw people play 2016 like it was a Devil May Cry game, So we tried to make Eternal even more into that, right? And I think they went a little too far, and that's why I feel like Dark Ages is like kind of like a closer balance of like real combo player expression. And it's like I can pull from these list of moves at any time, but I don't have to, you know. I'm doing it because it's fun, or it might be optimal in that given moment in time in that physical space. But like I'm not doing it because I'm low on resources on one thing. So it's like now I'm like meter managing, like I'm playing League of Legends, you know? Like I don't want to be meter managing when I'm playing Doom. I just want to fucking rip shit up and punch people and do things. So that's why I came away with Dark Ages like really like a lot more favorable than most people, because like I did love Eternal and I think it's brilliant. And I don't. The only bad thing I can say about Eternal is that it is so intense that it exhausts me.
Yeah,
and I feel like 2016 had that balance.
Yeah,
and Dark Ages does, and Dark Ages doesn't like lower the enemy count too. That's an impressive thing, is that Dark Ages probably has more enemies than ever. Now the other criticism I have about Dark Ages, well, we'll get the music criticism out of the way.
Oh yeah.
Finishing move. Awesome metal band, you know. I listened to some of the tracks on YouTube. They uploaded it. Sounds pretty good, right? It's not like its own new genre, you know. Mick Gordon created Argent metal. That's what people call it now. And you know, like even metalheads, they're like, oh, that shit came from Doom? No kidding. Okay, you know, I didn't know it was coming from a video game. You know, I didn't know video games can go that hard. You know, Mick Gordon was a special sauce to audio mixing. I went back to Doom 2016. The audio mixing in Doom 2016 is pristine, even compared to Eternal. Because here's the thing: what 2016 does that Eternal doesn't. When you do a glory kill, the music stops and drops out, and then Mick will do a drop right when you crush that demon skull. Yeah, that does not happen in Eternal. The music just keeps going down, and you're doing glory kill, whatever like that. But 2016, it is an audio visual synesthesia masterpiece, right? Yeah, which is why I still consider 2016 the best of the trilogy, right? Because it really did it was doing everything amazingly and differently, you know. Eternal doesn't do that. Eternal, the music is crazy because it's still Mick Gordon and it sounds awesome and arguably better. Some tracks are arguably better than 2016, although I think 2016 has still some of the best tracks ever too, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Rust, Dust, and Metal and everything like that, you know, incredible stuff.
Yeah.
But Eternal still hits, you know, the music still hits, right? Now the Dark Ages, and I mentioned this on Punching Up right now, the music does get going, you know. When you're in a fight, suddenly like you're like 5 minutes into a fight, and then the drums start kicking in. The drummer wakes up and starts going, and then the riffs start going really hard, and then the fight stops. And then the fight fades out, and just like, what the fuck? Like the music was just, like we just started having sex, and you're already done, you know? You're already done. Like I just started getting into the action, and you're already tired, you know? That's crazy, you know. That on top of the audio mixing kind of sucks. Like the music is so low. I played it at music at 100% and the game volume at 55%. Oh, wow. Just to get anything good out of the music, so I can actually hear it. You know.
Yeah.
And the game sound was still loud. So the mixing is like whatever its software has going on with the audio mixing. Like you guys fucked up by losing Mick. I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
There must have been some weird politics going on where you guys disagreed about the mixing. But you know, the mixing did get significantly worse after 2016. You know, and that's why Mick was pissed off about Eternal, because the mixing sucked. That's why he was so mad about it. You know, he's like, you didn't let me mix it, and that's why it sounds like that. You know,
that was the exchange. Yeah, that was the exchange.
So for audio files, it just really limp. And also, like, I also get that like it's a different vibe. Like, you know, Mick Gordon is more industrial. You know, so that's why the synths and everything like that. There's barely any guitars in the original one because he's all doing it through the synthesizer. And you know, Doom 2016 and Eternal were a good mix of like the technology and hell and everything like that. And like Dark Ages is about, you know, gothic horror and castles and ancient times and everything. It's basically a multiverse of knights and everything like that too. So it can go, but you know, the composition isn't quite there. Like they're very, you know, like I'm a metalhead, like you know, they're very basic metal riffs that I've heard in many other songs before, you know, and they sound good, you know, but when it comes down to it, finishing move is a studio that is basically session musicians. You know, you call them in because you need help making music. You don't call them in because you like their music. You know,
Right.
you call them in because you need music made. You know, they are the composers for Microsoft Flight Simulator. You know, Mick Gordon is a producer for for various metal bands. You know, he is about that life versus finishing move. They dabble in it every once in a while. You know, and they do a good job. You know, shout out to them. They're excellent musicians, and the songwriting is pretty good. You know, so I don't want to like be too down on them. It really does suck that they have to come in and do this and compared to Mick Gordon. You know. So shout out to them. They made some good tracks, and if this was, and it's very true to the original Doom games, if anything, you know, because the original Doom games were just basically ripping off Metallica, Pantera, and Black Sabbath riffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why Dark Ages kind of feels like more in line with that. I guess I'll say one more criticism before I take it to COG, or basically I think probably is the level design is it's a mixture of like the level design and like the storytelling within the game, where it's like there's some cool shit happening, you know, like in the very first level, you see a dragon just fucking annoying the shit out of like a giant titan or whatever like that, right? And it's like that's fun. And then like in like as a build up to the mech level, you see the mechs fighting in the background with like the big titan demons, right? It's all in the background though, you know. Like I still feel like I'm on a ride, and then when you get to one of the open levels, this is where the music fading out problem happens, where it's like the music fades out, and then like you're roaming the open level for like 15 minutes, and there's like no music at all. You know, because nothing's happening. You're just looking around, so it gets a little boring, and like it kind of reminds you of like when you get lost in like a Doom level, like original 1993 Doom level. You're looking for a key, and it's like they kind of brought that back. But it feels really empty in this big old battlefield that we know a war is happening, right? And like even the story feels a little similar to Halo 3 in that regard, right? And I was like, okay, well, it's wartime, Halo 3, right?
Yeah,
like we're in a Halo 3 level of Doom.
It was even shot very similarly to Halo, I thought.
It really is shot a little similar to Halo, right? Yeah. And I was like, okay, we're in wartime right now, right? This is the Halo 3 of the Dune trilogy. And then you go into the actual fights, and it's like there is no monster infighting, or there's no infighting whatsoever. It's called monster infighting from 1993 Doom. And there was that one room in 1993 Doom where you walk in, and then it's like one cyber demon versus like a bunch of other demons, right? And just like, whoa, this is back then in 1993. That was mind blowing. You know, I did not know that the game could play. It was like the game was playing itself without me. That was crazy. You know, it was really the first time where I felt like, oh, a game world exists without the player.
Yes,
that was like a third eye mind opening thing, and they did that back in 1993, and they still do that in Doom Eternal. In fucking Doom Eternal, they did that. You see the demons fighting each other, and then the Doomslayer comes in and kills everyone else, right? You have an actual war here that you're telling in the story in Dark Ages, and the Sentinels don't do shit. They are avowed characters. You know, their foot is stuck on the ground. They're not going to do anything. They're just going to repeat the lines over and over again and repeat the animations. And for me, that was really disappointing. It's like if we really wanted to take Doom storytelling to the next level, you know, we should be doing a little bit more with the storytelling within the action, within the actual play field, as opposed to outside the bounds of the play field, and you see the battle happening. And this brings me back to my earlier point with Gears of War 2 and 3 specifically. Remember, the horror vibes was gone from Gears of War 1, but 2 and 3 ratcheted up when you're riding the Brumac or whatever, and you see all the battles below, and you're killing them all like from the top. And that felt really, for 360, that felt really like engaging, and it felt like I was immersed in the battle, right? And I was like, wow, I can't wait until this becomes real. I can't wait till we get to the technology where I'm down there, Dynasty Warrior style, fighting the Horde, right?
Yeah, or like the Kingdom Hearts 2 fight of like against 1,000 Heartless. I don't know if you remember that, where like Hollow Bastion. That shit.
Was that in Kingdom Hearts 2? That's what I'm trying to play Kingdom Hearts 2, man. Like Kingdom Hearts 2
that
is awesome.
That fight is like iconic in my head because it actually captured the scale of like being in a war on a fucking PS2, by the way. But I'm with you on that. There are still some parts of the game, like they do a better job compared to Eternal, where Eternal you're like overlooking cities and like these beautiful vistas. You're like, damn, man, but you're like never in the thick of it. Like Dark Ages has these moments where you feel like you're actually in the thick of it.
You're on the ground, but it's always like on the outside. And then when you finish like the siege,
or the elevated platform where everything around you is the chaos, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. You're kind of like elevated and like you're just walled off and like, man, the fun stuff is happening out there though, man. I already killed everyone out here, man. Can I go out there and kill everyone out there too? You know? So that's the thing. Like when you kill everybody, when you complete the siege level, like these open battlefield levels, there's like no enemies left. There's nothing going on, you know? Yeah. So you're running around this empty battlefield where you won the fight and you just go around collecting gold, you know, and different pieces and everything like that. So that's where I'm at. Also, the story was kind of like lame, but like, you know, whatever. It's Doom, you know.
They gave it a lot of attention though for a Doom game. That's why I kind of docked it a little bit. I was like, look,
I did too.
Yeah, yes, I was like, look, they, you know, it's one thing. It's like 2016 or Eternal, where it is very obviously like, here's your codex. We give a fuck. But the cutscenes, like, we don't give a fuck. You know, like, it's just in and out. But Doom the Dark Ages is like, we're going to build these characters. We're going to have them interact. We're going to have, like, extensive 5-minute sequences. And I'm just like, whether people want to admit it or not, this is an attempt at a story. It's not a good one, but it's an attempt. And, like, I mean, by the end of the game, it gets fucking crazy where I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't.
Yeah, I was watching Maximilian Dude, and he's like pretty much at the end of the game, and he was like, I have no idea what anyone is doing, why we're doing anything. The only character whose motivation I understand is Doomslayer, who wants to kill demons.
Yeah,
you know?
and I always wonder about that part of the creative process, because they have hired writers there, right? Like hired narrative directors. Like they have a team that's building a story. Like, how are they talking to each other? Because I'm just like, how do you get something so incohesive across the board there, where I'm just like, I don't, like, if someone said, explain the story, I don't know. And it bothers me to no end, because I'm like, how do you do that? How do you have a 15-hour game where my answer after I'm done is what happened? I don't know. I wish I knew. Yeah. And again, I would spoil specifically the moment where I'm like, what the fuck is happening? But I think, Gene, you have to know because you beat it.
See, I don't even know what point you're talking about, because I don't know what the fuck happened in this game. You know?
I'll send you a screenshot. I'll send you a screenshot on the side. We won't talk about it, but I'll send you a screenshot on the side of like that moment where I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Here we go. Yeah, I got a perfect shot here. Yeah. I'm going to DM you on Discord this, and you don't have to say what it is, but your reaction to it will be very telling. Where are you in my DMs?
Now, in defense of the Dark Ages, there is pretty good environmental storytelling there.
I sent it to you.
There is pretty good environmental storytelling. I do think that it's interesting that like the Night Sentinel, like when they're like all pure and everything like that, and like this is like the height of their civilization. Like it looks a lot similar to the United Aerospace Corporation buildings and everything like that too. So it's like, okay, they're having some parallel themes throughout the universes or through heaven and hell or whatever like that. And a little backstory on like how these people viewed the Doomslayer, and like we actually get to see the Nine Sentinels as humans. They're essentially superhumans, right? But they're basically humans, though. Versus hell, which is just demons and everything like that. And if you know the ancient god story, there's like a whole other things going on there, but they don't really acknowledge it on the front of it. Everything that happened to ancient gods, and like even some of the stuff that happened in Eternal. So I came away a little bit disappointed in that, where I was like, man, we're really gonna find out what happened to Doomslayer back in the day. And it's like, did I though? I don't know.
Yeah, no. Yeah, definitely.
Right? And I think that kind of comes with the confusion. It's like, what happened actually? I don't. Yeah. I feel like I don't really understand this world and this time period that much more. And that was really the big reason why I wanted to go back to Eternal, because I was like I thought the Eternal story was kind of stupid, but it was goofy and interesting, and I actually like really liked the lore of it. It was overly complicated, but like I kind of like that it was it's kind of quirky and fun that it's overly complicated.
Yeah,
and the Dark Ages doesn't really complicate things or make it more fun. It's also like people were making fun of a Games Radar headline that says Doom: The Dark Ages is a way less funny game. And yeah, that's that like it like without context, that does sound like a stupid headline, but it's true. Like Doom 2016 and Dark Ages, or I mean Eternal, were pretty funny games, Yeah. Remember when you die in Doom 2016 and you fall into the pit, Doomslayer does a little thumbs up. you know. And it's like there's little bits of humor in that, and I'm forgetting what was funny in Eternal. Eternal, like when he's grabbing the guy's like card to like activate the BFG.
I also just think the gore is hilarious. Like just the glory kills. I'm just like, it's fucking insane, bro.
Crazy. Yeah, they are funny, and that's why you. Here's a picture. Like what was that? Like
when that happened and he picked his head up, I was just like, I don't know. Like I literally just tossed my hands and said, "Well, I'm checked out now. Like I'm just here for the ride." Like
I was pretty checked out too. I was really like trying to like pay attention to the story, and by the time that scene happened, I do remember that scene happening because that was like one of the more interesting things that happened.
It was cool, but I just wish I knew why.
But I'm like, why though? Like, why is this happening? Right? Yeah. Like why?
100%. 100%.
And Doom guy isn't going to tell us shit, right?
Yeah, like 100%. One of the funnest self-imposed challenges we could do on our network is try to do a spoiler cast of this game. I just try to bring this shit out. like trying to manifest a spoiler cast out of this fucking game, because that's like one of those moments of like, can we unpack what happened there? I always remembered that shot because I'm like, damn, that looks cool, but I don't know why it happened.
So I will give Dark Ages this. It does a great job in building up hype moments for the Doom Slayer.
Yeah, presentation's sick.
Yeah, the presentation is cool. Like the shit that he does is cool. Like I tweeted out that Dark Ages will kind of throw the power scaling arguments of Doom Slayer like out of there. It's just really different. So it just I just feel like they could build on that a little bit more, without making some of the story, just confusing. I don't know.
Like I don't know what's happening.
It could have been a little simpler, and like you could still have those hype moments, you know. And also, like I feel like it also like went into some cliches that I feel like other games have done. You know, and it's like I kind of don't want Doom Slayer to do this too. You know, you're the Doom Slayer, man. You don't need to do what other game characters do. You know.
Okay, this is stuff you to prove. He's out of pocket.
Yeah, it's like you don't need to do what other game characters do. You're the Doom Slayer. You do what you want. You know, you do whatever you need to do to get it done. You know.
I feel you. So,
how'd you feel? Did you beat it?
No, I didn't beat it. I probably stage 10 or whatever it is of 22. So I'm still early. I'm like halfway. Basically every time I played, it was kind of like an introduction of a new mechanic and a new thing. And now you could do this and now you can do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and then it gets crazy. But, for me, it's just kind of like, I remember Doom from like you, Gene, from way back, right? And Doom to me was always like, first of all, I'm the most casual Doom guy. So let me get this out there. Like Doom is something that I play. I recognize its importance, but I am not some hardcore Doom guy, only from the standpoint of it was like the crisis of its time. It's like, if it ran well on your hardware, like I remember Doom 64, like it was like, okay, boom, look how great
Doom 3.
Doom 3. You're like, okay, look how great this runs. And it was always just this fast-paced, frenetic, like you slide across the floor, moving at 100 miles an hour, all types of crazy things, a demon. And it was darker than obviously the iconic was the BFG and all the stuff that's associated with Doom. Like Doom,
I'm a hardcore Doom guy. Like like if you ask me for the best video game of all time, like Doom is like up there.
Oh, for sure. Like listen,
Tetris, and I think that's it. Honestly, Resident Evil 4, I guess.
Doom changed the game. Its place in history is without question. And for me, that's what it always was. It was just for me to kind of like to get in and just to tear stuff up. So like this one, I'm like, all right, let me see what they're trying to do here, right? So for me, it's like first of all, they're speaking to me because obviously I love the whole medieval whatever nonsense. The game is hilarious to me. Like he's like this or a slave of weapon of mass destruction or an obedience disc that they just throw out. Launch the Doom Slayer. Like
launch the Slayer. Yeah. Launch the Slayer.
This ain't gonna work well out for them. I'm like, you ain't gonna be able to control them. So for me, I've never looked at Doom as like, I'm here to hear this dope narrative. I was impressed that they attempted any type of cinematics and really tried to invest in a storyline. But to me, excuse my language, Doom is always get your shit off the game. It's like, just get it off. Do it. You having a bad day? get it off. That's Doom to me. Like, Doom has never been like, yo, did you know what the Doom Slayer did today? Did you hear what he said? Like, it's never been that to me. So for me, it's just like, it's hilarious because I feel like they really tried to invest in the story. And don't get me wrong, cinematics is cool. Definitely giving me like a Halo 3 kind of vibe. This is where it spoke to me. The issue comes down to like, I think where they're going to get themselves in trouble is that they keep reinventing themselves every single time. Right? So Doom has this distinct play style. Eternal has this distinct play style. This is about getting up in your face. Yo, hold that left trigger, mash, get up on them, do the combos. I don't like the fact that they took away kind of the variation of the glory kills. I feel like even though the melee is dope, it takes away from the brutality.
The rip and tear.
Yeah, rip and tear ain't really here. You start to do the kind combos.
You can still do jump
in the air. Yeah, if you jump in the air,
kill them,
right, you get that off. But I feel actually it's tame in terms of that. I was like, I was expecting more, brutality on that thing. But what I do like, where they spoke to me, especially coming off of Expedition, when they said, okay, if you shooting green at me in a bullet hell, I'm going to parry that to you. I'm like, oh, you shoot green at me? Oh, you about to get this work. Like that, like parrying in a bullet hell, like, is wild to me. So, and especially when the enemy tries to melee you and then you get the perfect parry, stun them, that to me is the dance. Like, get in, get out, that kind of thing. So they all about like kind of getting up on you and stuff like that. And I do like the shield. The shield is a game changer. You're getting your Captain America on, you're ripping stuff up, you're doing that. I agree with Matty though.
It's like if Hulk could fight like Captain America, and he also had a shield, and he also had like 8 guns.
Somebody, me and King talked about it. Somebody likes Planet Hulk, and they like Captain America, and they were like, "Yo, let's do this for that." Now, what I agree with Maddie is, especially this is why I knew it's going to be controversial, because I was like, I'm the casual guy, and I like this, but how does the Doom hardcore guy like a Matt, or you play the Returnal and like Returnal?
I think hardcore Eternal folks are disappointed. I think
I could see how a person's disappointed, because I have to admit, guns feel secondary in this. Like, this is really get up on you and charge into you. And the guns, I wasn't really thinking about the guns as much as I did in past Doom games. To me, it's okay. How beastie am I going to get? What's the next thing I'm going to okay, now I'm getting the mech. Okay, wow, all right, cool. Rock'em sock'em robots now, charge, counter, all this stuff. Then it's like, okay, dragon and stuff like that. So that's what this is. I mean, to me, it's one of those things where I had fun playing it. I understand I don't think it's trying to take itself seriously. I respect the attempt that they try to do. To me, it's all about the secrets and going fighting these paths and stuff like that. They've got the hub world, they've got the open world kind of stuff. And I was surprised for a person that's really not a Doom person like that. Like I said, a casual Doom person. I was having a lot of fun with it. But to you guys' point, you guys end it. Seems like it makes absolutely no sense. It seems like based on what
have a moment. I won't say what chapter, but you'll have a moment that you'll click. You'll have that flashback to Gene and I. And you'll know it. Everyone will know it, because it's just
what is going on here?
Yeah. It is an absolute what the fuck moment.
I totally checked out at that part, which is why I barely remembered it. But totally. I was just like, this is fucking stupid. Whatever.
Hopefully, there's not a lore goon for Doom.
There's a lore goon for this.
Like, I totally understand why that.
There are lore goons for Doom for sure. Doom
Get the
goons.
Hell out of here.
God bless. But yeah, that's
wipe my ass with your codex. How about that?
It is what it is. But I was curious what you said about the music and how the hardcore metal guys feel. I could totally see that as well. But like I said, solid game, solid experience. There's going to be some nitpicks. There's going to be some controversy for people who are really a franchise. I think I'm the target audience for the person that don't really rock with them like that.
It might be, yeah.
And it's like they're coming from me, and I'm like, oh, this is. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? But for someone who's coming from the other series with love and reverence, and the fact that they drastically shift each time, I can see how that can rub people the wrong way. So
I think it's definitely especially with the accessibility options, which are very, very robust and flexible. You can make the game harder, you can make the game faster, you can make the parry window shorter. And one thing interesting is that they really, and I think they've said this in interviews, but they deliberately made the parry timing very generous.
Yes.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like fucking like 50 frames before
I agree.
before
Not
you can
only
even
that,
hit.
but like, dude, you could be way left or right of this thing.
Yes.
And as long as your
Exactly.
shield's
Yeah.
up,
Oh,
like,
Yep.
you are.
there's a bullet. I'm like, oh, like
Yep.
like
Yeah, like
baseball. I'm just
that
gonna tag
reach,
it
bro.
real quick,
Like, I'm thinking like hockey players, where they kind of put their elbow out. Like, I'm
Yeah.
thinking that's the Doom Slayer.
I agree.
Yeah, he's just like, wait, I got it. I still got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, take that.
Yeah.
That. You know, but it's like it's very generous and it's interesting because I feel like they did tweak that for first person shooter players
Yes.
who are not used to that kind of mechanic. You know,
Yeah.
like Call of Duty bros aren't parrying. You know?
Oh no, they ain't parrying.
Expedition bros, we are. You know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, the
Like,
transition was very kind in that regard.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I was like, oh, this is so easy coming from.
Yeah.
it was a breeze. It was a breeze. That but again, that's why like for me who found Eternal exhausting, brilliant and exhausting, I was like, oh, this is a game that is great and I'm getting my Doom and is not exhausting.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
so it's like
I think they
that's why
had
like,
to
as a
have-
Doom fan, I have all these different flavors of Doom to choose from now. I feel like I'm feasting now at this point. I love it.
Yeah,
No,
the game really felt designed and marketed by data that they saw that they have not talked about. Because I say that because number one, they were very defensive immediately. Like, I think of the developer director, like, this is a Doom for everybody. Here's your difficulty sliders. Like, you opening with that is a really weird statement coming off of Eternal. Whether it's like the right or the wrong thing, ultimately, it's like Eternal is as hardcore as you can get in a lot of ways. And then for them to be like, this is a Doom for everybody, I'm like, uh-oh. And then when we got the review letter, it was something along the lines of, just remember, like, this is a very different Doom. And they just kept riding that. Like, it's a very different Doom. It's a very different Doom. And so...
And easy mode isn't calling me I'm too young to die. It's now, or I'm too baby to die or whatever. Now it's aspiring slayer.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
A little bit of that toxic positivity there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I got the vibe that Eternal, I mean, the Steam completion thing is at like 33% as we looked at it on some time. But I got the vibe reading all of that and seeing all of that I was like, did a lot of people finish this? Did they like go, damn, we spent so much time on this thing and we think it's our best game yet, but like no one's finishing it. Like, we need to make a Doom people can finish. And I'm like, I feel like that was kind of 2016. My feeling on it is like, I think each Doom marks a particular level of impact. And I don't know if they ever anticipated being like that. 2016 makes the most sense, right? Like, that's the return of Doom. It's glorious. It's beautiful. The pacing was just right. The surprising amount of like dense lore, the presentation, the music. It's like, damn, dude, like, what a statement, right? And this was at a time I was rewatching some of my old content on it after I did my review for Dark Ages. And I was kind of mentioning how in that moment was when like first person shooter campaigns were kind of on the way up. Like, Call of Duty was like, we don't need campaign and stuff. Like, this was a time period where like Doom was a big thing because it was like, no, this is hope for a lot of people. Bethesda also hid the reviews until the day after it came out, or like the day of it releasing, and people thought, oh, this is going to be bad. And it was the opposite. It was incredible. I remember I was skeptical about it. So Doom 2016 was huge in that way. Eternal, I mark it as one of the best first-person shooters ever made. Like, that was my headline for review. It was like, it's one of the best FPS games I've ever played. And I think many people agree with that. It's just so fine-tuned, the combat economy of like mixing the armor, the ammo, the health, and like how you get it, and the weapon combos, and how each enemy has weaknesses you can target, and the different ways you can exploit it, and the arcadey nature of it, and the presentation and the pacing where you have those first-person kind of platforming sections, mixed with combat arenas, mixed with classic Doom exploration and pickups. I'm just like, this is like close to the perfect first-person shooter. In fact, the only mark against it is battle mode. Battle mode sucks. That multiplayer mode is not good. Doom the Dark Ages is more Doom, and that's not a bad thing by any means, but it doesn't, to me, have that standout landmark moment where I'm like, yeah, in 2025, this is what they're doing differently. Because they sacrifice a lot to accomplish the whole stand and fight design. And that's the main thing I just try to get across the board to people who are like, your big Eternal lovers like me, is like, you should go in expecting a great shooter. But if you're expecting like that challenge and that enemy variety that Eternal brought you, that forced you to play differently, like Eternal did that. Doom the Dark Ages, like, it lulls you a little bit. And I thought they may have been doing it deliberately to kind of slap me awake late game with a challenge, but it gets easier. And even when I tune the difficulty, like, I'm not a great Doom player. Like, Eternal was really difficult for me. And that was part of the fun of it, but like, it wasn't like the reason I loved it. But Eternal was difficult. And I played that on normal, but I played Doom the Dark Ages on the second hardest and hardest difficulty. And I was like, dude, I'm fucking crushing this game. And I'm not really like sweating it. I'm like, that's not me. I know my limits. I'm a good player. I'm good at games, but I'm not that good. I know I'm not. I know this game is tuned easy. It is.
It is. It was a much easier game for sure.
And it's because I think the way I define the engagement difficulty is literally like it's a flat line throughout the whole game. If you're fighting a boss, you're in your mech, you're on the dragon, any enemy they throw at you, literally common or significant, you engage with the same way, bro. You see that green, shields up, window, no matter what's you got your slider on, super forgiving. It'll sometimes stun lock you because you'll deflect like 8 different attacks at once because people are attacking you from behind, to your side, in front of you. And there's no like, oh, it's a Caco demon. I'm going to shoot the grenade in your mouth and open you up for a glory kill. There's none of that.
That was fun. Oh,
you know, there's none of that. It's just like deflect, shoot, 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 deflect, shoot, shoot, shoot. It's great. The first like 7 chapters, I'm like, oh, cool. I'm vibing with this. I can't wait to see how they evolve it. They don't. As far as I'm concerned. They don't. It just is that flat line all the way through. And that's fine. You know, that's just what makes it to me good, not great. And like mildly disappointing where I'm just like, man, like I know I love Doom. And I've been playing Doom since the Xbox Live Arcade when I played the OG Doom, man. But yeah, I just was a little bummed out at how kind of like, oh, that was good. Like Doom Eternal, I was like immediately jumping back into levels. I was like, man, I gotta like, I want to revisit that high. But Doom the Dark Ages, like I finished it in 15 hours, uninstalled it and wrote my review. And I was like, all right, like, you know, that was good. I hate that I felt that way, but I really do blame how you engage with the enemy because Doom 2016 and Eternal did that so well. And while people can argue all day, like, well, Dark Ages is doing something different like every Doom game, I'm like, no, there was a through line with all these games that did make the combat engaging and not mindless. And it wasn't just what Dark Ages does, which is like, here's a million enemies, here's your shield, and like, you know, just as long as you're putting it up, you're good. There was like a level of thought, which Dark Ages isn't lacking, but there was a level of thought in like how enemies were designed and encounters were designed. Like Dark Ages, like you both know because you've either beat the game or got really deep. Like Dark Ages goes into that morale fighting scenario constantly. It's like always that like, here's your enemy health bar. You can't kill that enemy. Kill everyone around them. When you do, that enemy can die. And it's a bit repetitive is how I would really.
I kind of didn't like that. Yeah, it was fun for a few times, but after like the 10th time, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and all it's missing is I think the second half push that the greatest of games have, right? Like that's why Doom the Dark Ages is a good game because like it has enough for the first half where you're like, yeah, like I'm vibing with the missions, I'm vibing with the enemies, the encounters. Yeah. Okay, when you get to that second half where the story's ratcheting up and like the tensions are ratcheting up and you're getting all your equipment, you're all online, you're the most powerful you've been, the game doesn't change with you. So you're just a wrecking ball constantly, which I think for a lot of people that power fantasy is going to be great. That's why I kind of highlighted in my review. Like I highlighted in my review, like I totally recognize that I know this isn't fully for me. Like I love Doom. I had a good time playing it, but I recognize that this is going to be way more for other people. Just like Returnal was way more for me. And that's what gave the review a lot of grace for me is like in other scenarios probably would have been way more harder on Doom the Dark Ages, but it's a game that I understand. Like my critiques aren't like a flat line where it's like, you're going to have an issue with this. It's more like if you're an Eternal fan, you might have problems with this, you know?
Yeah.
Like I didn't love that I was married to one weapon all the time. Like I was using the cycler the whole way through, bro. Yeah. Fucking rinsing people with that thing, man. It wasn't even close. The pump action shotgun where you could just boom, 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 boom. The double shot on it was really good. That shredder weapon where you could like load up needles into them and use your shield to blow them up. Like the weapon of evolution was cool, but I think what bummed me out is I'm like, man, there would be like really interesting ways to like engage with enemies by using all of this in a more interesting way. So ultimately, like Doom,
it's a less complicated game.
Yeah, it's a less perfect way of putting it. Less complicated game. For a lot of people, they don't care about that. For a lot of folks, I've learned they really want that. Like a lot of the top comments on my video were like, Eternal filtered me. And I totally get it. Because like I said, Eternal was very difficult for me. So that's the vibe I started to get is like, as I played through it, I'm like, their design was so clear in this game that I applauded them for it. I was like, I could just tell you guys wanted to tune this down because people were bouncing off of like how hard you made the last game.
There's no air dash, right? Air dash is gone.
That was missing. I wish you had that, because there were a lot of moments in Dark Age where you jump off like high points and you just land and there's like a wave that just.
I love that. That was awesome.
If I could do that more often in combat, that would have been cool. It's a good
it'd be cool if like they gave him like a Hulk jump or something like that, like just make him jump a little higher or whatever, and then like,
so cool.
like make it aerial as opposed to like you're standing ground, and like the stand and fight. Like I was wondering about that, and then I realized like how many fights I had where I'm just like shield melee shield shotgun melee, and it was like I am like the shit's like fucking Punch Out right now actually. So like I really am standing and fighting. Like I'm actually like going toe to toe.
Yeah,
and it feels messy and it feels cool. And again like Breakdown, the Xbox game.
Did you guys think that the sacrifice of the glory kills was justified? Because I was reading up about it and they said they got rid of it because they wanted to keep the flow of combat and kind of like mold it into a more traditional first person melee system. And continue your momentum. And I just didn't feel like the change in momentum was there enough.
I disagree with them, actually. I feel like the glory kills would not have messed up the speed, because it's fun. It became part of the identity, and they're always a nice, fun visual reward for your win, and it always like kept you like kind of like prioritizing, and you still do that, whenever the enemies turn purple, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm done with this enemy, and I'm gonna do like the boot or whatever,
Yeah, I ain't like that boot.
The boot is janky. I did not like that. Yeah, like so it's
that's
like
my biggest criticism.
Yeah, that's true. I did not like the boot, and so it's like you get the boot instead of like a rip and tear animation.
Yeah,
I feel like you're trying to undercomplicate things. You're trying to make this game less complicated, and you're trying to make it more like a Doom game for everyone. Taking out the glory kills was a mistake because people love the glory kills, and that was for everyone.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and you'd be able to, depending on the proximity, the angle, you would get different ones, right?
Yes,
and that's what was missing behind the side, and this, what it is, they became infatuated with the power gauntlet and this combo system. Mm-hmm. But my thing is, it wasn't enough variance in the combos that made it satisfying. So I was like, you got to add the variance, and that was
a little more animation for that.
Yeah, that was my issue. So I disagree. That was probably my major critique of the game, which is that I disagree with the decision that takes away from the moment to moment gameplay, because let's be honest, it's what makes you the Doom Slayer. That's what made you
their reasoning was momentum, and I'm just like, I went back after I finished my review and I was like, let me like fire up a little Eternal, like what's the difference? And I'm like, you're still even in Dark Ages, like you have like much more momentum in Doom Eternal, and also Dark Ages, like you stop to do everything in that game. Like you stop shooting to defend yourself, you stop to glory kill more than any prior Doom game. And except just the glory kills look way worse. Like you just like in the middle of fighting, like you hack off this like Hell Knight's arm, and then you shoot them a bunch again, and then you still go up to them and like
they're even slower, the big ones now,
so I'm
just like, what
it just feels, there's parts of this game that feel like if I were a betting man, I'd say they kind of have run dry, and for what they have here, it's good enough for a game, but that's why it's not like massive impact like the last two. And so I think they should be done with Doom. Like,
you want them done?
No. Not like, oh, you're bad. Like move on. Yeah. I'm saying like this Doom treatment has been phenomenal. I think they should take their talent to another, like Quake has been the rumor. That would be really cool. Like I would love to see them go. Like, I feel like they've done everything they can.
Right. No, I see what you say. I my only pushback is just, I think that they internally seem to have a philosophy that they have to reinvent themselves every single iteration. And sometimes, to your point, for the people who love the prior series, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that's where the disconnect is versus what you also said, which is they're looking at the engagement and they're like, yo, people are not playing beaten. We have to do something, with it. And that's the struggle, because you have these, completion percentages, or the fact that people feel it's too difficult. And it sucks. If you love it, I understand if I'm you and you'd love it. And it's just like, damn, they done like the vibe I'm getting from you, like, yo, they done casualized my joint a bit. And then they took the essence of certain things that I really love about it.
I mean, it's fine that they do this sort of stuff. Like I get it. I didn't even want it to be more like Eternal because I recognized while playing it, like this was the game that did make me more cognizant of like, wow, each of these games are different. Like they all do take a different combat approach. It's just that I don't think Stand and Fight's a really great design philosophy. Like I think they sacrificed too much of what made the series great before to do that. But also like, I just don't think it feels as good. Like even if you remove prior experiences, it's like, oh, just stopping shooting in a Doom game feels like shit. Like, you know,
with me, I'm like, give me a Captain America shield, throwing at enemies. I'm ripping it, like I'm being beasties. So I'm like, yeah, like, but I get it. It's different audiences.
The other thing that kind of missed for me a little bit were the dragon and mech segments. The spectacle is amazing. Like fucking awesome, especially the dragon segments when you're flying around and you see these levels, like really, really impressive stuff. But the actual dragon combat or the actual mech combat is the same as on foot, where you're like, especially the dragon combat's very jarring. Like you're locked on. It's like, here comes a wave of energy. Move to my left.
I don't like that.
And then I'm just like waiting, doing nothing. Okay, here comes the next wave of energy. What am I right? Like, and like
punch out.
It is punch out. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck is this? Like I wasn't pissed, but I was like, this like doesn't feel like improper. And like you're on a dragon that has like a turret on it and you're dog fighting and stuff. And I'm like, this is your core mechanic for this? This feels like the offshoot thing. So
yeah, I liked it when it turned into a high-speed chase with the
that shit is fucking awesome.
That shit's fucking awesome. Yes, I agree with that. I totally agree.
Yeah. So
the mech parts I have less of a problem with. I want my Rock'em Sock'em robots.
That's what I'm like. I'm devastated. I'm like, I'm loving this.
I'm devastated.
I thought of UCOG with the Transformers vibes. Like you must have been in heaven a little bit.
I'm in heaven right now. Like to me, it's just like I get it. I've never looked at Doom as this deep mechanic game with this dope story. Like it's just tear up. Like this game is tear stuff up with dope music and have fun. Like this is all this game has always been to me. So I've never looked at it as that. But I get it. If a lot of people seem to be the criticism agree with what you said, Matty, which is like, yo, there's regressions here. And who am I to say, because I am not the hardcore of this thing. I've always rolled my eyes at this story. I've always rolled my eyes at what I'm doing. So it's just okay. Yeah, more of this.
Again, I just got the vibe that like there's something to be said about like trilogies and how they're a thing for marketing, but they're not really a great thing for consumers because it's so hard to end a trilogy properly. Like, can you think of like there's so few trilogies I can think that pulled it off. Like each game is great and like grows well with one another and feels different and feels unique. And I think it's another example where I'm like, I don't know if I'm a fan of trilogies at the end of the day because it's like what you expect as a consumer, but it never pans out. Like Star Wars is another great example. It's like fucking like you have like one good entry and out of like three, it's tough. So it's tough. It's a very tough thing to undertake. But this felt like another one of those moments where I'm like, I almost got the vibe that Eternal was their peak and not as a team, but like this is what we wanted to like when we started this Doom project. And we did 2016 and we wanted to grow from that. This was the height of the mountain for us. This is what we want to do. And then like, did marketing kick in and be like, we got to do another one of these? Or like, we don't have time to spin up quickly. It just felt like the ideas dried out dramatically fast compared to any other Doom game they've made.
Well, also Dark Ages looks a lot like Quake too.
Yeah, got like Quake vibes.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like
mega Quake vibes.
I just got the vibe like we're moving on after this. Like you've done now games with like Mars, space fighting, dragons, mechs, race car, fighter jet,
god,
a god, a fucking tank. Like you've done everything. Like this has been beautiful. So I'm like an advocate, not even because I think if they did another Doom game, I wouldn't be sitting here and be like, fuck. I'd be like, hell yeah. But I think it's time to like move on from this. And I would be totally stoked if they were going to bring their energy and attention to another like old school first person shooter franchise. Again, Quake's the strong rumor, but I would be totally down for that because I liked Doom growing up, but I love Doom now because of them. Like they're responsible for that. They're responsible for bringing the essence of Doom to that younger audience, if you will, who didn't get into that early. And Quake is something that's completely I've missed. I know nothing about Quake.
Oh, Quake is formative.
I would love to see them just take that on and be like, okay, how are we going to make Quake the defining part of this property for people like me and younger than me? I think they have such like a unique opportunity to do that again. And that will re-energize them. Because again, I just felt a little bit of the fatigue by the end. Especially some
problem
of
with
the
Quake
boss
is that
fights, just not strong. It's like kind of get me home energy, like I just want, when your team's like losing to the playoffs a little bit and you're like, yeah, they just want to be on the golf course, man. Like they already got all the sights of like the 9th hole on the tee and everything. Like they just know where they want to be. I got a little bit of that energy by the final couple of fights. I'm like, yeah, they want to go home. Like,
here's my theory. I think Dark Ages was a trial run for Quake.
Ooh,
because growing up back in the day, when you read the history of id Tech, Quake was never supposed to be another shooting game. Quake was supposed to be Elden Ring back in the day. It was never supposed to be another shooter. They gave up because they did not have the technology and the creative talent to be able to create an open world fantasy game that was about a god character named Quake. So they lost that argument and they say, fuck it, we'll just make Quake another Doom game then, but it'll be 3D. And that's where the innovation came from. The Quake was the real first 3D first person shooter, right? And I think Doom: The Dark Ages feels like it's an acknowledgement that like, yeah, fucking Quake was actually just Doom. So here's Doom as Quake, cosplaying as Quake. So I think when they're gonna do Quake is going to be a much, much different game from Doom. It probably will focus way less on shooting. They'll probably focus way more on the quote unquote stand and fight shield and melee combat. And that's why they focus a lot on dodging, because it is a very iterative company. They're always learning from the next project, right?
They're very consistent with their release timelines.
Yeah, but they're also trying to iterate on their past ideas, and I really do think that this focus on like dodging and parrying and like this again quote unquote, it's not a Souls-like, not at all. I'm not pulling a quote unquote Dustin and calling Expedition a Souls-like, even though it is a Souls-like, whatever. But I do think that's them kind of figuring out, okay, how can we make a Quake game? And let's figure this out with Doom at this moment right now. And we do have this whole backstory of Doom. And Hugo Martin has said that they've been wanting to do this game since 2016. They wanted to tell a story like in ancient times as well. And honestly, if Dark Ages came out in 2015, like man, that would have been the game changer game for sure, right? Before 2016, right? Yeah. They did take quite a little bit out of Dark Ages, because I feel like Eternal was maximum. Like you literally can't use any more buttons on the fucking controller. Using every single button combination you can. Every single button has its own unique purpose to it. The flame belch, LB, the grenades, and RB. Everything was used to the maximum. You can't fit more into Doom Eternal and they tried to in Ancient Gods and they couldn't. They just changed the Crucible sword to the sledgehammer. Remember? Did you guys play Ancient Gods? Right?
I did not. No, I actually completely missed it.
Maddie, you want Eternal?
Yeah,
play Ancient Gods.
That's that.
It has one terrible level, the swamp. The worst level in Doom of all time.
For real.
Of all time, it's the worst level. But beyond that, though, like Ancient Gods pushes the Eternal formula to the maximum.
Damn,
that's what you're looking for. That is a real Doom sequel you're looking for.
That's what you need.
That'd be a rough week to be in software. If I come out of that, I'm like, I just love Doom Eternal even more. I'm just like, man, guys,
you probably will. I will say one thing for Dark Ages. Speaking of Ancient Gods, because Ancient Gods boss fights kind of sucked. I think Dark Ages has better boss fights than the whole.
That's so funny because I think Dark Ages boss fights are terrible. So I'm like, I can only imagine if they're worse in Eternal Gods.
They're terrible. Ancient Gods has the worst boss fights in the trilogy. Maybe you might like it though. I don't know.
I doubt it.
Did you like the Con Maker fight?
For the what fight?
The Con Maker fight at the end of Eternal. Do you remember that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you like that fight?
Yeah. I mean, Eternal I thought had more thoughtful fights. So generally speaking, if it's kind of in line with that,
then you might like it then. So I don't know.
We'll see.
But like I think Dark Ages is way better fights. It's the best fights of the trilogy. The Spider Mastermind was pretty cool in 2016. And the Cyber Demon too. I like when it locked you into that place where you had to like jump up and down to like dodge the thing.
This game, Dark Ages, did make me want to go back to 2016. It reminded me a lot of that game. 2016 I liked. I didn't fully love though, because I had a problem with how the game was paced. It was not only just like the constant fighting, which I know people are like, well, that's a Doom game. But I mean, like, Doom Eternal to me had that understanding of like, hey, here's like a first person platforming exploration section just to break up like the breakneck speed of this game. But Doom 2016 was, for its time, it's not nearly as breakneck as Eternal, but it was so breakneck. And I'm like, Jesus, dude, like,
you should go back to 2016. It's so funny to hear Eternal. Like, I fucking hate the platforming sections of Eternal.
I love everyone hates them. I get it, but I kind of don't at the same time. I'm like, I think they're so great.
Every Eternal fan I know fucking loves those sections. You guys are fucking crazy. It's like a whole different like mentality.
I think it's because it just sounds great and it controls well. Like when you land, like you hear his fingers going into the wall, and each like crawls, dun, 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 and then like the way the camera works, I'm like, damn, dude, this feels really good. Like it could just make a first-person platform. They can make the next Mirror's Edge for all I care.
But in Dark Ages, he auto climbs. You don't even auto climb. Yeah, he auto climbs, and I love that because I'm like, fuck yeah, fuck platforming.
Oh, because you didn't like the platform.
Yeah. I was like, I don't want to fucking climb as Doomslayer. Just climb and get it over with. You know,
I see the philosophical differences with you two. This is funny.
But yeah, that really is like the huge gap between like a Doom player and a Doom Eternal player, basically. You know,
yeah.
Like, my buddy Pat stares at he loves Eternal. And he loves platformer sections. He loves everything about Doom Eternal, and like way more than 2016 and way more than Dark Ages for sure. So Eternal has its own unique flavor, and to the point of the level design. You know, I liked the Dark Ages level design. I do think that it's pretty gray and like a little boring. You know, and then you go back to Eternal, and it's like neon lights, and he's like, "Oh, you're in the ice. You're in the fucking ice palace now, bitch."
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
So it's like, I do love that Eternal brought like such a huge diversity. Like it really was like the most colorful, exciting, and like energetic Doom game of all time. Man. And for that, I will always give it respect. Even for the platforming sections that I hate, I played those too. And it's like I have to respect the game that just gives you Mario level like flaming rods that you have to avoid and jump between.
Yeah,
you know, and Dark Ages still has that too. It has fireballs going in and out. This is a video game as video game, you know. So
yeah, it's definitely very different from the previous two. But yeah, like I said, I think more than the DLC, I want to check out 2016 again, just see where I am at on that one. I might fire that up just like one random night.
Play 2016 first, and then go back to Eternal. And Eternal, Ancient Gods will be like returning home for you. Ancient Gods is awesome.
It's a good point. So, it's a good way.
And the story is pretty cool too.
Yeah, because I still got these couple of weeks where I just like I can flirt with a lot of other games right now. I'm like feeling like
finally a window. It's got a window. I know you don't know what to do with yourself.
Yeah, I know because I know what I'm doing myself. I've been playing a lot of Last Defense Academy, but it's been so nice to be like I'm in this pocket right now after like that February to
April was insane.
Where I'm just like, man, okay, I'm just like cozying up with this one game and just fucking hitting it hard and no deadlines or anything. Like I'm used to the environment, so it's fine. But like I am just like happy in this spot right now where I'm like, okay, I get a breather before like another flurry.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
And that's been me. I've just been playing the old Doom games again. You know, Doom 3
awesome.
even. You know,
yeah,
Doom
just
3.
drift a little bit, be a little free, right?
Yeah.
Do we have any other thoughts on Doom, or should we just move on to the other games we're playing?
I feel like we talked a lot about Doom. So
yeah, we talked a lot about Doom. All right, so let's kick it over to you, Cog. You have a lot of games you have wrapped up, and there's one that might have another extended conversation on because I gotta get the bars. And I missed some of the bars last week, so I'm excited to get more. Fill us in, Cog. Which one are we playing now?
Let's do Expedition because you did miss out on me on that one, and I'll obviously try to be spoiler free. Obviously, there's casts and things planned, so I got to be careful. But wow, what can I say? I would just say, you know, the game is so powerful. The effect that it had on me from the opening start of how this world that was created and the gramage and everything that's involved in it. And you're just like, man, this is really bleak. This is really what is going on. And then Act 1 just literally knocked my socks off. And I'm like, okay, here we are. We doing this? Expedition Sanford, we doing this? Like, blown away. And you know, I just started getting really into the game mechanics and how much I really love the inspiration from so many things, from the combat, from the agency, from the pictos, from, you know, as a person who loves build crafting, being able to put combinations together that are sick. Obviously, Vegeta, I'm Team Mael, you know what I'm saying? And I love, she just flows like a stance character. She almost reminds me of the virtuoso stance to the offensive to the defensive. Almost kind of reminds me of like a Soul Calibur character. You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit of a fighting game flow to it. And what I like is each character has their own distinct thing.
Yeah.
And that's their ability in conjunction with the, the skills and then obviously you got the free gun and all that stuff. So the gameplay is rocking. I'm loving it. Act 2 goes on, and I will just say that I'm like, okay, I see what we're doing. I don't know how I feel, but I see what we're doing. Let me ride this out. Now, during all this questioning about narrative, the experiences that I'm seeing, the worlds that I'm going to, outstanding. Outstanding stuff. This is beautiful stuff. And then I love the old school, what is it, the open world kind of map. And
that Final Fantasy, Lost Odyssey. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, nitpick, obviously, bro, please invest in a mini map, please.
Yeah, I agree.
Lost with the backtracking and the nonsense. Like, all right, you know what I'm saying?
Can I say something about the mini map thing real quick?
Let's go.
I kind of agree with needing a mini map, and the only reason why, and this goes back to my criticism of Expedition 33, is that the dungeon design is a little bland.
Right?
It kind of is a little bland. It eventually all blurs into like
blurs into one. It looks the same.
Unreal textures. Everything is just an unreal texture. And I'm just spinning around,
and I'm. Bro, you know how many times I went back to the entrance of a dungeon, thinking that I'm going the right way.
I was like, I found a flag. Oh fuck! It's like the same thing. God damn it!
Yeah, you get spinned around pretty easily.
Oh, you get spinned around. You know what I mean?
It's like. Yeah. Like people already talk about that, and like to be fair, Metaphor also had garbage dungeon design too.
True, but at least we had that little.
They did have a little mini map.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, this is where I'm at. Here's the icon on the screen, that kind of thing. But yeah, man. So
sorry, but yeah.
No, you good. You good. I agree. 100%. So look, I got to the end of it, and wow.
Oh, we got to the end. Nice.
Yeah, this is complete. Expedition is completed. Wow.
They stick the landing.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay, good.
For me, it was one of those things that, again, I was questioning where they were going when I found out, okay, what's happening. But when I got there, I stood frozen on the screen. And that's what I had to realize, like, man, there is weight to what's about to happen with this thing without spoiling, right? So I'm just like, man, and I had some selfish inclinations as far as what I wanted to happen. And I really had to think about it. And I was just like, wow. And then again, there's genuine tear jerkers. Like you really feel empathy for these characters and what's going on. Again, I'm trying to speak as vague as possible because I know there's still people that have not finished and I know we're going to do things, but this was a phenomenal experience. And then just when you think they haven't ratcheted it up again, it's a spectacle. You know what I'm saying? And then we ain't even going to talk about my man, what's his name? Lorien Testad on this music. Now, I've been champion. Shout out to France, first of all. Shout out to France. Y'all got music on lock.
That's all France.
Bro, all France. My man, Olivier Derier from South Midnight. But this cat that they found on SoundCloud?
Yeah, dude.
That never did a video. That clear, obscure. Bro.
Yeah, I know.
You got your theme song in the game. like it is great. Like the amount of amazing music when you in Lumiere and all these places and the ratchet up and the boss fights. It is amazing. And I'm talking about true emotional beats. This is a very foreboding world. Look, they landed it. Your boy on one scenario, your boy teared up. Your boy teared up because I was just like, I know what that is, and there were some powerful lines from. I gotta watch the joint you did with Gene with Brad. You guys had Ben Starr. There's some powerful lines that was said, and I'm just like, man, I felt that. I questioned what I just did after hearing some lines, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But now this was fantastic. This was world class. This is a team that punched above its weight. Wow, the turn-based genre has been changed. I mean, obviously we've gotten people to play turn-based. We have a little bit of souls. We have a little bit of agency with the stuff. And yeah, this is my game of the year. It is. Prior to this was I had Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as my game of the year because I beat that. But yeah, this Expedition is here, y'all. Expedition is here. This is the turn-based king.
So it landed up
He's the guy. He's the guy. Like because as you kept progressing, they kept adding more things. The ingredient stuff was super dope. I love the build crafting. I'll get my girl Lune. She'll burn. She'll do stuff to healing. You get your other. It's a synergy. And then I was sleeping on Skyel. I was sleeping on other characters that when you use them, there's a lot of dope synergy. So yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff. Can't rave more about it. It's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be hard to beat this. Not only did it live up to an exceed expectation, then you the story about how this game was made, right? Then you hear and then obviously, Gene, you had some amazing article that I was reading, right, about the development of the game, and wow, this is a masterclass, just performance from development for the industry. The industry should take notice of this. It should be celebrated. And I'm just super proud of them. I'm super proud of this thing is getting the recognition it deserves. So yeah, Expedition 33 complete. I will say one final negative though. When you beat it, there is a glitch that basically when you do it, I wanted to do something else afterwards. And there's an endless loop where the last encounter does not spawn. And that is frustrating. So y'all got to fix that part right there, please. Because I want to continue. Right now I'm in end game and I'm doing other stuff. And I want to give them credit. If you do mainline, don't get me wrong, stuff gets challenging, it gets harder, but it's clear like they have an end game for other stuff you want to do, and then you learn to get more exposition, you get more details on these characters in this world.
Stuff is hard.
So difficult. But again, I love that's the Souls aspect of it, and I feel like it's that perfect marriage of turn-based and agency and Souls combat, and I just think they nailed it, man. So salute to them. I love this game, absolutely.
Yeah, dude. I'm very glad to hear you say that, because I had a feeling you'd walk out of it with like these sorts of emotions and that sort of conviction of like, this is like the new GOAT. And so that's awesome to hear. That ending just like really brought me to tears.
Broke me.
Thought it was
broke me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
one choice in particular. Yeah, not to cut you. Just one thing someone said, and it was just powerful. You understand all the emotional weight of every decision and the impact of how it will affect everything. And I was just like, okay, it hit for me. Sorry to interrupt you, but
no, you didn't interrupt me at all. No, you're good. I'm very happy to hear how much you enjoyed it. So you're in the end game now. Are we going for 100%? Are we going to try to?
I got to get this. It's a world you just love it. You want to get back to it.
Those end game fights are tough, bro. I haven't finished them all yet because I kind of just pick it up randomly and try and act like I'm going to be as good as when I was like grinding it out. But like, damn, bro, some of these fights are hard,
bro. And you know what I love too? Like I said, the dance of the dodge. It gives you the bigger window. The parry is more tighter. Then you got I actually like the jump attacts and expedition counters.
Good.
Oh, so good. You get emotional.
Expedition 33 performs a counter. I love when the UI says Expedition 33 makes his last stand. I love that. Hype. Good shit.
They did that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Kyle, you have a couple other games to go through here.
Yeah. Then the second one is Split Fiction 2. Shout out to my man Petey, man. He got me to play. He was doing doing streaming on his Twitch channel. And I'll be honest, this game would have fell under the radar just with the amount of releases for me. Not that I didn't want to play, but it was just too many releases. But wow. Didn't see this coming. Joseph Ferris, like I said, I've been waxing poetic. We beat the game. This game, there is nothing like this game. It is an action platformer. It is a twin stick shooter. It is a roguelike. It is the personification of video game, of great ideas. And then he has taken the cooperative genre to the next level. As you get to the end of this game, he does something that I've never seen on a video game from an engine perspective I have ever seen. Like I'm like, to this day, I'm like, this is sorcery, what Hazelight is doing with the merging of worlds. And I will say this game, if I can epitomize it, 2 words, video game is the purity of what a video game is. But 2, trust. you have to trust your partner in this game. You've got to trust your partner. And there's some moments that me and Peter, I'm like, bro, we're going to have to get through this right here. This is real right here. But it now, I will say that I have a little nitpicks. It does get formulaic. You start to understand what the formula eventually is. They introduce a new mechanic, introduce like the one mechanic, then there's an add-on, there's a third, and then they want you to put it all together, right? And then usually it is super cool. And then they have even boss fights and things where you would think it's just a platformer at its core. There's the implementation of all the skills you learn. They want you to really manage it. What is amazing about the game is how creative he's let his team go. Now, I do have a negative, though. I feel kind of what you said with Doom. Towards the end, I just felt it was going on too long. I felt they could have wrapped this about 2 chapters ago, and they just had so many ideas on the cutting room floor. And don't get me wrong, it's not that the ideas in the gameplay was, but after a while, I'm like, damn, like these are some long levels. And then we're not even talking about the bonus worlds, which are levels with themselves with these super crazy ideas, and you can become a hot dog and all of those crazy stuff I was telling you. So it's just
like, thank you. Sorry, I mean, interrupt.
I mean, we did the stream, but let's say we did 4 streams. So let's say we averaged 4 to 5 hours per stream.
Wow.
And granted, we didn't do every world. And granted, you know, your mileage will vary based on your co-op partner. But I will say the game. No, I'm not just making for you. A lot of it was my fault on some things too. I was like, Petey, I'm bad at this mechanic. Just give me a little bit. I'm gonna get it. Trust me. I got you, bro. I know I'm messing up, but I will give him. He's very forgiving with checkpoints. And what I like is that both people have to die sometimes before, like they'll let one respawn and let that thing go. And I think that's cool. But no, I just think that it overstayed its welcome a little bit. And I will say, as a person who does love narrative in my game, this narrative was it's he's making a statement on the games industry and the stealing of developer ideas. And okay, what do you say? He taking a subliminal Andrew Wilson? That's just me. Okay, what you say? I feel like that look like the CEO of EA to me. Now I'm just gonna say it. But you know, I just felt like the story gets a little the power of friendship, and you know, it gets into that cliche, goofy thing sometimes, and it's not really a serious story that you're really gonna take, you know, too deep. And, you know, obviously both characters go through loss and stuff. But I will say, anyone who has it as a game of the year contender, I do understand. Because from a pure gameplay standpoint, there's few things that can match what this game is doing. My nitpicks are just overstated welcome a little bit. And I just felt the story was not the strongest. But each level was a wow moment. There are many moments I go, wow. I can't believe what is happening. What am I experiencing right now? This is cool as hell kind of thing. So that's what I got.
Right on. So Split Fiction, Expedition 33, and you're playing more Game of the Year contenders here.
Yeah.
From this behemoth, it seems. And for me, as someone who hasn't finished yet, I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I can say it now. Yeah, shout out to Salute. You're right. A lot of games being played this year for me. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is back. I can talk about it now. The Brushes of Death DLC has dropped, and man, I will say it feels good to get back into this world again. Just by launching KCD 2 again, I'm like, yeah, I still love you. You may have been slightly deterred by Expedition, but there's no one doing what you're doing. So basically, they introduce, you know, you go back to the Trotsky area. They introduce a new character, this very shisty painter who has a lot of things for Henry to do. And Henry is very gullible, as he always is. And they're definitely flirting with a lot. I don't want to say supernatural things, but they are flirting with this person is not on the up and up, and there's definitely leaning somewhere. So I'm like halfway in on it. I will say, I will say, like, I got to see how long this length. It does feel currently right now like a big glorified quest that you would normally get in. It does. I'm not feeling expansion DLC level just yet, but they introduced some mini games. They introduced archery. They introduced like a lot of other couple of the shield stuff. The painting of a shield is super dope. They've got all these things that they've introduced from a gameplay and idea, like feature stuff. But and obviously the hardcore mode is there and stuff like that. I'll see where it goes with it, but I'm probably about 8 hours in on it. I'm curious just to see where it lands narratively and if I feel like this is really worth a substantial DLC price. But I'm having a lot of fun with it. And the world of KCDs too is one of the best simulation RPGs in gaming. So
yeah,
shoot it there, man. And check it out. Brushes with Death is out. KCD2.
good stuff. I got 2 more. I just got to bounce. So, Gene, were you playing anything else this week that you wanted to talk about? I apologize.
Not really, honestly. I've just been playing Doom games and Expedition. So
okay, then I'll wrap us up here, and we'll jump into. We'll skip the news. I don't know if you guys saw my message. We'll skip the news because this show, for those who don't know, we had to pause because I had to take a call in the middle of all this. But yeah, we're like pushing 3.5, 4 hours now. We still have like 3 news items. So I was like, let's spare ourselves and the audience, and we'll catch them next week.
Yeah.
I've been playing on top of Doom: The Dark Ages, a lot of Last Defense Academy. I'm on like it's a 100-day game. At least I think it might be. I don't know. I think there's more after 100 days, but we're on day like 75 now. So getting close, bro. And for also, hey, Kodaka update, status update on Kodaka. He has confirmed the game is selling well.
Ooh,
and he
nice.
started to pull back on his guilt campaign. And started to just celebrate that it's doing well now and that he'd like to port the game and that sort of stuff. So maybe it'll come to PlayStation. Xbox fans, I think you're going to be waiting a while because if Danganronpa was anything to go by, y'all didn't get that for a long time. So, Last Defense Academy, man, I have been adoring this game. Easily like in my top 3 right now for the year. It is so funny. It is such a hilarious game, but it's also got creepiness to it. Like we're at the point now in the visual novel mystery with those tactical elements where like horrifying art, like truly unsettling art. This is something Danganronpa did really well. Just like certain shots, atmosphere they create with the music, like you can just feel it. It's tangible. And 100 Line Last Defense Academy, while it does all these great things with combat and the features they give you, it's that story that really makes the game tick because there's like this one part where I'll just say for those who got deep enough, Wrestler, you'll know what I'm talking about. There is something there. I'm like, I was like, that's really fucking creepy and unsettling, man. But this game has so much mystery. It's dripping with it. Just like, why are we in this school? Is this real? Is this not? Like, there's so many messages within it. I define it as just a game with a lot of irons in the fire. And they have so many questions they got to answer before this wraps up. And I've been playing it so much. It's been like a nightly ritual. Just sit down. Like, how many days can I crank through? I was sharing this story on Someone's Time, but I'll share it here for those that don't listen to the show. That Danganronpa, I realize is such an important series to me, not just because I love it, but like it's like a series full of core memories. Like I just have very personal core memories with each franchise entry. Like I remember watching Colin's review of the first one, and I would take any excuse to use my Vita. He gave it like an 8, and I was like, "Oh, this is unique to the Vita. This is exclusive to the Vita." Sure. Like I picked it up. And we were getting our floors replaced at my parents' house at the time. And my mom was like uncomfortable being alone with a bunch of like random dudes. So she was like, "Can you stay home?" It's like, "Yeah, sure." And so I like was just grinding Danganronpa 1, me, like 18-year-old me, like as if I'm going to do shit, like a bunch of grown ass men, they'll kick my ass. I'm sitting there with my PS Vita weeb ass game. But I'm just grinding on the couch. We'd order like pizza every night. And I didn't realize in the moment, but I was like, that like 2014 summer was a core memory. I look back on it so fondly, right? And I'm getting that kind of vibe now. Like Laylee's been playing a lot of Oblivion, and so she's always kind of like crashing on the couch at night, and we're getting some food, and like we'll cook or whatever, or we'll order something, and then like I'll sit on the couch next to her, and I'll just be playing 100 Line while she's playing Oblivion, and I'm like, I'm having that moment from 2014, except I know it this time. I'm forming a memory. I'm gonna look back on this and be like, that was so awesome.
That was peak.
Yeah, like I love nothing makes me happier than seeing my wife play video games.
Oh, that's fine.
But also just like playing with her, or like her. This game's got a lot of moaning and grunting. And so hearing the side commentary while I'm just getting invested in this like very enriched story adds a little something to it all. But I'll just say, headphone bros, connect.
Make sure.
This game, like for those who play Danganronpa, there's they had a little well, you see, there's a lot of that.
One of those. Yeah.
Dang it, I'm not even gonna go and try to imitate what Last Defense Academy sounds like. Like these characters will be moaning while thinking. I'm like, and this game, by the way, the perversion meter I think is toned down dramatically compared to Danganronpa. So I'm like, why y'all sound like this? Because you just can't. It's that type of game that y'all like will play. You'll be like, a little secondhand embarrassment playing. Not the content. The content's great. It's not like, y'all know me. I got like a high barrier for this. Like, it's not even that type of shit that normally makes you wince. It's just how it sounds, bro. People think you're watching like corn hub in the other room while you're playing this shit. They're like, why is everyone moaning? What are you playing, bro? So
what are you playing, bro?
yeah, so just a warning on that. Like, play with a pair of headphones or get a really tolerant wife like myself, and you'll be good to go. I mean, she's played Danganronpa, so she knows, but you know, still, like, it's up there. But I mean, the story, the presentation, the tactical combat, man, like, they're adding like new mission types, and like, you know, I'm doing more offensive based stuff, I'll say now. But it's getting up there where I'm like, damn, some of these missions are kind of tough, and you got to like every of one of the 15 characters on your roster has like a different play style and different like systems within the school that upgrade your class, missions that you can run to upgrade your characters and get BP to spend on these class upgrades. You can craft like certain potions. There's like a whole. It's kind of XCOM coded, not with the permadeath, but again, Cog, I regret so much cashing in my Danganronpa ticket on you.
That one.
Because I know that I'm like, this is way more his speed, man.
This is the one.
Yeah, but I know it's not gonna happen. But I'm hoping that Game Pass bag comes through where I can be like, Cog,
Game Pass
5 hours, please. That's all I need.
See what's going on.
Yeah, but that's probably like literally 6 years down the line now. So Last Defense Academy has been a game I've been playing and just really loving it. Really, really special game. Happy to hear it's selling well. I hope, you know, Kodaka continues to make games like this. It doesn't have to be tactics, but that presentation, that storytelling format, the sprite work, the music, like, it is a very special formula that only they have. And it's a type of game that you look at, and it's hard to do nowadays, but you look at it, you're like, that's a Kodaka game. So I hope they stick with this style. It's really, there's a reason it's selling so well and it's so loved right now. And then, yeah, dude, I was a walking advertisement at a concert, Towerborn. So last week, while I was also, before I went, and I told you I couldn't make the show, I went to a Joe concert. It was a Joe and Post Animal. Fucking awesome, by the way. And Post Animal is an amazing group, by the way. Just like I did not know how great of performers they were, but oh my God, their music's amazing. And so is Joe's. But we were online for a while because my wife's 5 foot. So she's like, we need to get close. I've never been to a big concert like this before. So I was like, whatever you say. It was for her birthday as well. So I was like, whatever you say, like, I'm here, I'm ready and willing. I'm your man. So you just let me know. So she was like, okay, we're going to go and wait online for like 7 hours. I was like, okay.
Woo!
Okay. I don't know anything I love outside of the Xbox One that I did that for 9 hours.
I was like, console launch involved with this?
So I rolled with it. I was like, all right, no problem. I don't know. I told her, I said, the line might not be that long. Well, we got there. The line was pretty long. Okay. Just for VIP access, though. So we ended up being out there in the pouring rain. Jesus. It stops raining. I had this little seat that I brought with me. I post up, and bro, I am an xCloud advertisement.
Oh, wow.
I break out that phone on 5G, and I start playing full on Towerborn in Brooklyn. Outside
online? That's an online game.
Dude, I couldn't believe it. I know I sound like a walking ad. I could not believe how responsive it was. How great it was. Bro, I said to Layla, I was fired up. I was like, I'm about to give this the biggest stress test of all time. I'm about to play an action game on the cloud, truly. Like, not Wi-Fi, none of that, like the cloud. And it was great. It started.
Who's your provider? Who are you rocking with?
Verizon.
All right, and you get this Verizon 5G in the city, dude, off the backbone.
Yeah, I was for those who want to test this game. Yeah, bro, who want to test this? Yeah, I forgot that online game, by the way. For those who want to test this, I was outside the Brooklyn Steel, like a little forum, right? Mm-hmm. So if y'all want to test me, if you're like a Brooklyn Duke and you want to go outside there and try, that might have made it a hot spot. I don't know, but bro, I was just sitting out there. Only reason I stopped is because it started to rain. But I played for like 50 minutes, an hour, and I was just going. I was just making, and I was like, damn, bro, this is working well. So not much new to say about Towerborn because I haven't logged a ton of hours into it, but it's just been a fun pick up and play game. I've been enjoying it just as that. Great xCloud game. Not much more though. But I just wanted to throw that out there that like that experience was totally fucking mind blowing. I was like, damn, dude, this works so much better than I ever could have expected it to. So yeah, man, been a fun week of gaming. And now that like, cooling down a little bit, right? Like I've been in the go mode again. Shout out to Cog Brad, hold me down. I was not playing many games outside of Doom. Thank God Doom was shorter because I was about to delay my review and just be like, I'll post this later. But I ended up finishing Doom like 2 nights before the reviews dropped. I was like, okay, cool. I can actually do this. but I had no time for anything else. I didn't play any Last Defense Academy, any Towerborn, anything. Like I was totally in like work meeting mode, like on the clock or around the clock, just constantly. So now that we've passed this wave, we've got a lot of our ducks in a row. It's like, okay, take a breath, everyone. Now I can coast into some gaming with that better work-life balance. So I'm excited to kind of sink into more Last Defense Academy. Maybe check out Doom 2016 again or the Doom DLC. And finally, maybe crank away on Death Stranding.
Oh, yeah, you got that going. That's right.
So a lot of games we're playing this week. All right, we'll get to the rest of the news next week. We'll talk about Xbox handheld leaks, Xbox stats on PlayStation, Microsoft cutting 3% of its workforce. You can look forward to that then. For now, Game Pass pick of the week to round it out. I decided to take the initiative here because I saw the sheet was empty. We could throw multiple in here, but I took the initiative because I saw a game there. I was like, oh, perfect. I have to get this one in here. TMNT Mutants Unleashed has made its way to Game Pass.
I did see that.
Very surprised to see this. For those who don't know, this is the sequel video game to TMNT Mutant Mayhem, I believe the name of the movie is. And this is it's an Xbox Play Anywhere title, by the way. But this is a really strange Ninja Turtle game. Cog and I both talked about it at one point on this show. But for those who don't remember, this is a beat 'em up TMNT game. It's got that kind of Spider-Verse art style like the movie. So it's got a lot of personality, but its presentation is like Persona. It's got a daily life system like Persona. And it's got social links like Persona. It's the weirdest game I played last year, in my opinion. I was like, these two ideas don't belong together, but I like what they're cooking here. And I had very low expectations. It's not like a crazy amazing game for Game Pass, like a little try. If you're like me, Ninja Turtle head, and like I've played all the Ninja Turtle games that have come out. Like if you just want to add one to the list, I went in kind of like as a hater. I was like, yo, can't stand this art style. I still kind of can't because of like the way the turtles got braces and stuff. But if you're going in, you're like mature turtles only, I'm not into this sort of thing. I think this game will open your eyes a bit just by how unorthodox it is. Like, yes, it's a TMNT beat 'em up again, but it separates itself enough from the pack with those social systems and that kind of like just hanging out with the turtles and talking to one another and hanging out with characters in the movie and talking to one another and spending that time together. I'm like, this is so different, but I love it. And you get like upgrades from it and stuff. So yeah, TMNT Mutants Unleashed. Pleasant surprise to see it on Game Pass.
Yeah.
But whether you're an older Turtle fan or a younger Turtle fan, like you can even skateboard in these games. Like it's cool. It's different. Worth a try. Cool. Worth a download. Very quick game. So definitely give it a look on Game Pass. If you have yet to, again, Play Anywhere title. So play it on PC, play it on Xbox, play it on your phone, whatever you want. But yeah, it's a fun little time.
Yeah, very underrated.
I agree. This came out October 18th of last year. So not too far after launch.
Yeah, cool team. Was it Outright? I forgot the name of the studio. Outright.
You interviewed them, right?
Yeah. Very cool team, man. Oh man, the passion is there, and you could tell. Like, and then I didn't know it was based on the nickname was like a media thing in conjunction that it was based on, like movie or TV, television and stuff like that as well. And then, but yeah, they really, you could tell the love and care for turtles, and then obviously that Persona vibe. It has way more depth than you think, and I was really impressed, more than I thought I would be coming in.
Right on. All right, well there you go, ladies and gentlemen, your Game Pass pick of the week. Now it's time to wrap things up. We know our hashtag DD Coke.
Straight up,
easy. A lot of cocaine talk this show, so thank you, Gene, for that. DD
Coca-Cola too. You know?
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, there's that too.
Caffeine talk. Yeah.
So if you got this
Coke and whiskey was my poison. So
I was a blue Gatorade guy.
Gatorade,
It was like a raspberry vodka Gatorade, and they put something else in there, bro. This thing tasted like juice.
Okay.
Dangerous drink. Dangerous, bro. I was not like I did my like drinking in college, like many, and then just kind of moved on from it. That drink, bro.
Dangerous.
Oh my God.
Dangerous.
I would probably still have one of those nowadays. Like it's that good, man. So
you know what it sounded like, GSL? He was having Hypnotic.
oh my God.
Remember Hypnotic?
I feel gagging already.
Hypnotic, all them days, Incredible Hulk and all them drinks. That's what it sounds like it, but I know it's different.
Yeah, it sounds like it's got that vibe. Like, yeah, because if I were to pick a more traditional one that I could think of, I would do like Crown Royal and ginger ale. I'd like the sweeter drink, clearly.
Yeah,
like I like the sweeter drink, bro. That was more my wave. Beer turned the corner on late.
Yeah.
But cocaine, never tried it.
Never, yeah.
DD Coke, maybe you've tried it. Maybe you let us know. I'm at G27 Status on Twitter. Cog is at Lord Cognito, and Gene is at Gene Park. You can tag us with the hashtag DD Coke. Let us know your cocaine experience. Let us know your thoughts on the episode.
Let me know if it feels like Doom Eternal, because it honestly does. Play Doom Eternal, you've done cocaine.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen.
If you're one of the 33% that beat Doom Eternal.
Yes, that's true. We want to know if you beat that game.
Yeah. If you got filtered, then you're soft.
Yes.
But if you beat the game, then you have done cocaine officially, like legally, I think.
Absolutely. Okay, so then I've done coke. Cool.
Yeah, there you go.
No one arrest me though. I didn't. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. We appreciate you immensely. We will catch you next week with episode 229 of the Defining Duke and Xbox podcast as we march towards that June Showcase Summer Games Fest. We'll start revving up those prediction shows. Got to reach out to the legend Randolph Thor, see what he's up to, see what he's cracking on. But ladies and gentlemen, until then, we'll catch you next time for episode 229. Peace out.
Defining Duke, an Xbox podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is recorded from the United States of America. The show is conceived by Matthew Mr. Matty Plays Schroeder and me, Colin Moriarty, and is written and produced by Matthew Schroeder. Matty's co-host is Barry Lord Cognito Eversley. Defining Duke's executive producer is Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's shows, including Defining Duke, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer support level on Patreon, and we're thankful for your kindness and generosity.